चाहेंगे प्लेयर को स्पॉट जरूर किया, बट ही गोज डाउन एज वेल। अब बाद में एक खिलाड़ी रॉबिन आईजीएल
स्पॉट करेंगे, डाउन करा था हैदराबाद।
एक 1 डाउन, अब एक 1v2 की फाइट हो सकती है। अक्षत वो क्लच शॉट कर
ही वो प्लेसों के बाहर खिलाड़ी समाप्त हो गया।
ये एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी देखना ये कि क्या वो समाप्त होंगे। जी हाँ, जॉनथन।
Checked. Kasakai, Mumbai! I can't hear you. Good afternoon, Mumbai! And a big hello to India watching online. How are you guys doing? Are you excited to be here? I know. Mera naam is Xerxes, and I welcome you to the Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2023. Our very first LAN event in such a long time. How excited are we here to see the undergods beat the pros or the pros remain the pros? Are you ready to find out who's going to take that ultimate chicken dinner trophy? Trophy pasand aayi ke nahi? Nah? Don't you guys wish you were holding this trophy right now? Yeah? Well, keep playing, you'll reach there, because 3 mahine se this tournament's been on and we've had more than 650,000 players trying to make it to this stage. Ek din aap mein se koi bhi aa bhi ho sakta hai. But first, let's congratulate the 16 teams that have made it to this playground. Make some noise for the 16 teams that have made it here, guys. Come on, it wasn't difficult. Hum bahut bhooke hain. We were 750 plus chicken dinners. Itne sare chicken dinners ek saath khane ke baad, we have reached the NSCI Dome in Worli, where we're going to be here for today, tomorrow, and the 15th of October. So if you're watching this in Bombay or Mumbai, please come to the Dome. It's going to be a lot of fun. And for all of you who've made it here, I see a packed crowd. You guys are an awesome audience. Thank you for being here. Make noise for all of yourselves for being here, because LAN event mein there is no maza without a real audience over here. So ek baar awaaz kar lo, guys. Yeah. You're missing out if you're not here. But without taking any more time, let's see the 16 teams who are going to be battling it out for the ultimate prize pool of 2 crore rupees. Whew. Are you ready to meet the final 16 teams? Yeah? A little better, guys. I've seen you. You guys have the potential to be so loud. Are you ready to meet the final 16 teams? Ab hua na Mumbai ki public. Team number 1, ORE Sports! Team number 2. 4. Aggressive man. Team number 3. Growing strong. Team number 4. MICI Esports. Up next, we've got Third World Mafia Gaming. Make some noise for Glitch X Reborn! Up next, we've got CSE Sports. Following up next is Night Owl. उसके बाद we've got Big Brother Esports. We've got Midwave. How can we forget? God's Reign! We've got Medal! Keep making noise for your favorite players because this is a LAN event and what you do makes a direct impact on the morale of each of these players. So आवाज करते रहना. Revenant! Next team, blind. Last two teams left to come out on stage. One of them is Gladiators! Yeah, I think I'm forgetting one team. नाम नहीं याद आ रहा है. Export! All the teams are out. You know your favorites. You know all your favorites. We have 18 matches. Agle 3 dinon mein. That's gonna decide which one team goes home the champions for BGIS 2023. Is it gonna be the undergods or is it gonna be the pros? Public, are you guys ready for the very first match of BGIS 2023? I'm gonna point at you, and when I do the wave, I want to hear the voice go from there. Are you guys ready? Well, it seems like we're ready. Over to the casters for the very first match of BGIS 2023. Let's go!
What an electric crowd right here for the BGS Grand Finals here. Welcome. Take things off here on the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me are two handsome gentlemen on the English broadcast. We have Necro and Super Johnny. It is going to be a very, very exciting match here, especially when the crowd has been waiting for this moment. The Grand Finals. Only 16 teams left, and nevertheless, in Mumbai, the city of dreams, where reality is a possibility. How are you guys feeling for today?
I mean, the crowd's electric. I'm feeling fantastic. I just hope that the game's going to be starting soon enough. But what about you, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm quite excited for the match to begin here as well. And it's going to be exciting for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
You know, when we talk about all things that's going to be happening here today there is 16 teams, and you can see there's a very clear indication there are teams that are very, very favorited. You know, they have some sort of a favoritism here. But before we talk about the fan favorite teams, let's talk about some highlights on how things kind of went down during the semifinals here during the BGIS. Now, this is where I'm going to pick your brains a little bit here. There are a couple teams, especially for 5 to 4 teams here. What do you think about them in this particular replay?
Oh, wait. I mean, speaking about the things that happened, right? Considering even the opening ceremony was quite nice, and getting back to the conversation about the teams once again, in the semifinals, of course, the teams are doing quite great. Specifically, Metal Esports was on the top.
Yeah, and when we talk about Metal Esports, to be honest, they are in the top contenders, right? When they were in the top in the semifinals, obviously there is going to be a lot of eyes on towards their strategy and play styles. So when it comes to them being the top, it means that everybody else in the bottom is going to be looking to take them down.
But you know, I see we are in Mumbai, and Indians are superstitious. You know what the superstition has been in BGMI? That whoever does well in the semifinals always bombs the finals for some reason.
Well, superstitious or not, that's all about strategies. But without further ado, this is a little bit of snippets here. And to be honest, being here in the venue as well, the Dome in Mumbai, my God, the energy, the drums, the orchestra, everyone was just giving up so much support for the teams. And here, us on the English podcast, we love all of you. And the best thing about this is that we're going to have this for 3 days. Now, day 1, let's talk about this. What do you guys think is going to be happening in all 16 teams for day number 1? Any insights, any inside juicy scoops here, Johnny?
I mean, there's quite a lot of them. Considering that for the first time we have 7 teams out of the 16 teams that have made it this far in the grand final, 7 teams are going to be fresh, stepping on a stage in front of the audience for the first time. So that adds a lot of pressure on these players. Plus, a lot of these teams have gotten through a lot of changes in the recent few months, so it's going to be exciting to see what they can bring through on these grand final stage.
Well, no, when we talk about breaking through here, look at the fans. They're so electric. We got to see the Xbox fans already here roaring the stadium itself. And nevertheless here, we got to talk about X-Park, of course. This is pretty much the fan favorites. Give me some inside scoop about X-Park. How have they been progressing so far from the semi-finals? And what are we going to be expecting here today for X-Park?
Look, Xbox's journey inside BGIS started quite shaky, to be honest. Had a lot of expectations from them, but later on, speak about the improvement as the rounds keep on passing by. Xbox showed some immense improvement inside their games too. Somewhere down the line, they were also dominating in the couple of rounds, and now even in the semifinals, they were able to make a good mark for themselves.
Well, speaking of the semifinals here, believing is going to be gold, because you have to believe in order to hold the trophy. The winner, chicken dinner. And most importantly right now here, let's talk a little bit more on what the 16 teams are going to be competing for here, Johnny.
Well, we'll have to see 2 crore rupees on the line. Winner walking away with 75 lakh in the bag. We've been talking about it for the last 2 months, man. I mean, it has been an exciting journey to see how the teams have made it this far. But finally, the next 3 days will decide who will be the champion of BGIS 2023. And of course, that 75 lakh rupee in the bag. But also one more thing. We see MVP of the BGIS, the Rising Star MVP of the finals, best IGL, individual prize money on the there on the pool for these individuals as well.
I agree. You know, when it comes to this MVPs, Rising Stars here, every single player here is here to prove himself, whether it be winning in terms of the team's placements, but it is also proving themselves being the star of the show, the MVP of BGIS, the Rising Stars. Are we going to see more underdogs, all pros coming in here, Necro?
Of course, this tournament is meant for the grassroots level teams, and I'm pretty sure in the grand finals we'll be able to see that. But you know what? We're speaking about the format quite a lot. We're speaking about the early stage of the BGS quite a lot. So let's move forward and take a look at the format of the BGS 2023. We started things off from the in-game qualifiers where 2,048 teams joined us, and then in the online qualifiers, of course, that's where they moved on forward. But then the quarterfinals and losers bracket was something that brought in the most amount of spice.
Wow. You know, speaking of spice, my nickname is pretty much Icy Spice among my friends here in India. It's crazy. For some reason, I don't know why that's happening. But what I do know happening here, coming up this match here, is going to be the teams, the players, the stars of the show to try and prove themselves to be the next legendary player here for BGIS. I want to talk about this particular teams here, but before we showcase them, let's talk about the matches they have to play today.
Exactly. We're going to kick things off in the Wrangle. Then, of course, Miramar, as usual. Sanok will be the third game. Weekendy will be the fourth. Once again, Miramar is going to come back to life, and then we're going to end things off in the Wrangle. Standard schedule, nothing changed over here. The same schedule was seen in the semifinals, too.
Now, let's talk about this here. So, basically, in this 6 maps here, there is going to be 2 maps that's going to be reoccurring, and that is going to be Erangel as well as Miramar. So, I guess those 2 are going to be the maps that teams are going to be having a little bit more of a stress to kind of study the opponents and strategy here. Johnny, talk me through how and what should a team be focused on in that setup.
I mean, especially we're going to start off on Erangel, so I'll focus on that map for now. Erangel in particular is pretty standard. These teams have played it for a while, so at this point they've figured out what are the potential drop clashes that happen. There are a few of them that keep happening for the last 2 months. They've been happening. No one has stopped them. It feels like teams have signed a peace treaty amongst themselves, but they do, I think, considering it's the grand final, they would like to take full control of the city for themselves.
Yeah, I heard a rumor as well. When you talk about the peace treaty, right? That's between them and the Screams and what's happened in semifinals. But I heard a rumor here there might be potential contest coming in with some of the maps here, especially in Erangel as well as Sandhawk here. Necro, you're smiling. Talk me through this.
I mean, look, it's of course going to happen. There's quite a lot of these teams that drop on the same drop location, especially Yasna Poliana. Now, we're going to have 2 teams drop over there. Now, they have been doing that once in the past as well. And sometimes they decide not to fight. Sometimes they decide to fight. It's really up to them. But I'm speaking about Growing Strong and God's Reign. The best part about both these teams is that both of them are really strong when it comes to the firepower, especially Godbot from Growing Strong. This man has been single-handedly carrying the flag.
Well, that's the thing with Godbot, right? He himself has pretty much particular himself in the top 5, but at the same time, we have to talk about God's Reign as well as Growing Strong. They are actually in the middle of the pack from the semifinals in terms of placement points. Johnny, tell me about their playstyles and what these points give us. Explain it to us. The stats here coming in.
So Necro actually brought up something that is very valid. Growing Strong, Godbot, he has been that one player from the team that has been outshining everyone else. But yet, the performance from the rest of the players feels a bit lacking, or at least it was during the semi-finals. Coming into the finals, I think that was the one thing that we wanted to see, that all the other 3 players also step up in terms of firepower. Because as far as rotation, scouting, all of that support goes, the team is pretty good. It's just when they step into a 4v4 and all-out fight in the middle of nowhere, where you just have smokes and your vehicles to work with, the other 3 players, you see them fall back. Whereas Godbot, he's going to take a stance alone on the flank, go in, run in solo, and then try and win the fight for his team.
Now, at the same time, I like that you actually brought this up with this point here, because when it comes to their drop spots and their habits and play styles here, I had a very interesting chat, because yesterday I was doing a lot of homework here, up all the way to 2 to 3 a.m. in the middle of the night. I had one of the analysts coming in from Revenant Esports texting me and sharing me some very, very interesting information. And Revenant Esports is currently in the top 2 when it comes to brackets, and I want to give you that inside scoop, but he told me specifically not to share too much. So I'm going to save some of what he said later on, but I want to know what your predictions are on the potential 5 teams that you guys are going to be playing.
The teams that we're rooting for?
Yeah.
I think I'll start off with Gladiators on number 1. I'll have Revenant there. Blind Esports, I understand this is going to be something that people are going to come asking me, like, why did you pick Blind Esports? You have to understand, this team still has a lot of firepower in them. Along with them, Glitch Reborn and TWM are 2 more teams to look out for.
Wow, that's a lot of things, a lot of specific teams you're calling out. So,
yeah.
Necro, do you agree with what he's saying so far?
Now, look, I sort of agree and sort of disagree on a couple of teams. Now, I'm going to touch back on Xpark's past as well on BGIS, right? Considering how they started things off in general and how their journey has been. Now, if you remember, Xpark was invited all the way back in the grind, but they were not able to qualify inside BGIS through the grind itself. They got eliminated in the grind, and then they came back once again from the in-game qualifiers. And this is why I said their journey started off quite shaky.
Yeah.
But then later on, it's all about catching the pace, getting the momentum. So I would say right now, Xpark, they have the momentum. So, and if you ask me my top 5 teams, I'm going to go Gladiators, Xpark, Revenant Esports, even they're in red hot form, Blind Esports, and Glitch X Reborn.
Wow, that's very specific here. But now, I heard a little bit of rumor here regarding Xpark. And of course, when we talk about legendary teams, legendary players here, let's talk about the old guys, the pros. Quote unquote, we've talked a little bit about underdogs. I want to talk about the pros. Okay, I heard a rumor. Xpark, they have a 5th player, formerly from the legendary team known as Fnatic. Scout was physically at the venue and the crowd went crazy. But I don't think we have ever seen them throughout the entire journey thus far until today. Do you think Scout is going to be playing today?
Look, whenever Scout's back inside the play, the team automatically just plays defensive and passive. That's what Scout brings to the team. I think so. Scout brings that composure that sometimes is needed. But sometimes playing a little bit too passive also punishes Team Xpark. Now, there's a bit of a problem when Scout comes back into play. Now, usually when you see Team Xpark play, they're sort of aggressive, they're sort of passive defensive. They have a good balance. But when Scout comes into play, he completely focuses on the rotation. He focuses on the gameplay and pretty much just positioning points.
I agree. When it comes to Scout, obviously having those competitive experience is going to give him an upper edge. I can see your face here, Johnny. You have something to say about this. You disagree. Like, is it because his time is pretty much fallen here, or he's
no,
compensating with something else?
Not really. I mean, Scout is a pretty good friend of mine. I've hung out with him. I was talking to him backstage as well, what his intentions are, where he wants his team to go, and they are quite hopeful. And I do agree with what Necro said. Scout brings a lot of composure, a lot of control in the team, and that actually helps them when they are getting targeted inside the game early. Because we were talking about drop clashes and we talked about God's Reign. You know what's the second drop for God's Reign? It's the Georgopol City, where X-Park and TWM will already be contesting. So there might be a situation where X-Park can get overheated in the early stages of the game, and that is when a person like Scout having in the team is an extra added benefit.
Now, that's the thing, right? It's all about having that third party, third view, right? You from the outside, person looking from the outside here to give us inside information. Obviously, the 4 players going to be in game. There's only so much information they can gather from the grounds and something. Scout is going to be behind, watching the maps, giving them the post-mortem of every single one, the debriefs in production here. But, of course, now we got to make things official when it comes to the predictions. Which team are we going to be bringing in an element of surprise? So what I mean by that is that the underdogs teams. Any shouts here? Personally, I had a little bit of chat with CS Esports in particular, as well as TWM Gaming.
Yeah. So for me, there are 2 teams, Glitz Reborn and TWM. TWM, a lot of people might not know about this team, but they have some experience under the belt, especially in playing in front of crowds. That, in an arena like this, can actually be a huge difference maker for these teams. The other is going to be Glitz Reborn. I've been seeing these lads grind it out for the last 2 years, and I'm personally rooting for them. They've not stopped. Nothing has been able to stop them, and finally it took them 2 years. They've made it on the stage.
Wow. They're finally here. It's been 2 years. But, of course, the journey of BGIS has been 3 months. We've seen multiple teams kind of binding out, some qualifying from the qualifiers, now the final 16 teams. Whatever has happened in this past 3 months has been very, very important for all these teams. But it all comes down to today, day 2 and day 3 for the Grand Finals. TWM, will they shake things up for the top 5 teams? Necro.
TWM has been performing pretty nicely. Now, speak about teams facing the downfall, and TWM is one of those teams that hasn't seen the downfall because they have been performing phenomenally. Whenever their games have been broadcasted live, be it on whatever social media platform, be it YouTube, whatever, this team has always been performing pretty nicely. You will always see them somewhere in the top 3 in the overall standings. But as Johnny was speaking about the superstitions, I wouldn't really call that a superstition. It's actually a fact. Whenever a team's doing good in the previous stages of a tournament, when it comes to the shifting over to the Grand Finals, somewhat or something goes wrong with them.
Agreed. And I think this is where the element of surprise is going to sneak up and hit you, right? Like, the reason why top 5 is going to be focusing here because they have the biggest lineup in all the matches here. Like, the amount of matches played close to over 100 to 200 rounds, more or less, for some of these teams here. Some from the bottom, some from the bottom. Semi-finals, obviously, let's play 12 maps. Now, when it comes to this match, I feel like there is a lot of things that's going behind the heads of the analysts. In particular, Revenant Esports, he brought up a very, very good point. Because you are in the middle of the pack, nobody is looking at your way. This is where you can bring something to kind of catch people off guard. May it be rotation, may it be contest, may it be a little bit of a pocket strategy here. Do you think that's going to happen?
I think that might happen, and the pocket strat might be just as simple as blocking the Novorepnoy bridge, because you have Metal Esports right behind them. They're going to look to cross early, and Revenant can actually take that early fight, because Metal faces additional pressure from Gladiators, and I know Necro has pointed this out numerous times that Gladiators always prefer that military bridge for rotation, but you never know. It's the Grand Finals. Things can change.
Yep, I agree. Anything can happen. Expect the unexpected here. This is a very, very important debut match for some of these teams here. Erangel being the first map of today. BGIS 2023 Grand Finals, day number 1. And to be honest, I'm scared. I'm worried. I'm nervous for the teams. Like, look at this. Like, they're all sitting right here. We've got so many people here focusing. Would the pressure, would the intensity, would the crowd, the emotions affect them?
Speaking about the emotions, genuinely I think so. When there's crowd involved and when a crowd is cheering a specific team, automatically if a team's that they're not being prepared or being cheered by the crowd, they're going to feel a little bit of pressure, man, considering the crowd is against them. They have their own favorite team. So always the LAN adds on the extra pressure on these teams and the players.
So obviously, when it comes to moments like this here, you can see the images of the players themselves. They're getting ready, they're getting prepared. They're about to head into the map, Erangel. And it's going to be very important because veteran experience playing in LANs plays a huge role for day number 1. And I'm extremely excited who is going to come on top in map 1.
Well, I mean, that is something we'll have to find out in a few next moments. I think there's a very high probability for Gladiators to start it off quite strong. I mean, they're the favorites going into this game 1, but they're going to face a lot of competition.
It's the Thursday afternoon in Mumbai City, and the sun's high up in the skies, and so will the plane be. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go into the first game of Erangel in the BGIS Grand Final, day 1!
My, oh my, can see the planes are hovering all the way through here in the map of Erangel. It seems like it's going to be from the northwest section of the map of Erangel. Might be passing through Ferry Pier, heading towards military. So a pretty western map oriented here for this drop spot. So I'm extremely excited to see who's going to have that advantage here. In particular, it's going to be teams coming from Hospital, teams coming from Gatka as well potentially. They have an easy rotation to kind of pull towards the middle lane. But of course, the people who's looking to go towards 70 Starboard, they are going to reach there a little bit later here.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult rotation for them. If you want to head towards Severny, even Yasnaya Poliana is going to be a little bit tricky. Mansion Prison, extremely far away from that flight path. But we were just speaking about Revenant a few moments ago, and we talked about that Miltra drop that is theirs for them to take control of in the early stages. Now things become interesting. How does Revenant reach their city? Along with them, we have to focus on that Georgopol area first and foremost, because we will expect 3 teams at least to be in that position.
Well, when it comes to Georgopol, obviously, you know, if you want to shake things up, you have to take into consideration that the flight path came from there. So whoever lands early first is going to get their resource a little bit quicker compared to the rest. However, Circle, okay, this is interesting. I mean, because, you know, it is going to be on the west side, but it seems like we are going to see a little bit of action down south here.
And this is going to be very interesting what happens on that southern military island, because now we also have X-Park dropping on Ferry Pier and Query, and they've gone for a split drop with Pukar on that military island.
Yeah, and Pukar, you know, I think he's trying to deny some of the resources here to get a little bit information to try and camp the west side. But oh, on the screen we do see Soria already taking a kill onto his Axe on the sides, and also actions are coming in.
Exactly, CSE Sports on the move. One of the players was actually softened up a little bit too much, and this is where Night Owls is actually doing a fantastic job. Dreams around side the players. Does he want to go for the chase against the enemies that are in the front? And the chase happens. One man is way too low. The shot's coming to play, and Dream finds the connection on both of them. Leo Whitey, oh, he's done a fantastic job over there.
Oh my goodness, what a way to start here for Dreams, because this is something we did not expect. But for them to have 3 finishes right from the get-go, this is going to give them that initial morale boost coming in towards map 1.
Yeah, for sure. And Night Owls is one of those teams that relies heavily on their in-game momentum. So getting these 3 eliminations early means that Night Owls might just go for a very aggressive game in match 1 of the day itself. Now, the interesting thing over here is that it is Dream started things off, although always it has been clear from the side of Night Owls who has been the star player. So we are going to have to wait for that man to get into his zone.
You know, I had a little bit of chat here with a lot of teams. In particular, is gonna be Midwave Esports. They were joking around that like Night Owls are a team that may potentially be the best, but there has been a lot of doubts coming in. But guess what? Right from the get-go, Bram, you underestimate us, we are gonna just completely demolish you.
Exactly. This is why Night Owls had to start this way. The reason people were making fun of them, were doubtful about them, was because they barely qualified from the semis to the finals. But now that they are here, they have a statement to make.
Wow, what a way to start things off. Expect the unexpected. Necro, I'm pretty sure you're extremely hyped up for this. What are your thoughts on Night Owls?
Night Owls is one of those teams that came in out of nowhere and took all of us by storm. That's all I'm going to say.
Wow, a statement here coming from Necro. Expect the unexpected. When you lower your guard, when you least expect the enemy, the bear will pounce at you at the right moment. And of course, now, I have a chat with Revenant Esports analysts. They say they are going to switch up their rotations, and it seems like they're taking a little bit of slow path down south, but surprise, surprise, something's actually happening in Yasnaya, because normally we would expect 2 teams coming in. What happened here?
Yeah, I mean, Yasna Poliana this time, it seems like no one doesn't really want to go ahead and challenge the players of God's Ring. Growing Strong, they've rerouted.
Yeah, they have rerouted themselves again. A major reason for this is the flight path. Even God's Reign, they have finally made their way to Yasnaya Poliana, but it was a risky move in the early stages. They dropped towards that Georgopol city, picked up the vehicles from there, and then rotated from the northern part of the map to Yasnaya.
Well, Growing Strong, they're playing on the north side. They're sharing the resources thus far. And the thing about the way they play in terms of this playstyle, I feel like Growing Strong is always getting shoved away by God's Reign. It seems like God's Reign is going to be the bully in Yasnaya.
Yeah, always. God's Reign have always done that to any team that has challenged them in their home ground. But Growing Strong, they've figured out a way around it. They go around the western flank and try to take control of the compounds with the vehicles.
Yeah, and speaking of compounds here as well, think about this, right? Night Owls, they're just going to be finishing off all the members here coming from CS, and it's great because considering how the flight path was a little bit awkward, so it makes a lot of sense why they would kind of contest early vehicles to try to rotate quickly to their usual drop spots. So because of that, a lot of I would say teams that is going to be forced to rotate far away is going to be meeting each other rather early. So that is going to hurt them a lot in terms of overall economy, overall placement points. So I feel like in terms of getting all these fights and finishes, it all comes down to scoring as many points as possible, because this is day 1. People are not going to be it's going to be a difference between people with experience and people with inexperience dealing with the pressure and the setups of the entire tournament.
That is very true. I mean, especially in a stage like this where you know you're going to have to start a day on a stronger note, it is very important that you have a big game in the first match that you play. Although we have to point out, I mean, the cluster that is there on the eastern part of the map, I'm expecting a massive collision to happen in the stage too.
Now, speaking of collision, east side here, Yasnaya, they've got to get out, because in terms of rotation-wise, a lot of teams, TWM has pretty much secured themselves all the way in the South George all the way through 4 a.m., looking to kind of hunker down towards the apartments of North Georgopol. Meanwhile, nobody going towards Quarry or Gatka. It seems like nobody is expecting this circle to kind of shift down south. Why is that here?
I mean, the southern shift is going to be very difficult to challenge if it happens, because at this point of the game, usually what would happen is TWM would challenge Everest, the hill south of Georgopol. They would take control of that high ground, and as soon as a team is there on that mountain, it becomes a very difficult rotation for anyone who's trying to rotate down south. Plus, in a circle like this, there is a probability that during the later stages, it might just move up north ever so slightly, take that northern shift towards northern Georgopol, and I think for teams, they feel like it is better to have that northern position. Moving down south becomes a little bit easier due to the fights.
Yep, and speaking of which here, this is going to be some stats for you guys down the bottom right, because CS, they've lost 3 members, so he is going to be playing a little bit of a rat strategy all the way through. Hopefully he is going to be able to score some placement points, but so far all 16 teams still alive. Glitch X also losing 1. This is going to be very concerning for fans of GlitchX and CS. But now, let's talk a little bit more on GDR down towards the south. They have to lift the military. What do you think they are going to be planning right here?
Look, their rotation has been pretty much the same one, right? Just rotate out from the Fairfair Bridge. Do not really try to overthink a lot of the scenarios. They just try to pull off a casual rotation. The only thing that really works out in their favor is that considering any team, if they do drop down towards the military island, the first thing while they're going to rotate out is probably it's going to be a late rotation. If you're going to go down south to the military island, you will need to rotate late. And that's where you do get the advantage of because who's going to stay back and try to hold down the bridge for at least a couple of moments more in the initial phase of the game, because you would want to position yourself in a better spot inside the circle.
Well, wouldn't you say it's a strategy to kind of take off all those high-tier loots coming from military? Because if you think about it here, tanking to a circle and just to make sure that military guys don't come up, wouldn't you say that's also a possibility that may happen?
I mean, there is a possibility of that happening, and there is a very high probability as well. I mean, for a team like Gladiators that likes to play extremely slow, it is going to be very interesting to see where they go from here.
Oh my goodness, the circle just shifted down south. We were just talking about it as well. Every single team in the northern side, and now they're rushing desperately to try and make circle tree down towards the south side as well. Teams from the east side had a late rotation here. They are going to be struggling about this. Necro, I feel bad for everyone from the east side because they are desperately going to be looking for actions.
Of course, a lot of the teams are actually going to get stuck in their rotation. Once again, Night Owls chimes inside the action. Roxy finds 2 knockouts all by himself. Night Owls right now, these guys are definitely the Batmans inside the map of Erangel. They're being the guardian angels, not letting anyone invade their privacy. Even somewhere else on the map, you see the players from Midwave 2 hitting the body. This is not really the good news for them.
Wow, what a way to start things off for Night Owls when you least expected. Nobody was paying attention to how they usually rotate and spawning. And guess what? They come in swinging. They find ways to get points. And now we're going to see a contest coming in for as well.
Oh, no.
Even Ranadip now getting challenged from CSE Sports all by himself. Needs to fight against the entirety of Midway. But that drop shot from Dynasys seals the deal and shuts that last guy down. CSE Sports is the first team to take an exit from the entire lobby. But once again, the fight's not stopped just here. There's a lot of fights coming soon.
Well, superstitions are about to happen, but in the play zone, we do see Revenant also losing a member for themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe a knock coming in. However, let's talk a little bit more on how Night Owls is going to be thinking here, because in terms of their strategy, they are being underestimated right now, and being in 15th place right now, guaranteed, they have 5 finishes. I feel like they're taking advantage of the warm-up games, the morning jitters, considering that it is game 1 for the Grand Finals.
So what happens in competitive is quite simple. Usually at the start of any tournament particular stage, teams will like to play slow, but Night Owls, they have been one of the most aggressive teams that we have seen come through the open qualifiers, and that is the reason they're putting that aggression to good use. If they can get an advantage in the early stage of these grand finals, it's going to be very difficult to beat this team. And along with them, I think, as you mentioned, Revenant and Midwave in that middle pack towards the eastern edge of the circle, I have to see how these two teams actually manage to survive, because Night Owls is looking for Midwave actively. Revenant, although I think have already rotated out.
Now, speaking of which here, we do see a couple of teams already hunkering down towards outskirts of Gatka. GlitchX in particular is going to be laying down low to try and save up resources, as well as potentially to snake their way into open fields here as a possibility. Even a buggy being stored out to try and hold the compound, to try and make up their camps here. Do you think that the GlitchX is going to be able to overcome top? But meanwhile, top side as well, we do see TWM with a couple of vehicles themselves.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, TWM, they always like to go for this Everest control as quickly as possible, because this mountain becomes a very high priority position in any western circle in Erangel. It's the highest peak of the map. You can actually scout the surroundings of Gatka, and for a team like TWM, it's about racking finishes.
And also considering it's the first game of the day, everyone would want to have a good start to themselves. Like, that's just the main priority for these teams. If you're going to be able to kick things off on a fantastic note, things will be ending up good for you too. And if you do get a high ground control, well, that's just the added info for yourself.
Agreed. Speaking of late rotations here, mid-wave, right from the get-go, they're taking very, very slow one as well. They're still tanking on the circle too. Circle tree also going to be hitting as well. They are going to be in a very, very difficult position, because in terms of mats here, look at this. Atanki's down to his last first aid kit, and they have no information on where the circle is going to be going in, and they're also a man down.
2,000 meters. They have to travel 2,000 meters to reach the safe haven, to reach the safe zone if they want to protect themselves. And even if this team actually makes it into the next circle, they will have to go through so many teams.
My goodness.
Look at that cluster on that eastern shoreline. My God. And look at who is smack in the center. It is X-Pac.
Exactly, and once again, we're probably going to see a lot of these rotation clash coming into play, considering this was a hard shift, and now we just see a huge wave of vehicles moving inside the circle.
Now we had a glimpse onto the east side as well. OR, they are going to be trying to dodge here. They're pretty much being pinched in a long crossfire for X-Pac, but meanwhile, on screen now we see OR.
OR versus 4AM. This is indeed quite a nice fight, but Jelly throws out in the open, goes for the man, gets caught, and now it's all down to Admina. Pulls out the TBS, and that's it. One pop to the opponent's face, and the entirety of 4AM, they come crashing down.
But OR here, they're facing a third party from the players of X-Pac. They've already lost 2 to the opposition.
And at the same time, things are going to be a little bit of trouble here because 4AM, they're looking to play a little bit more aggressive. OR losing 2 men. They are going to be having a very difficult time to hold down this compound because this 2 shelters here requires at least a 4-man team, a 2-2 split to kind of hold down this crowd. And it's interesting enough as well. Let's talk a little bit more on formations because 4AM finishing out in 15th place. Meanwhile, we do see Gods as well taking a very strategic position to try and get space to get information and pressure people on the sides.
Oh, the man who was able to pop off in the initial phases has now been knocked out from Night Owls. This might just be a big hand being cut off, and Night Owls might just start things off inside the late game a little bit more in a handicapped way. But TWM, now they clash the compound. This is not a good news for the players of Night Owls, considering TWM, they've got the man advantage inside this entire fight. Nades being tossed inside the compound, but a return fire comes into play. Instead, it's from the players of MICI Esports, a little bit of third party. Now TWM in a big world of trouble. Things are not looking too good for them. But now the stances have been evened out. It's a 3v3 fight inside the compound. Night Owls, they have a fighting chance.
Yeah, and they have to reset this as well, and they have to do this quickly because if you think about this, here 35 seconds left, the circle is going to be closing in. Teams are going to be looking to find their individual spots. 14 teams left in this circle. They have to wrap this up quickly as well, especially against Night Owls.
Utilities is something they will need to dodge over here. A lot of these nades being tossed in, even the Molotovs now tossed in. The floor is, of course, going to be lava at this point in time. But if the fight elongates, there's the possibility of the third parties coming in from everywhere else. So this fight needs to be wrapped up right here, right now. All the players of Night Owls just pinned inside that single house on the upper floor.
Oh.
Things not looking too good.
Oh boy, this is a very difficult situation here for both TWM as well as Night Owls. Night Owls pretty much secure themselves in the top side of the grid, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Circle favors them a little bit here. They know this spot, this house is here, this compound is going to be one of the strongest ones. However, they are bleeding out resources. However, we do get a nade up top, so that's going to be a knock coming in.
Exactly. Finally, the opening the players of TWM were looking out for. A couple of more nade tossed out in the front line, but once again, not able to find that second connection that they desperately do need to. Sams has even softened up in that moment, but TWM, they finally make that push happen. Night Owls, now they need to stop this breakout against the players of TWM, and that's why they're just tossing out all the Molotovs in the front lines. Now the floor's lava, and every single player from TWM, they're suffocating to their death, but the return knock comes into play, and Cleo gets knocked out from Night Owls. This is not a good news. Even Sams is knocked out in return, but still Night Owls, they're on the verge of getting eliminated. Nate being tossed in. It's a 1v1 on the opposite side. Who do you think is going to come out?
Oh no, Draco, he needs to pick up Cleo. No! He lost Cleo. He lost Cleo. He could have picked them up, but now it's down to him himself as well. And you can see TWM, they have the advantage. They want to try and reset this. They know for a fact they've got the numbers, but they don't want to deal with the potential QBS coming from Draco. But look at this. Draco, he's looking for a switch up. He dropped his QBS and swap for UMP here. Looks like he wants to try and go for a 1v3 strategy.
He is expecting a push upon himself by the players of TWM, considering they still have the numbers advantage. But here's the third party, Metal Esports, showing up out of nowhere.
Third party comes into play, and Metal Esports, they decide to crash the party. They're here to claim all the pieces of the pie. They're here to get all the elimination points as they can. Metal Esports, they've got all the players up and alive. Everyone looks in good shape and form. Everyone's pretty healthy. Kyoya too now, he knows there's a couple of more foes lying around in the opposite building, so goes ahead, tosses on the utilities, but still the fight isn't breaking out in full form.
No, everybody's just bleeding out utilities on this north side of the shelter of this compound. TWM, they won on the first fuse that actually finished them off. However, fortunately for them, they have Ninja across the map to provide a little bit of support fire. But no, a big nade comes in. Lobster gets Knob, and Destiny, he's going to call for quits and bail out and retreat here, losing and sacrificing Lobster. However, need I remind you, there is a sneaky little rat up on top of the compound.
He's
Once
gone.
again, TWM. This is not a good way. They would want things to end for themselves, and that's why now they're going for the resurrection out of the fallen player. At least TWM will be back up with a 3-man squad, so that's a good way to look at things. But Night Owls, they've been eliminated from the game too with 5 elimination points.
Well, very aggressive start for them. However, TWM, I'm surprised by this. Lobster was able to be picked up. He's actually going to be resetting with the rest of the members. They are going to play the long game. 13 teams left, and they want to try and hold position as much as they can because Circle 42 seconds left before he closes in to show Circle 5 coming in.
Exactly, and this is going to be still an extended fight till the next zone happens, and I think even beyond that.
Yeah.
Because even on the radar, if you see there are 2 teams, one present towards the north, that is MICI, another squad present towards the eastern side, that is God's Reign. And if we have a western shift now, or even a southern shift, both those 2 teams are going to be forced to move out of their cover positions. That means they are going to go around these compounds, they will hear all the commotion, and they will also get greedy for points.
Speaking of situations here, we do see God's Reign on the east side, right? They've got a couple of scouts coming in. They're getting so much information of this fight coming in down the north here. They're still debating whether or not they want to kind of contest this or do they want to rotate away. But it seems like they are going to be the safe side. They're saying the circle shifting down means they are going to back out.
Oh, and Cora gets knocked out. This is not a good news. Metal Esports, they end up giving an opening to the opponent team, but still TWM, they're not going to have any type of intentions of actually making the push. And at the same time, even the circle shift comes into play. It's going to shift down south, right on top of the players of X-Spark, and that's why you hear the crowd going wild. But this fight too breaks out. And Metal Esports, they're going to put an end, the nail in the coffin against the players of TWM.
Oh, they have to be quick here. 20 more seconds left. Every single team is just rushing their way through.
Gladiator Esports, they just wipe out the entirety of the opponent team, which is growing strong, not inside the game anymore. Within a flash, you see them eliminated.
Well, fortunately for them, Gladiators, they were able to reset this because they've got 7 finish points for themselves, and they are in top 8 guaranteed for now as they try to dictate the momentum they're going for. But as of now, because they quickly wrapped out the south side, look at this. We are going to see a lot of teams going to lose out on the south side because Gods is going to be raining down from on top, and MDL, they are going to try to push out towards high ground to get those information.
Oh, this is going to be the fight of the century. God's Reign, they've got the high ground to play with, but Metal Esports getting shot from the back lines too. This is not really good news. Even from the opposite side, a couple of pop shots are being taken against them. MICI Esports right now is being a big thorn in their way. Big Brother Esports as well gets eliminated while we are on the way.
That compound fight earlier was a big trap for Metal, and they are getting stuck deeper and deeper within this trap.
Oh boy, speaking of traps here, a lot of teams are slowly inching away, using every single pixel possible. Metal getting completely camped out by Gods. Well, Aqua throwing a lot of pressure coming in, and Metal, it seems like they're right at the edge of the next phase of Circle, but the legs, Paradox, no way!
Players caught out in the open, and they're starting to get knocked out. Left, right, and center. Metal Esports out in the open, nowhere to go. And for the other players, it's a feast being served on a silver platter. God's Reign, they're just taking shots against them, claiming all the elimination points that are out in the open. But while doing so, they've lost out on Blaze. They need to get this man back upon his feet. But this nade from Ninja Jar might just seal the deal. A nade comes into play together, and the entirety of Metal Esports, they get eliminated down in the dust.
Top 5 players, rank 1, Ninja George showcasing why he's the best of the best. God's Reign managed to rain down upon Metal Esports right from the get-go, trying to take the throne away from them, down with 5 finishes at a 7 placement guaranteed, 6 as well, but at the same time they managed going for a reset. However, they are 3-man alive. That means they are going to be losing out a lot of space. However, Circle 6 is about to reveal themselves.
Yeah, for God's Reign, it's always important to keep Aquanox and Ninja Jord alive. Robin, he's the IGL. I think he's going to provide a lot more information to his team, but with OR and Gladiators down to 1 and 2 players respectively, I guess we're pretty much in the top 4 of this game.
Max out in the open all by himself, the last glimmer of hope for his team, and Godbot spotted out a couple of players of Team X-Spark. For X-Spark, this is a date with destiny. If they do manage to open things on a fantastic note, of course the crowd's going to go wild. But for X-Spark, this is the ideal start they would want to have inside the Grand Finals. Speaking about Gladiator Esports 2 moving around in the open, speaking about Gladiator Esports, for them the breaching point's going to be a little bit more tough. Oh, shots taken.
Oh boy, this is scary. I'm genuinely scared for this guy, for the rest as well, because Godbot is just pinstring everyone right at the edge, taking advantage of the height. However, they're outside the circle. They need to make move very, very soon. Eclipse trying his best to try and pop a couple of buggy tires. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too far to hit off. But as of now, they are going to be staying in their way through here to try and get a little bit more finishes and value to try and bleed out those resources.
What is Mac from OR Esports doing? We see him sitting in a vehicle.
Delta PG knocked out. This is not a good news. Godsreen, Blaze now going for the patch up, and Godsreen, they want to make the send up happen. They want to make the push happen against the leftover players of Gladiators. And Destro on the front line, still just prone out in the open. Destro needs to wake up, needs to get back up on his feet to make it in the safe zone. He does not really have a lot of time. Team X Spark now going forward, move forward to invade the players of Growing Strong. And Growing Strong already, the first knock hits the board. One man gets knocked out. This is not a good news for them. Godbot is the man who gets knocked out, and that is supposed to be their star player. Another knock comes into play, but from the back, it's the players of Godsreen who's played the spoiler, who spoiled the party. And Team X Spark, they find the ideal opening, they find the dream opening they were looking for.
Oh, they made a mistake. Their vehicle actually exploded at the edge and actually killed the teammates. However, now Team X Spark is going to try and make a jump on this as well.
The last man gets popped out as well. Sarang is doing a fantastic job in the entirety of the opponent team. Growing Strong, they come crashing down. Growing Strong not inside the game anymore, but now still we've got final 4 teams alive.
Oh, 4 teams. Aqua is going to be looking at Soria. They ran him. Ninja Joe, they pinned him down, and Soria has absolutely no chance at all.
What a run over there. What a moment from God's Reign. But now, the 2 top contenders. We have the top 2 contenders of this match. The first chicken dinner of the grand final. God's Reign and X-Park. Both the teams present with 3 players on God's Reign, 4 on X-Park. And then, we have the outsider.
Top 2. 1v1s. In this case, it is going to be very difficult for God's Reign. They've got 3 men up, and X-Par's got 4 men. They've got the utilities. However, information-wise, God's Reign has got so much information on Team X-Part, whereas X-Part, they're still using the smokes to try and form up their rotations. Pukar thinking about scouting out ahead. They still don't know exactly where Ninja is. Ninja does have a pixel. He briefly spots Sarang in towards the smoke on top of the roof here. He's gonna go replay, and he gets the knock from Jode.
Opening down, and now God's Reign, they're just gonna rain down death and destruction, but Ninja, the return knock comes in, he gets knocked out himself, and now the entirety of God's Reign, they collapse against the supreme Team X Spark, and Team X Spark is going to be the one to kick things off in a fantastic note with that chicken dinner.
X Spark, what a way, what a statement here for the grand finals in day 1.
Exactly. I mean, they changed their drop. They came with a new drop in this map. Usually we see them starting from the Georgia City. They started from Peripheral Primos this game. And that worked out so nicely because it was a Western Circle.
With the circle, with the fans here in the dome, Mumbai, India. The support, the energy, the expectation being set upon them. They came here swinging like a man, and they delivered.
They needed to deliver. All the fans had so many expectations from them, and they have gotten the dream start that they were looking for. Now it's all going to come down to the consistency for X-Spark to move on forward with the same pace.
You can see the celebrations around the nations. The crowds absolutely bowing down to the gods. X-Spark, what a way to start our grand finals, my gentlemen.
I mean, quite an amazing start to the grand finals, as I mentioned. But again, Necro also mentioned an important thing. Can they keep this going throughout the entire day? Because now in this game, after this match, what we'll witness is God's Reign is going to be quite close to them. MICI also did walk away with a decent number of finishes. I mean, you have teams picking up eliminations, but getting out of the game a little bit early, because of which the differences in terms of points, it's not going to be much.
Well, all things considered, that was pretty much them playing here. Let's take a look at the highlights on how all the things have happened throughout the entirety of the match here. I want to see what the reactions are for the players, but we got a little bit of glimpse here. They were very, very focused, and that's a good thing. Means they are mentally prepared for the Grand Finals.
We need to speak about the Night Owl start too. That was a banger of a start from that guy, Dreams. Managing to take down 2 players to CS Esports, then his teammate got the 3rd player down as well. CS Esports was one of those teams that I genuinely thought would be able to kick things off on a fantastic note.
I mean, exactly. CS Esports and Night Owls, massive expectations were there from both these teams. But, Nick, I mean, with 7 eliminations and 0 points for placement, does it even matter?
Yeah,
well, all things considered here, sometimes it's all about testing your waters, right? You gotta, test your opponents. Are they feeling themselves or are they not feeling themselves? In this case, they came out singing. No one expected that as well. I was expecting this coming from 4 a.m. in particular. They are known for their aggression. They are playing very, very wild. But today, Night Owls, they came in swinging. And there were a lot of talks as well. Night Owls might not be able to perform. Early game, they did great, but they have issues coming in replacements here. So hopefully they will be able to fix things out, but you can see the crowd, they're trying their best to support Night Owls. Wow.
Well, celebrations with Scout after the chicken dinner for Team X Park over there, which is quite obvious. But I think what the people want to see is Scout step up on that stage for once in the Grand Finals and see if he's going to play a few games. But that is a question for another time, although right now as we were talking about these teams, in particular, I think as you were talking about those early fights, I was expecting that X-Park, TWM, 4 a.m. collision in Georgia Pool, but as we mentioned, did not happen because of the drop change.
Well, speaking of drop changes, obviously they have to adapt on the fly. It all comes down to whether or not can they do it. You can see the disappointments coming from God's Ray. They were so close to take the first chicken dinner, but they still end on a very, very high note, right? Top 5 teams being consistent is going to be the key in winning this game. It all comes down to consistency when it comes to scoring points. Total of 18 maps will be played, and seeing the top 5 teams trying to break the superstition here in the city of dreams of Mumbai, and it might actually happen here, making your dreams to reality.
But once again, we have been speaking a lot about these known teams. Right now, it's time for us to focus on the new coming teams that actually performed well in the previous game. I'm speaking about Growing Strong. They were there in the top 5, and this is why I always say Growing Strong is known for their consistency. This is how they got over here. They have been consistently performing up till now, and once again, in the Grand Finals, they've started consistently.
Yeah, and agreed. Growing Strong is in the middle of the pack, right? When you talk about how they've been playing in the always safe zones here, the thing about contests, right? Spawn contests, right from the get-go, we are going to see a little bit of a trade-offs in between here. They are going to delay each other's time in this early stage of the game. That's why a lot of teams, they prefer to rotate early to gather as many information as possible. But if you're fighting a little bit too much here, it might settle. Might affect the overall macro gameplay of the game. So that's going to be a big problem for some of the teams.
Exactly, and these teams, for both, you guys were talking about God's Ray and Growing Strong, right? Both these teams, their issues were even bigger than before, because even in the starting stage of the game, while Night Owls was just hunting down the players of CS Esports, Growing Strong and God's Ray, they had to make the northern rotation from Georgia Pole to Yasna and then back towards the western side.
Agreed. When it comes to this, right, because of this pretty much shaved off about 1 to 2 minutes of time in towards the zone. And while that is happening as well, in towards the middle and later stage of the game, you can see early teams who try to make strategic positions were pretty much bamboozled in a situation where they needed to wrap this up as quickly as they can or risk being third party. In this case, that pretty much happened for Night Owl as well as TWM, because guess what? The third party came and Metal was able to rack up so much points.
Can we just agree this house was just a bear trap? Because first Night Owls got taken away here, then TWM went out. Metal Esports, they won a fight, but next few seconds they were wiped out.
Yeah, and the funny thing about this compound is that even though the strategic points were great in favoring them, but the moment the circle kind of shifts down south, we do see a lot of teams kind of capitalize on the top right of the vicinity, and that is going to be this team's God's Reign pretty much going there to try and score as many points as they can. And look at this, they just reap their rewards all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, in general, even in the final moments, right, this double nade that came in from the side of God's Reign just eliminated the entirety of Metal Esports. Now, Metal Esports being one of the stronger contenders inside the entire lobby, too, I generally had a lot of expectations, especially when I saw them surviving in the late game. But no, then comes in the players of Gladiator Esports. They just completely destroy them. And then later on, Gladiator Esports, too, being pushed out of their comfort zone. One thing we need to say over here, the real MVP in the previous game was the Circle. We saw so many hardships after hardship, and considering those hardships are also happening on the places that we did not even expect.
Well, to be honest, when we talk about their playstyle, when we talk about their habits. It all comes down to action. It all comes down to strategy and getting those information. Unfortunately, for the northern side of that circle, too much actions happen, and I feel like I agree with what you said as well. Gladiator, they're very, very smart. They're very, very concise. They were able to wrap things out all the way to the south side of the circle where there was the least amount of teams. But if they clean things out quickly, they were able to gather a lot of information. However, all things considered, even then, they still bowed out at the second place.
I mean, it was a good finish for Gladiators as well in the top 3, considering, as you were talking about, them avoiding the clusters. At a certain point, we saw 2 other teams. Revenant was one of them who were moving towards the Gladiators, but I think they took a page out of Xbox's game plan where all of a sudden, I don't know why, because we have never seen Gladiator do this. Usually they just play late, edge to edge to edge. That is how they like to play. All of a sudden, they were running towards the center along with the players of Xbox. Xbox, their rotation got delayed by growing strong. They had to take that fight before they moved in. And Gladiators, I think, hearing all the commotion, were just stuck out in the open behind those ridges. And they lost a lot of players. In a position like this where you know you're heading towards that western shoreline and western part of your angle is quite exposed, you need those players. You need your teammates with you to win.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when it comes to Gladiator, I'm sorry, I have to recall myself. They were not in second place here. It was actually X-Spark on first place. Yeah, actually it was second, right?
Gladiators was third.
Gladiator was third, sorry, yeah. They had this engagement with X-Spark down to the south side, right?
Yes.
And what was very interesting was that X-Spark, they were just playing it very, very slow. But what happened was that one of the members coming from Gladiator, they messed up a little bit here. They got taken out by nades, right? That's one. Two, pretty much one of the members was down to his low to was 10% of HP, and one of them actually accidentally blew up the car and clipped the other member. As soon as they saw that display name coming up, pop up, Xbox straight away, hey, you know what, this is the perfect time to wrap this up and secure position, because they completely pushed for it and just wiped the floor with them.
I mean, look, for X-Park, they really needed that help. That was sort of like the unintentional help, especially, as I mentioned, Growing Strong is one of those teams. I understand they're a new team. It's their first time playing on the land. They are facing a lot of jitters, a lot of pressure. But Growing Strong, they are one of the team to fear, especially Godbot. He was the first man to get knocked out in that fight.
Not gonna lie, look at this. The fans' prayers coming alive, making it a reality for Xbox. Coming in towards the dome here in Mumbai, India. They had so much energy, so much love. Look at this, the excitement coming in from the crowd. The moment X-Spark won this first chicken dinner here. What a statement, what a way to make dreams come true in the city of dreams here in Mumbai, my friends.
Yeah, and I mean, just Scout smiling over there, looked so proud of the players. I mean, they've been working for this for so long, working to form a strong lineup that can compete at any stage and win trophies and lift titles. And finally, it feels like they've succeeded, especially mad props to their IGL Pukar, who has been in incredible form. I mean, because Necro was there with me. In the early stages, X-Park faced a lot of drop clashes. But they got so used to them that they were surviving with just 2 players. They would lose 2 players in the first 2 minutes of the game and then still finish in the top 3. This team has been through that much pressure. But now, it's time to look at the MVP of the game.
Exactly. The MVP is going to be Dreams from the side of Team X-Spark. Of course, 60% finish contribution. This man was dominating the entire frame. As I mentioned, the fight against the players of Growing Strong, that was one of the most important fights, and this man had the biggest hand behind winning that entire fight.
Yeah, 10 finishes on the team in total, 6 comings from Dreams, and majority of them were, I believe, from that Growing Strong fight, because he was holding that eastern flank of the compounds in that situation, and he was able to line up players quite nicely as well. But where does this put them in comparison to the rest of the teams? Because 10 eliminations, 25 points in total.
Now, all things considered here, there is still a lot to talk about here. Of course, not just Dreams being the MVP for this match. Let's talk about the rest as well. The top 5, we have God's Place, 5253 from God's Raid. Ninja Jom on from the side of God's Raid as well. We've got Kyoya from Madlo Esports, as well as Shogun coming in from Gladiator Esports. And these were the players that really stood out in our engagement from that fight.
Exactly, especially speaking about God's Ring too now, right? Now, they were not really able to win that entire game, but still, the amount of elimination points, the amount of value they got in that first game really does matter a lot.
Yes, and agreed. You know, in terms of value as well, it seems like we have to talk about the points standing thus far. X-Park right from the get-go, winner chicken dinner, gets themselves 15 position points and 10 finish points, totaling up to 25 points. And God's Reigns on second place here with 22 points, Gladiator 17 points, Michi 11 points, OR 9 points, and GS on all the way down. However, on the other side of the page as well, every single team pretty much getting himself a couple finishes here and there, but placement points seem to be a little bit lacking for some of these teams.
Yeah, especially, I mean, considering we expected quite a lot from Midwave. There was another big team stacked with a lot of players. This game, there's just one finish, no placement points, taking an exit between the 13th and the 16th position. Same goes for CS. CS, they had the worst possible start you could ask for. I mean, we saw what Night Owls did to them. For aggressive men, although, I'm a little bit surprised, because considering even X-Park wasn't there, and Night Owls actually went out for a hunt on the players of CS. 4AM should have had an easier entry. TWM, they took control of Everest, and that should have cleared up the pathway. Where did things go wrong?
You know, to be honest, it all comes down to the jitters. Are they used to the setup they're been given here? Because I had a chat with Midwave Esports here. I think Aru coming in here from the in-game leader. They were a little bit worried. I caught a little bit of glimpse on his Insta story yesterday as well. They were trying to take a little bit of a more time in terms of practice to the setup, the device, the upgraded device that we have here for BGMI.
Yes.
And it seems like some are quick to adapt, some not so much.
That is true. I mean, once again, new setup, new place that you're playing with, so many people cheering for you or maybe against you. There's just so many things that can work against you as your mentality when you're going to be playing inside the game.
Agreed.
So mental is sort of like a big thing. It's understandable if the players are going to be facing jitters. And we spoke about this, right? For a lot of the teams, it's their first ever LAN.
Whew. Speaking of lands as well, the entire journey in the BGIS is all about the under gods versus the pros. Who is going to be able to prove themselves in terms of experience? In this case, Midwave, they will be the underdogs for this time because unfortunately that didn't work out, and it's understandable because I had a little bit of a conversation with the analyst from Revenant as well. Day one is all about farming points. In this case, players and teams with experience playing in lands here is going to be looking to try and scale in terms of the points. In this case, the two victors here is going to be God's Reign as well as X-Park for this hype.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these two teams have done for themselves. But as you were talking about the undergods, one of the undergod teams in this match that actually did play quite well in terms of placement was MICI. MICI's control of that western shoreline was absolutely beautiful to watch because they did have a tougher time moving into the map. They just tried to slam in for the center control. It was already occupied. They lost a few players, so they kept going west, and they were stuck out in the open because of that. But we know one thing for sure. This team knows how to survive consistently in every single map, and as we go throughout the day, they might not have finish points on the board, but they're definitely going to have a lot of placement points. They're going to keep the leaders of the leaderboard in close check.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, adaptations need to be made when they play the second map of Erangel. But now, this upcoming map here is going to be in the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
I feel like there is a lot of things that you can actually bring to the table because Erangel, obviously, everybody knows how to play. Balance map, yada yada. If everyone gets their usual drop spot, it's going to be great. The flight path right from the get-go completely messed almost every single one.
Yeah.
But Miramar pretty much guarantees it almost every single time because of the size of the map and the terrain. So would you say they have kind of adapted, or will they be able to adapt on situations like this, considering how game one kind of went wrong for some of these teams?
Look, speaking about adapting, as you mentioned, Erangel's been out there for a really long time. The same thing is with Miramar as well. Miramar as well is one of those maps that teams are quite accustomed with. They know how to play that. One thing is for sure, whichever team gets the high ground control, there's a chance they will be dominating the entire final few moments too. Now, speak of the circles recently they have been forming. Trust me, we have seen a lot of these urban circles, especially Los Leones. It has been like the hotspot for the circles.
And talking about Los Leones, you know, we just saw what Night Owls did to CS Esports, a team they found out in the early stages, right? Revenant Esports is another team that drops in Los Leones. So there is a possibility of an early fight in that massive city. Along with them, Midwave on the southern side of Los Leones, they have an opportunity to third party. But that hasn't happened that often, right?
Not just that. Speaking about the drop clashes, right? We have another one inside El Pozo. It's going to be between the players of GlitchX Reborn and 4AM. Now I'm going to see that one. Look, whenever these fights happen, GlitchX Reborn, they've always had the upper hand inside the fight.
Plus, you know who's up north. Blind Esports.
Exactly.
And we know Blind, they are waiting to open things up. They're waiting to bring in their aggressive front. put the finishes on the board. That is what that team likes to do. And I think Miramar can be the perfect opportunity. Although on Miramar, they do like to take things slow in the early stages. They do like to rotate slow to the third stage of the game. That is when things kick off for them. But we have noticed a lot of the times the southwestern cluster is quite empty. Southwestern quadrant of the map. Do you think we're going to see a few drop changes?
I highly doubt. No, we did see at least like 1 or 2 drop changes in the previous game, right? In the previous game in Wrangell, but I highly doubt the same thing's going to be carried on forward inside the map of Miramar, considering it's much more of a bigger map. And even if there are 2 or 3 teams dropping inside Lost the Units, it's not a problem at all. Lost the Units is a massive city, and I personally believe 3 teams can safely loot over there.
I mean, 3 teams can safely loot over there, but if one of them has that mindset of just running through the opposition no matter what, then it becomes tricky, because we've seen teams pin each other down inside those buildings, inside the apartments, and then just try and bait out as much utility as possible. Once the other team is out of utility, you just run down, take the fight, try and see if you can find the opening to come out on top. Although, as we were talking about those changes, I mean, there will be a lot of options available, specifically towards that southwestern quadrant. You have Chumasera, Ladriela, Valle del Mar, Prison. These 4 drop spots are going to be completely abandoned unless someone decided to change and go for a safer drop.
I'm not going to lie. The amount of stats that you are getting from Daddy Johnny right here is just overwhelming, to a point that there's so much thing that has happened, but there's only so little time for some of these teams to actually process and pick themselves up for this upcoming match. And of course, you guys have given the ins and outs and the strategies that potentially may happen. Can they fix it in time is going to be the key winning factor for some of these teams, because a mental pressure is going to affect them. And guess what? You can see the maps, the screens are just showing the graphics of how the layouts of Miramar is going to be going here as well. And I'm not going to lie, India Mumbai, you guys have made a dream come true. This is one of the sickest overlays I've ever seen.
Exactly. I mean, in general, the vibe over here in the arena is crazy, right? And that just makes us even more excited for the upcoming match. Now, getting back to the conversation once again, right? We have seen another one of those teams in the past as well, which was Global Esports. Of course, they're not really over here playing inside the Grand Finals anymore. But speaking of their team strat, speak of Team Miyavi's team strat. Team Miyavi was one of those teams that like to aim for the high ground instantly near power grid. And as soon as they sit over there, they would catch all the teams that are trying to go for the rotations, and they would just accumulate a lot of decent amount of elimination points. But if the circle shifts on top of them, well, it's a date with destiny.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on the strategies, right? You talked about, obviously, high ground advantage is something that every single team is going to be locking that way through. And I know you want to say this. I'm going to stop you there.
Yes.
Hey, Nerd, Daddy Johnny, I know you've got a lot of things to talk about this year, but I want to talk about weaponries. What kind of choices? Because we saw a couple of QBS coming in here from game number 1. They played really well. Resource management is also something that some of the teams were a little bit lacking here. I'm going to shift your stats mine into a different direction, Nerd.
Alrighty.
Now, what other changes should be done from the difference between Erangel and Miramar?
I mean, so on Erangel and on Sanhok, we know the DBS meta is quite prominent in the game. So you will have always at least 2 players in your team having a DBS in their back. On Miramar, that number changes to 1, because you need those long-range battles to go your way. You're going to have those M4s with 6x scopes equipped on, and you're going to try and see if you can lay down an entire clip at the max distance if possible. Bolt actions are completely out of contestation unless you find an AMR. We don't really see bolt actions, and even AMR is quite rarely used. Right now these days, I think Mini 14 and of course like a lot of these DMRs have been brought into the meta recently. Mini is something that you see being used the most inside of this map, and apart from that, I think it is going to be that M46X combo.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, M46X, DBS, and UMP45. This is like
UMP
the classic loadout teams like to go with.
You know, that's the thing about the meta coming in from BGIS, right? It's interesting because if you were to compare between the other regions here, DMR is going to be a priority when it comes to Miramar to a certain degree. So I was very surprised that, you know, there is still a little bit of mix here on how they want to play this.
We don't do that here.
Why? Why is that? What makes BGIS so special?
It was much cooler to land down a spray at 150 meters.
Whoa.
That's why I said, right, teams try to take the high ground control, prone down on top, and just go for the M46X spray.
You just empty out clips and clips and clips and clips, not let the other person breathe.
Well, it feels like a little bit of a waste of resources here because, you know, every single bullet count, because I talk about resource management, right? Like some of
Yeah.
the teams here, I think I saw a couple moments here where they bleed out their ammunition by the
Yes.
final circle, and they could not contest properly because of the fact that they had no way to kind of restock up their ammunition. And also, of course, that's you being offensive, shooting with guns, right?
Yeah, I
The
mean,
most important thing that is going to bleed it out is going to be mets. Do they have enough mets to potentially play a healing meta by attacking the zone, or even trying to win the tug of war or between some of this team in terms of long range contests and battles?
Exactly, and as you were mentioning even during the previous game, it is very important to wrap up fights as quickly as possible because you save ammunition, you save your throwable utility, you save your meds, and you save up on the most important resource in the game, time. Time is absolutely crucial. Rotation timings can be extremely shaky if you're stuck in a fight for a longer time. You're on a high ground. I understand Necro said high ground gives you a massive advantage in Miramar, but what if the zone takes you to a position like Crater Fields? We're going to fighting inside a bowl, basically.
Exactly, but that's where the splits come into play, right? That's where maybe you can try to go for a 3-1 split where the man
You have to be quick.
in the back, where the men in the back who are playing that 3 split are just over there peppering down shots on the team. And as soon as the man in the front is sort of in the circle, all these 3 guys just pushing inside there. But you know what, Johnny, I really want to speak about CS Esports over here. CS Esports is one of those teams. In the previous game, they did not really have a good start. And if you know this, CS Esports, they do not really like to just kick things off on an aggressive note. They only go aggressive in the mid phase of the game when they want to close on to the centric spot. Now, Miramar gives them that breathing room they need in the initial phase of the game.
I mean, as you mentioned, CS and their aggression, I think we have seen glimpses of it. But that was all the way back 3 months ago when we started the grind. That is when we saw glimpses of CS. I mean, they finished top 2 overall in the finals of the grind. But since then, Necro, I think you will agree with me on this, we have just seen the team take a dip after dip after dip every single stage they went through. And in the grand finals, unfortunately, the start wasn't great. Hopefully they can recover and bring the aggression back that we're wanting from them.
Hey, that's the thing about CS, right? Like, they are very center-centric in terms of the playstyle. They want to be in the center of the ball. However, that didn't exactly happen for them. So it seems like the difference in terms of strategy coming from CS Esports is going to be them trying to play a little bit more of a housekeeping here, or I would say a guard post, or even a post station to try and hold things down. They want to be in the center circle to try and push people away from them. They are the type of players, teams that wanted to do that. Unfortunately, game 1 didn't happen to them. So it seems like CS, they need to deal with their rotation issues internally in this playstyles.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, because rotation has definitely been the challenging point for CS since grind till now. But their 4v4, we know it's quite strong.
Agreed. Do you think it's possible, considering that their potential drop spots is going to be all the way in Al-Azhar, when, you know, it is going to be very, very difficult to produce? But without further ado, you can see the graphics are ready. Teams are ready. Production is ready. Casters, are you guys ready? Because this is a very, very sick graphic up on screen.
Here we go. The game of Miramar's on the way too, ladies and gentlemen. As the plane's going to hit the skies. And all the way, you guys can see the second game is going to matter a lot. Team X Park, they've had a fantastic start. Will the other teams be able to back themselves up?
Oh boy, it is going to be very, very difficult, all things considered. And of course, here on the Casters Desk, we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo because we have an expert joining in the midst of English broadcast here for game number 2. We have Salty going to be casting with us here for the map of Miramar. And you can see the flight paths is going to be coming from the north side all the way to the southeast corner of Puerto Rico. I'm curious to see what Salty has to say about this map layout.
To be honest, this is one of the most basic flight paths that we've seen throughout the entire situation of the grind as well as the BGIS, right? I mean, majority of the teams will get to their drop locations. Of course, CS as well as another team moving towards Al-Azhar. Now, we know as a matter of fact, CS Esports, they love to take that drop location of Al-Azhar. But with another team going, I think this drop collision might actually make their life so difficult, considering that in the first game, they had a bad start.
Well, speaking of bad starts here, you know, this is another messed up circle.
I told you Lost Leona Circle has been the meta for the entire map of Miramar. And once again, we see that circle come into play. But the best part about the circle is that 30% of that circle is not even viable. It's not even on the land. So that circle is pretty much useless. But for now, we've got a drop collision coming into play. CS Esports against TWM. And both of those teams in a really interesting spot, considering it's just still the initial phase of the game. No one has the suitable amount of loot that they need to take this fight. Even TWM out of their comfort zone against the players of CS Esports. And for CS Esports, this is their second drop collision against one of the teams. TWM, they will be looking forward to take them down just like that. But TWM, they still need to watch out from CS Esports. It's not a team that you should underestimate. The man in the front moves out in the open. He's got no gun to back him up. And that's why Leo IT is still so unsettled. He's still in a big panic situation.
And of course, now right from the get-go, they find CS again. 2 times in a row. CS, they're getting completely bullied out in this game. They were middle of the pack, and seems like TWM is going to try and capitalize on this play styles to punish this. And it's not just game 1, it's 2 games in a row. They're just completely stomping them. And of course, you know, when your legs are out the window, you got to beat up on the handicap people. In this case, that's not a good thing. But in BGIS, you want to win, you got to score points the way you can. Get into their heads, and this time CS, they're not having it right now.
They certainly aren't. Sarthak all by himself, just look at his position, right? He has been swarmed by players from TWM. The rest of the other 2 players have actually left the situation, so they know that they are disembarking from this fight. They do not want to take this fight any longer. It's just Sarthak who has been put in as a bait, just try and delay the onset of the inevitable.
Yep, that's going to be first pick for Sams from the side of TWM as they continue trying to hunt him down, because Sarthak is going to be a little bit of trouble here. He's all by himself.
And Leo IT is supposed to be the most star player for the CS Esports side, but Sarthak too gets knocked out. And TWM, going for that finish with the machete. Oh, this is definitely going to sting that man. But TWM, this is a nice way to kick things off. 2 elimination points already grabbed up. Half of the CS Esports is dead.
That is so unlucky, considering that CS, they tried to go for an off angle by going in the prone position to try and get the finish. But the moment TWM jiggle pick and they know he's there, that is where he's pretty much messed up, because for him to kind of readjust his crosshairs, he is going to be prone blocked by the wall on his own. So unfortunately for him, it just was a little bit of a mishap coming from him.
I think for CS Esports, it was sort of a kamikaze situation. They knew that another team, TWM, was actually dropping in alongside on towards Al-Azhar. They knew that the only way they could actually win that fight was getting the resources early, getting the weapons early, which Leo apparently did not. TWM were the first ones. I think Ninja was the one who actually got himself the Uzi right from the get-go itself. He did not have a helmet, but he knew that if he actually finds the first knock right from the get-go itself, CS would not have the time to fall back, and that is exactly what they played with. But it seems like they're coming back.
Yep, this is a very interesting pick as well, because Ninja, he was able to patch Leo all the way by himself, and they were able to find isolated targets from the side of CS. And because of how spread out the members from CS is and how early this game has pretty much begun here, they don't have those long-range weapons to actually provide cover to back them up. And TWM perfectly understood that formations is very important in gunfight, and they took advantage of it and just made sure that we need to clear out Al-Azhar as quickly as we can and then proceed to the next phase as well, because the rest of the side of the map here, especially in Picado, we do see Big Brother's going to be here showing up on screen, and they are pretty much stacked up. And guess what? They're on the northwest corner of the circle, so they may be able to kind of catch rotations, stopping the teams from the top side, in particular X-Park, who's on the north side, considering how well they've done in Game 1.
Exactly. I mean, X-Park right now, at this point in time, they know they've done pretty good, so they're not going to have a lot of pressure anymore. You speak about a pressure subsider, and the previous game was that to them. With that good game for X-Park, the jitters are pretty much not there inside the game anymore, so X-Park, all they can try to focus on now is just consistency. Do not even try to go for a lot of the elimination points. Do not even play aggressive. Just try to keep yourself alive to the late game situations, and things will pan out evenly for you.
I think that is going to be something which Team X-Park might actually be looking out for. But also considering that this team is very aggressive at certain times, especially when they are pumped, especially in a LAN event like this where the audience is backing them, where everybody wants them to perform. Every single finish is being celebrated, Necro. Every single bullet that is being fired off their nozzles is being celebrated. And I think Team X-Park might have a situation where they might get carried away, but that is something which they have to take care of. Be consistent, get the rotations right, get themselves a good position inside the final circle, and finish off the game with good number of points.
Agreed. You know, when it comes to consistency, it's all about, you know, playing what they can, you know, playing whatever situation they can in terms of play styles. But it seems like we are going to be having a little bit snippet here on how good looking we casters here. And of course, I would like to introduce, you know, not gonna lie, we have to take a moment here to pause to take a look at our most handsome person on the desk. I'm sorry, Necro, you're good looking,
Okay,
but
buddy.
he takes it up a notch. The top dog on the English broadcast, Salty. How are you feeling? Wow, what is that suit?
So basically, I just got this borrowed from a friend because I didn't have any, but it looks good on me, right? It's still fine. But listen, I mean, the looks are a third-party factor. Listen to my voice. This is what the land does to you. This is what the audience and the energy that I've been soaking in from them does to you.
Not gonna lie, things are very, very interesting here in BGIS, and of course, Salty. The reason why he's lost his voice before he actually cast a game here, game number 2, is because he was hanging out with you guys. Again, what I mean by you guys is that the guys who are on the venue itself, watching the entire journey here, and the dreams and the games itself, have been screaming their lungs out. Prayers after prayers, chants after chants. And Salty was like completely infected by the energy, and I love it. I love it.
It is viral. It is absolutely viral, right? And I couldn't prevent myself from actually immersing myself amongst the audience as well. They were swarming me, and I was like, all right, boys, I am yours. And I was joining their crew as well. I mean, I wish Necro would have joined me as well. I mean, it was fun, dude.
I mean, look, I was over here talking to my good friend Terrence. I was having a good conversation with this man, talking about some deep life stuff. But you know what? Now it's time for us to talk about the game, right?
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of games here, I've heard from the official announcers. Unfortunately to say, God has given a little bit of hope to the undergods, because it seems like before we talk about this, here's a little bit of a blessing for you guys, a little bit snippet on a very, very beautiful lady in the crowd.
Yeah. I mean, of course, she's a very big influencer. She has, Kashvi has been such a massive part in the BGMI community. She's sort of entertained so many fans throughout, not just her streams, but also like great quality vlogs and all the reels that she puts out. Especially, I'm a very big fan of the anime reel that she puts out, actually.
What kind of anime reel? What do you mean by that? Like, what does she does?
She transitions herself into one of the anime characters.
He means cosplay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, right. So you have that anime. I am very, very sorry if I have no information about it. You know Luffy, right?
Okay.
Have you heard of Luffy?
Luffy, yeah.
Luffy. So she transitions herself into Luffy, and she looks exactly the same. Like, her cosplays are so good.
Okay, you know, I'm a big fan of One Piece, but of course, you know, I don't want to be intellectually propertized all sued by this regards here. Please do not tell Toei Animations. I'm sorry, you know, props to them. And One Piece, you guys, you are the goats. But that's me as a preference for anime. But look at the crowd, they're chanting, they're bringing a little bit of support here. And of course, here's a little bit more God's blessing for you guys, right? God has given a little bit chance to the undergods, because it seems like I've heard from production there is going to be a potential remake coming in for this match. So that means CS bowing out right from the get-go is given a second chance in life. There's only so much you can ask for blessings, and CS, they had a rough start for game 1. Game 2 definitely destroy. Like, I don't know, if I were in this situation, my brain would feel completely tilted down and demoralized.
That is true. I mean, CS Esports, especially as you mentioned, for them, this is like the lifeline that they're looking for. And in general, in the Grand Finals for CS Esports, they just haven't really found that subsider for them. They're still feeling the jitters. They're still feeling the land jitters. And that's why they're losing the 4-on-4 fights, which they're really known for. Leo being the most experienced player, even he's not able to do a lot.
No, and you can see the crowd, they're supporting as well. The parents, the family members of the players are here to support all the players on the stage here. They want to see them hold that crown. It has been a very, very long journey. And now in the Grand Finals, my goodness.
I mean, this has been the theme of the BGIS, right? We want the grassroots to grow. We want every single underdog over there to have an opportunity for themselves, show themselves in front of the crowd. That is one of the reasons why you see so many new players come in with their family, come in with their parents as well. And this is the beauty of Indian esports right now. It is being accepted everywhere. And I feel like it's going to grow in the coming years, especially with tournaments like BGIS down the line.
And speaking of BGIS as well, because I feel like this is a very historical moment for the community and India in particular, right? BGIS Grand Finals first ever led in a very, very long time. You got to showcase and give what the people they want. And we are here now. We are giving you guys what you guys want. A LAN experience. The players are excited. The community is excited. We casters as well, very, very excited. It has been a wow since we feel all this energy, and of course it is a little bit overwhelming, but it is a lot of pressure and stakes on the line because everything you do is going to be completely judged.
Of course it will be judged, considering there's people also watching on the venue, and there's thousands of people watching you online, currently on YouTube or be whatever streaming platform these guys streaming on. And with that being said, right, even CS Esports, we spoke about them having a bit of a tough time. These undergods now facing the jitters, but these type of times should really give them a breather to set their mind, to reset themselves.
Agreed. And speaking of minds here, I'm going to take a little bit of time here to introduce my handsome man coming from Necro here, because personally, you know, it's not my first LAN experience. I've got to ask our casters, our two handsome gentlemen here. We've got Necro on my side, my man, and we've got Salty all the way there. How's your feeling compared to just casting online in the studio all this time, now at the LAN event? What are you feeling right now? Let's start with Necro.
Look, I am feeling something that I've never felt before. So many people just cheering for their favorite people, and then we're over here sitting and commentating over the game that they're looking at, over the game that they're so passionate for.
You know, it's different, right? When they're screaming beside you and you can see the energy of the teams they're supporting. We get extremely hyped out here. What about Saucy? You haven't started here. You're about to start. And right from the get-go, you've got the coolest airtime here on the English broadcast, where you got a little bit of glimpse and imps on how things are happening down in the scenes, especially from the VIP seats, from the casters. I think Ocean Sharma is one of the most popular Hindi casters. I briefly talked to him as well, but they were doing a little bit of a audience engagement with the fans. You know, tell me what happened down in the scenes earlier today here in Mumbai.
So I think this is something which I really, really enjoy, right? I just always want to put myself out there. And the only thing that I noticed is that there are a lot of Team X Park fans. Every single one is just supporting for their favorite team, and every single one is just, they want Scout to play, they want Aditya to play, and they want them to get the big chicken dinner. And it seems like from the first game, it was just absolutely brilliant. It went right according to the script.
Agreed. It might be, you know, this sudden pass. It's because of the fact that Scout might wanted to swap in. They made a mistake. Scout was supposed to play. There's something wrong with their overlays, and he might appear right here, right now.
Maybe he can. He's the fan favorite. And as you mentioned too, every single person in the crowd was just chanting for X-Pro. Now, one insight that I want to give these guys is that when the show did not even start, there were so many people sitting in the stadium and still just going for the X-Park chant. This in itself just showcases how much of a fan base Scout has, and this in itself just showcases how much trust these people put in X-Park.
You can see even the signs as well. Look at this, like Scout, you know, feel the spark, and there's so many things happening.
Did you want me to actually read out what is
it a good thing or a bad thing?
It is a very good thing.
Okay,
so it's a very popular meme which is actually there. Scout bhai ke aage koi
No, I'm gonna cut you off. I don't care.
Well, I mean, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the plane's gonna hit the skies on the second game of the day. A little bit of issues happened in the past, but this time those issues won't be repeated, considering now the plane's in the skies and the map of Myanmar is gonna be starting right over here.
What a way to start things off here for day one in the Grand Finals. And of course, second night for all these teams here to rethink their strategy. A brand new circle. And it seems like we are going to be heading into the game, ladies and gentlemen here. Now a new flight path in Miramar. And it is going to be on the northeast corner of the map, traversing into Los Leones towards the south side. So teams will give a little bit of second chance. And now let's talk about X Park again. in this card. Dreams being one of the star players from game number 1, MVP. Dreams really stood out to try and clutch it for the team.
And I'm really happy for Dreams, to be honest, because throughout the entirety of the tournament, it was always Sarang and Aditya who was just holding the flag for X-Park, but Dreams this time in the Grand Finals, high pressure situation, but this man really steps up. But let's talk about the flight path for a second. Starts off from Torre Omoda, ends towards Los Leones. It's not really too different from the flight path that we just had witnessed before. Majority of the teams will go in the drop location, but something which is very interesting, Team CS is not going to LSR anymore. TWM is still there.
Oh, I mean, they've learned their lesson hard. They do not really want to go up against the players at TWM because they've already lost their fight once against them, and then the second time they do not really want the history to repeat, because if that happens, every single person in the crowd would just literally start laughing. So it's better if CS Esports, they avoid that early engagement.
Agreed, and when it comes to analysts as well, I like that every single needed BD here is very, very important, right? Drop spots contest is bound to happen, and now, speaking of contests here, we do see Glitch getting a very, very far rotation here, and they were trying to stock out a little bit of ammunition, but they do get clipped away by a medal right from the get-go. Fortunately for them, it's only an early game. They are able to get Raph out of safety, and it's going to take a little bit more time to try and reset himself. So, in this case, Glitch X, they want to play those long-range fights, because now we do see a lot of Winstons coming in from both sides. So, yeah, Winston early game seems to be a pretty good one.
Once again, speaking about Glitch X Reborn, the only reason why they're over here is because their drop location is supposed to be all the way towards El Pozo. The planned flight path was on the opposite side, and that's why Glitch X Reborn, they had no other option than to drop on a temporary drop location, and that's why you saw a little bit of collision coming into play.
Yeah, and speaking of collisions here, we are going to see Revenant as well. Going to be going a little bit of clash with Michi on the sides here. And Los Leonas is one of the biggest CD in the map. And I'm really surprised Moody was briefly able to catch a glimpse on members coming from Revenant. And I know Revenant Esports, they talked about switching out their strategy because of how their playstyles. And it seems like they were exactly right, because Michi is trying to make a play onto his Revenant. And they're anticipating this. And they are going to try and go for a counterplay.
I highly doubt MICI is going to go for a fight, to be honest, because the way MICI actually builds up every single time is they try and play the edges of the circle up until the point they will reach the 5th and the 6th circle. That is when they will start firing their shots. That is when they'll get themselves the position points that they want, and of course we'll go for the little bit of finish points that we have. And of course we know Los Leones, it's a huge city. It can easily house a couple of teams in the vicinity. Even Revenant Esports, as a matter of fact, I think the first game wasn't really according to plans for them, but the fact this team can always come back with a big chicken dinner, there's always scope for improvement.
Now, speaking of this here, another team that is going to be in the radars of every single one in this map here is God's Reign. We have Ninja Jar popping really well off in towards the middle stage of the game from map number 1, and it seems like they have a very, very peaceful start for them here. They've got a lot of ammunition, and look at this, Blaze. He's got 380 ammunition. He's got a level 3 helmet from the get-go, but the only thing he's down in terms of lacking here is going to be meds, but he does have this monster truck. It seems like they are having a very, very good early rotation and early loot drop spots to try and rotate the next phase zone. However, that's for them. Now, Glitch X is still at this stalemate. This is not looking good for them. So much time wasted for them.
A lot of time wasted, to be honest. And it seems like no shots will be fired. They don't really actually wanted to go for the entirety of the team. Medley Scores, of course, will take the exit from this particular fight. They do not have any business with Glitch X Reborn as well. We're all down to level playing fields.
Oh boy, this is not great. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Necro, this is crazy considering the fact that they were looking in each other's eyes as if they were lovers for so long, and guess what? They're gonna get caught off.
Oh, Metal Esports, there's a chance these guys might just be caught in that rotation. But once again, being quite lucky, Top Dog and Paradox, no issues being faced just yet. The enemies, the foes are going to be over there. As I say that, once again, they look forward to close on up. Blind Esports, they're on a chase, they're on a hunt to take down the players of Metal Esports. But Metal Esports, they're trying their best to avoid this entire chase. But still, they're firing back against Blind Esports. Ronnie, this man is red hot on their tails. But Paradox and Top Dog, the players of Metal in general, they do not have any type of intentions on taking this fight.
Oh my goodness, they really want to give chase here. Blind, they're looking for KPs, they're looking for replacement.
Oh! What was that shot? A headshot with the Winchester, and he finds that knockout through the driving vehicle. What was that?
I have absolutely zero clue on how that was actually pulled off. Blind Esports, it felt like it was straight a cutscene from Fast and Furious. They were hot on their tails. The heat level was for 5 stars. But they just managed to fight back in such style. Medley Esports. How beautiful was that particular shot?
That's the desperation that was so needed coming in from Metal Esports, considering of how much time they wasted. They needed to farm resources. They were held back by Glitch X Reborn, and now almost being pulled down by Blind. Top Dog made the biggest clutch coming in from Metal Esports. However, despite the beautiful plays that's coming in, look at the time. They wasted so much time trying to get out of safety. Did they have enough time to restock? Because last I checked, in terms of resources here, they have about not even a first aid, a couple of ammunition, which, like you said, the Winchester, not exactly the greatest guns in display.
Oh, Godsreen now going up against the players of Big Brother Esports, and Save is already knocked out and finished from the game. This is not a good start for the players of Big Brother, considering this is another one of those heavy hitters inside the lobby, but now they're facing off against the Goliaths themselves. Godsreen. And once again, considering Godsreen, they have got the man advantage and also the high ground advantage to play inside the fight. Things are looking pretty good.
Godsreen will always go for these high grounds, always a hill right next to power grid. Will try and use the buggies to climb up, and once they have the height advantage, will actually try and use it against the likes of Big Brother Esports. But that is the point, right? Do they have the lines of sight onto them? That is the question.
You know, that's the thing about the LOS, right? Because climbing up this high ground here is going to be taking a very, very difficult time. You can see a lot of teams kind of stalking potentially. Godsreen going to be going for it as well. And we caught a glimpse on how Godsreen had in terms of equipment here. Look at this. Aquano has got level 3s here. He's got a couple first aids. But he needs to be very careful about this here. He had about 380 556 earlier, but this time he's down to 180. They cannot unnecessarily use this, considering they've lost one of their vehicles down bottom. So for them, it's all about strategic information. It's all about information gathering. There's no point taking 4 fights here unless the circle pushes us out.
Exactly, I think this is where Godsreen will try and create that virtual heat map on their head, where exactly the teams are placed, right? We saw in the first instance of the map feed, the circle was a very basic circle, and this part, the southern part of power grid, I think this is going to be the central part. But look at this,
no way!
Actually pushed it up with his monster truck.
The crash comes in, but they gets welcomed with that nade from Rishi. Nicely done. Now things are back on the even Steven Crowns. This is where Godsreen, even they're going to be feeling a bit of pressure, but Sarvin, he steps out in the open, and that's where he will need to pay the price for that mistake, being knocked out. This is not a good news. Big Brother Esports still looking forward to press on the charges.
Oh boy, this is going to be a reset here. Like Godsreen, they don't really know how many members are inside, and fortunately for them, it is going to be buying a little bit more time. Seems like it's going to be a 2v2, but the rest from the top is going to come down here.
Oh, almost going to be knocked out once again, but no, now this fight breaks out. It's all down Rishi, and even he gets eaten alive, gets devoured. The entirety of Big Brother Esports, they come crashing down.
It's over for them. It's over for them. And nevertheless, Godsreen, they were able to farm KPs. And guess what? They only sent 2 guys initially. It felt a little bit hard here, but even sending Aqua down means that they have split their forces to still gather information. Look at the long game picture that Godsreen is playing, right? As long as Ninja John is on top with the buggy, having that extended vision, he's going to get information from everywhere around the map without anyone knowing that Godsreen is there keeping tabs on the macro aspect of the game. They are planning for the long-term aspect of this game.
I think as much as information they had, right, Ninja Jod witnessed 2 players from Big Brothers in that position, and that is one of the reasons why just Blaze and Robin were up close and personal. But as soon as Blaze gets knocked out, they send in the rest of the infantry, the rest of the cavalry to try and strengthen their forces. That is one of the reasons why the fight was won. This was very quick planning and very quick decision making from Robin in that situation, and I think this is one of the reasons why Godsreen had a good game in the first match.
Oh, but once again, the elimination feed starts to pop off. Metal Esports against the players of OR in this vicinity, and Metal Esports, unfortunately, they've lost out on one of their comrades, so this is not a good news. Considering it's also a 2-1 split, the one man from Metal Esports is a little bit far away from them.
You know, that's like about Metal, right? They take so much time in the early engagements, and because of that, they are paying the price now into a later stage of game. And look at this. Look at the utilities and mats that every single team has had. OR, he's got level 3s here, a couple first aids, but the biggest problem is still having resources, and currently, OR, taking a jab onto his mid wave here, and I'm really surprised that Midwave is hunkering down into this information, and they are going to be sending Aru to get information outside instead.
Exactly. And Midwave still just going for those pop shots against the opponents. I highly doubt they're still going to go for the challenge against the Players of War, considering things are a little bit more settled down over here in this vicinity. Midwave Esports, they can establish their dominance on this spot.
Now, interesting enough, they've sent Aru to actually scout out information. Aru actually dropped a lot of his first aid kits to his teammates so that in case he dies, he don't waste those resources, and they might be able to play the healing game for Midwave. But the problem with that is it's going to be a little bit of a shot here. But here's a recap. And oh my God, top dog. What a shot.
That was nasty.
Disgusting.
That was nasty. You aren't supposed to shoot from the vehicle like that, but this fight, this was also very tactical from God's Reign every single time. Even the fact that Aquanox was low did not really matter because Blaze and Robin was always there to support him in that situation. And the key part from that fact, God's Reign did not want to lose any men from that particular fight. They had to stay clear so that inside of the final circuit, they still retain that man advantage because anyway, they have the information, they have the high ground still under control. Look at that in the Jord in the backlines.
Yep, at the same time, Ninja, Jord, all the way on the top side. I'm pretty sure they have scouted out how Midwave is going to be looking like. Considering that they've pretty much used so much information with those buggies looking around, looping around. But the problem here is, I can see why they're doing it, but I feel like they're not utilizing it a little bit better because it seems like they have gotten absolutely no information, but they're just giving away position to other teams. Meanwhile, Blind Man, they do take advantage onto his east side as well. As you can see, yeah, 007, they do scout out members coming from 4 a.m. here.
Oh, man's out in the open. Curran, this might just be a really bad way to get caught. And he's just waiting for him to stand still. As soon as that happens, he will press on the charges, press on that trigger. Manya just waiting for him to stand still. Finally, the fire comes in. Curran almost going to be knocked out in that scenario. He gets knocked out too. 4 a.m. This is not a good news. Blind Esports Manya, they get that confirmation rolling in.
Blind goes away. This fight was always going to happen when Manya had so much information in that position. It's just that his praise did not really connect in that particular vicinity. But it's still going to get the more information. Look at this CS Esports rotating in from the back lines. He's not really interested in getting eliminations from this point on. Blind just want to assert that authority at the central part of the circle, and that is it.
What a sick shot coming from Manya. And on top of it all, he's used about 60 bullets to try and get one kill.
He almost whiffed it.
Exactly. He almost whiffed it, but all things considered, we are still down with 15 teams alive in the map of Miramar. And there's so much things that is happening around this vicinity, and you don't really want to be wasting too much resources before we head into his next phase zone. In this case, Michi is going to be laying low a little bit more, but they are getting contested.
Oh, Kunal, a little bit of return fire against OR Esports, considering they've got the high ground. More shots taken, but still just looking for that sweet connection. Finding a knockout in that range is indeed going to be really tough unless you're able to find some lucky connections, but still for now, it's just a little bit of pop shots taken, trying to burn through each other's resources.
Oh boy, AUG's up on Ramino. He's just making a lot of knives here. It seems like the meta here for him is going to be trying to chip away at the resources, and you can see Admino is doing work as well, but off the kill feed, God's Blaze. They do get a knock onto his members coming from CS. I thought CS, they were given a second chance. Unfortunately, not so much for now in terms of their overall engagement. But now, here's a little bit of snippet here, is that let's talk about Night Owls because they really do well in Game 1. Now, Game 2, in trouble right now.
Oh, this time it's the players of Night Owls on the receiving end, and Cleo, his vehicle's almost about to be busted open too. But Roxy going for a little bit of return fires, and now finally Night Owls looking for to exit this entire vicinity. They know it's filled up with a lot of foes. It's better to move away from this spot.
There are so many teams in the same vicinity, right? It's a completely open circle, and majority of the teams, they're just looking for these ridges to try and station themselves inside. Blind Esports, something which I like is that they're not making desperate decision makings, right? They're still playing hugging the blue zone right now. They're still 340 meters away from the circle, but that's okay because their backlines are cleared, and the only place where they need to focus on is up front. They still have information of who is making their way in. Midwave apparently are safe from the onset of Night Owls. I kind of felt like Night Owls might actually go in aggressive, I see, but that did not really happen. Night Owls were just third party from multiple directions.
Well, speaking of third parties here, we are going to see a lot of shots coming in because Night Owls, they are getting bamboozled here. Blind finds them right at the edge. They catch them off guard while they were rotating from the zone. My God!
Two players knocked out and on the verge of getting confirmed too, and yes they do. Blind Esports, as usual, the domination begins, and now they're going to be looking for to assert that domination till the late game phase. But Blind Esports, even they themselves have a bit of a casualty. They need to get this fallen comrade back upon his feet. As we do take a look at the map too, the next circle shift comes into play. It's going to shift on top of Picado. No, not exactly top of Picado, but the hills that are right next to Picado.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the circles where God's Reign really sort of started asserting their authority. Look at that split, right? The three players are right on top, and the Ninja just scouting in, preventing teams like 4AM from entering the circle itself. One of the players, King, has definitely been knocked out, but I doubt it was from Ninja Jod. Was it, Necro?
Ninja Jod, considering God's Reign, even once again, that fight didn't really get a lot of limelight in the initial phase. Before now, the knockout happens. Adamino knocked out. This is not a good news. OR Esports, they need to try and fight back. Shokin is softened up a little bit too much. He's still looking forward to find the second knockout, but Gladiator Esports, they need to get the fallen player back up. Both of them have been softened up.
This is smart, you know, considering the Gladiator is able to get a finish armor on Mino, but what they don't realize is that God's Reign is actually stalking them from the sides, and if they know that these are members coming from Gladiators, they are going to try and pull them down. However, Justin being knocked means that God's Reign, who's on top of the top left of the mountains, may consider trying to storm their way through. However, they haven't exactly finished their fights yet. In this case, Jelly is still somewhere looking around, and he doesn't have those information to deal with this fight. Meanwhile, God's Reign still, again, supreme information on the top. No one can seem to contest them right now.
But I think there is another team, that's BWM, who are trying to contest it. They were one of the teams who were always looking for this spot, but this time as well, God's Reign just completely obliterate.
God's Reign with the high ground as usual. That's what's going to happen. If a team's going to have the high ground, they will be the dominating one. They will be the one to rain down hellfire against all the opponent teams. Before now, God's Reign, all they're doing is just playing for the informational game. Yes, if they do find a vehicle out in the open, they do go for the shots. It's mainly trying to burn through the enemy meds.
Oh boy, speaking of meds here, this is very concerning because look at this, God's Reign, they're just on a different level. But here's a little bit of instant replay here. Like I said, Blind Esports, they take these load rotations here to try and catch people off guard because Night Owls, they were in a position where they were getting so much information in terms of their compounds, but they didn't realize there was a team trailing them behind and just completely catching them off guard. Meanwhile, Gladiator as well, also getting caught off guard by God's Reign on the side. And to be honest, God's Reign on top of this mountain with all the information for this past 4 circles, they're just dictating and just shoving everyone's positioning. And because of all this information, they're just getting so much value in terms of finish. Look at this, they've got 7 finishes, but all things considered, they have to check their resources because from what I'm seeing, they are losing out. They're getting kills, but I don't think it's going to be enough to survive to the next phase of the zone.
I mean, Ninja, as a matter of fact, he has 4 finishes, but he knows the positions of 2 teams right now. Blind Esports, he knows that he's right underneath, and he's the only one. The only problem is, if Midwave catches him from the backlines, there might be a problem that Blind as well will find that entry inside the circle. Speaking of the circle, look at this, a hard shift toward the south, and God's Reign and their entire plans have been flushed down the drain.
Oh my goodness, I feel bad for them, and it is insane for them. I don't know how they're going to survive this.
Exactly, I mean, considering now most of the teams are on the northern side also, they need to move down from that high ground. That's where they will be exposed the most. And how are they going to do that? How are they going to move down south? It's a big question even these teams are probably going to be facing soon enough, because all the teams will be leaving that mark at the same time, and that's when we're going to see a lot of these rotation clashes come into play. And now God's Reign too, looking forward to sort of just straight up take that leap of faith and maybe commit to that rotation, but there's a team that's right underneath them, and that's why God's Reign, Ninja Jod, he wants to rethink his decision, return fire onto play. That's why God's Reign now being surprised with somewhere else on the map. Team X Spark, once again they spice it up.
They have been laying low for the longest time, but speaking of spicing up, Aditya is going to be picked off as well. Do they want to try and save their lives here? Because the circle, zone 5, got to hurt. They have to bail out and sacrifice his way through. Pukar can't seem to move his vehicle away here to try and reposition, get out. He's going to be trying to trail the blue here, and that's going to hurt him eventually. And he eventually gets taken out on play zone as well. X-Spark down another man. Meanwhile, top side as well, they have to get into zone, and it's going to be very difficult to do so.
I think so. His vehicle ran out of fuel, and that's why he decided to eject out and move out in the open. Oh, he screwed up massively over there. Godsgreen Equinox still knocked out, going back to that safety cushion. But his teammates are a little bit too far away from that spot, so it's going to be tough to find yourself that sweet cover that you really need to. Midwave Esports right underneath the players of Godsgreen. So Midwave, they've always got a thing to worry about at the back of their head.
And speaking of them worrying about this as well, seems like they do find out one of the biggest problems, and that's going to be Draco's positioning. Meanwhile, Dreams trying to salvage the situation, but that's pretty much a free finish in the hands of Midwave. But all things considered here, they center the circle. Here's a little bit of a look on the instant replay. TWM, actually third-party X-Part, they were looking to try and kill from the west side of the circle, but unfortunately getting a surprise ambush from X-Part cost them their lives.
Midwave Esports, I mean, they're still at the edge of the circle, but they know that they are being gatekept by two teams. Godsgreen, of course, did manage to leapfrog Midwave and find their way inside the circle. But it's not the only problem. They've also got Growing Strong, and I'm pretty sure Growing Strong have some amount of line of sight on top of this particular team. As long as they ditch this particular high ground that they have, I'm pretty sure they're going to be fired at from multiple directions. And here comes the nades, Negro.
Exactly. It's raining down nades right now on Godsgreen. It doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon, but finally this battle breaks out.
Wow.
2 knockouts found Blaze and Equinox don't work in tandem, but eventually Dino says he puts that nail in the coffin. The entirety of Godsgreen, they bite the dust.
Midwave looking to prove themselves here for map number 2 in the map of Miramar. One of the quickest to rotate in the circle, getting so much information, and guess what? They have stocked up so much resources. They had 4 buggies, and now they are going to try and conceal it to try and drag out all these vehicles into his next map, and that's the beauty about Miramar. Buggy definitely having the quicker rotation and ramp up. However, now let's talk about the south side of the team, because the circle is about to close in about 30 seconds.
Exactly, but finally now this 1v1 breaks out. Sensei messes up massively. Fierce in the back inside the vehicle. Apollo steps out. He wants to be a part of this action as well. Wants a little bit more piece of this pie, considering Sensei's being taken out. The IGL's not inside the game anymore for Revenant Esports. They want to get their revenge. Chris is now softened up. Even Duke in the front lines is way too low. The DB has pulled out, bumps to his face, knocks him out, takes him out of the game. Fierce as well is there in the back lines, but Fierce unfortunately has been knocked out. Now Apollo is the only one that's healthy in this entire team.
Oh boy, Apollo just playing absolutely bonkers, but at the same time they only lose one. But let's talk about this as well, because Circle, they are right at the edge, means they need to get out. Slowly but surely, Circle is going to eat them out and force them out in the open to the north side, because the north side, Midwave currently having the highest vantage for this next phase zone. And Midwave, they've got so much utilities to make cover. But what a nade!
What a nade that was! MJ, that one single nade finds a 2-piece, and now Midwave Esports in the back, all out in the open. This is the biggest mistake that this man makes. Unfortunately, was desperate to make it inside the safe zone, but ended up stepping out in the open, and the same thing happens to MJ as well. Apollo is now the only man left alive from the side of Revenant Esports. It came down to the final 4 teams.
Oh boy, he is looking for those positioning. Apollo's got 2 more first aids. He's trying his best to try and survive this for his team. Midwave, they've taken a little bit damage, but they are going to try and go in for the reset.
I am pretty sure inside of the circle, it's been GlitchX Reborn. They're just sitting in the back line, just waiting for this particular fight to happen. And this is where Midwave and Apollo, the ball is in their court. Do they want to take this fight, and do they want to finish it, or will they try and go towards GlitchX Reborn up front?
Oh boy, down towards the final 4 team. Jelly trying to etch his way into red. They've got information from Midwave, but he doesn't have the tools. He's being a sneaky man.
Oh, there we go. Apollo spots him out. GlitchX Reborn Ralph could be knocked out. This is not a good news for Glitch, considering there's only 2 players alive from there, on which Ralph's position is now capitalized too. But I think he as well from Midwave Esports, he knows that there's 1 player right over there.
It's 3v1, v1, v2, and Midwave having the numbers advantage, having the 8 finish. They're looking for a strong finish here at day 1.
They certainly are, but Midwave, look at this. I love the split which is coming in from them. Atanki all up top, all by himself, but Aru and Dynasys trying to wrap around from the right hand side. I believe if Apollo gets taken down, there might be an opportunity. Nades flying in from Jelly. Jelly still fighting as a lone warrior, and this is something which I don't understand. All by himself, he could have just played for position points.
Exactly, he could have, but Jelly, one thing is clear for him is that he wants to play it as safe as possible. Go for as many position points as possible, and just keep your team's flag high.
Oh, Revenant Apollo almost losing his life. Jelly as well. The two rats in the team out of this two titans in between them. Glitch X split off of the rest. Don't really want to take fights. And Midwave eventually now being forced to rotate out of zone. They will lose control right now and re-rotating to the west side of the circle.
Exactly. Midwave Esports entering. They've got the biggest man advantage inside this entire final few moments. They finally decide to step out the cover and move out in the open. Jelly fell. He gets snuffed out. Now it's all down to Glitch X to try and stop the players of Midwave Esports. But even that man's position is compromised. Ralph's position's known, and all it's going to take for Midwave is to take down that last man. Utilities are being tossed in the front lines, and that's it. Maybe Ralph won't be able to survive anymore for that long. Ralph, he finds a return knockout in Midwave. One man gets knocked out. Now it's a 1v2 scenario. Ralph, he might just have a lot of things going on in the back of his head, but still, Ralph can try and capitalize this one.
Oh my god, Ralph takes a very big hit, but right now needs to patch himself up. Midwave Esports, they have been given the time to revive their fallen comrade, but do they do so?
It's a big question, considering Ralph still knows that the opponents are hurt. One knockout was found a while ago, but he has given them enough time to recover from that knockout. All Ralph needs to do is let them breathe in, let the pressure loose. But finally, Ralph finds that player. Almost could have been knocked out as well.
Oh, they're going to go for the push as now. This time, Midwave, they are going to try and contest this. 1v3, 1v1. Can he get the quick off here as well? Ralph going for the spray and pray, but he doesn't have the animation. Jingle comes in, but it's not going to be good enough as they give him a second life. Midwave Esports looking to prove themselves here in game #1 of the Grand Finals. What a way to start things off for the Grand Finals. What a game.
I mean, I just absolutely loved it. The composure from Ralph was brilliant. They could have potentially done a lot more, but Glitch X Reborn, they knew, as a matter of fact, as soon as 3 players charged, and there was no way that man could have actually survived.
It was very, very difficult, but indeed they tried their best. But props towards Midwave Esports. They're just doing so much work in this game, and you know, they get so much information, but in the end of the day, they understood that if the circle does not favor them, they will try and make things work. In this case, God's Reign didn't exactly work out on top of the shift here on the north side of the circle, but they were able to out-rotate it, so Midwave, fantastic job.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, fantastic job from Midwave Esports. Generally did not even expect Midwave to win that previous game, considering there were so many of the strong contenders. God's Reign 2 was one of them. They were in the supreme spot. They were in the best spot. They had the high ground to play with, but the Circle played the mind games. The Circle played the most important game, shifting away from them, giving the high ground away from the players of God's Reign, and that's where God's Reign got screwed up, because once again, high ground gives you an advantage, but it also comes up with a disadvantage.
Yeah. I think I completely agree with you over there. I think Midwave in multiple 4v4 battles were in the beta positions of that particular fight, right? Be it against God's Reign, be it against Blind, they were never really comfortable. But the fact that the circle shifted away from God's Reign, the circle shifted away from Blind, just forced them to make those last rotations, and Midwave all of a sudden would find themselves in a position where they were the ones gatekeeping these teams out there.
Agreed. You know, speaking of gatekeepers here, it all comes down to adapting on the fly. Props towards Midwave here, had a very, very rocky first start, and I'm very, very happy that they were one of the very few teams that I had the luxury to interview them behind the scenes, because this is interesting considering the fact that they mentioned that God's Reign as well as Gladiator Esports being one of the teams that they really, really respect.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they really pulled a fast one and swoop away the chicken dinner away from them for this round.
Yeah.
I mean, look, speak about scooping things away over there in that moment. We just knew that Midwave Esports, they have the man advantage, right?
Yeah.
All the other teams, they had the solo individuals alive. Maybe Glitch X Reborn could have been the one to stop them. But once again, considering even they lost out on one of their players, and then in the end it was all down to Ralph, even for him to take down to pull off a 1v4, it just sounds a little bit too tough.
I mean, completely agreed over there. I think inside the final circle, Glitch X sort of backseated that entire fight, right? They did not want any sort of involvement. An approach which could have been favorable for maybe one of the likes of Jelly or maybe even Apollo, because they were the solo survivors from that particular team. I was constantly mentioning during the cast as well, right? That these are the two teams, Midwave as well as Glitch X. They're the ones who should be fighting it out. While Glitch X, they found themselves a good split. They had a good map control inside the final circle, and that split led them to hold on to that second position for quite a while.
That is true. Now we need to speak about CS Esports, the team that got the lifeline considering the map of Miramar was rehosted. CS Esports, once again, even in this game, they were not able to show themselves. They definitely need to try and pull something off. They definitely need to try new things. If one certain thing is not really working, it's their time to explore and try and deep dive into some analytical stuff.
I think for CS Esports, it's all about that comeback, that one big game. You still remember, Necro, inside of the semi-finals, that 130-pointer which they found themselves, kind of backed themselves with another one, and when they had 60 points from 2 games, they knew what to do, they knew the way forward, and they were never really resilient from that particular point on. I think for CS Esports, it's all about finding that momentum.
Agreed. And speaking of momentums as well, let's talk a little bit more on how some of these teams kind of struggle in this momentum shift, right? Do you want to fight early or do you want to fight late? And Revenant Esports, as soon as they realize that, hey, this circle is getting a little bit crowded here, they have to make a play. In this case, shoving towards the bottom side here and trying to penetrate their way through is going to be very, very important. And because of that, they were able to get a little bit more points. However, by doing so, it's just all comes down to timings, right? They have to make a play in order to make things work. But Midwave just had the more solid location here. They were the first team to capture the strongest vantage point position in that zone because of the fact that they were able to save up their early buggies. It's just great.
Yeah, exactly. But once again, speak about the consistent boys, right? Being the undergods, being over here for the first time in the land. Some of these teams, they're not really feeling the pressure, I guess. I mean, even growing strong in the first game of the day, they were on the second spot. And then now over here, we've got GlitchX Reborn, another unknown team, another new team inside the entire arena. And even they are playing so smooth.
I think GlitchX Reborn, as a matter of fact, now he interviewed Midwave Esports. I and you,
yes,
we still remember interviewing GlitchX Reborn in that situation, and they were very confident. You saw the look in their eyes, you saw the look that Roman had, right? This guy means business. He is not pressured by the fact that there are audiences. He also is aware of the fact that maybe the fan base is for a particular different team, but that is something which is completely else. When you wear the earmuffs, once you are in the zone inside of your game, you just focus on one thing, completely blindside every single thing, every other factor that is involved.
But they mentioned one more thing, that they were feeling a little bit nervous for the Grand Finals. Now, once again, I feel like, considering we've also given these players some upgrades with their gears, it's definitely helping these new guys, man.
Agreed. When it comes to new guys as well, you know, they have to take advantage of experience and the vibes, right? And of course, when they're given a proper setup here, obviously they can play better. But the question remains is that, are they able to adapt quickly?
Yes.
Because game one, a little bit slow, but for second game, for them to flip a switch and say, hey guys, we cannot mess this up. Day one, everybody is going to struggle somewhere, somewhat, something will happen. In particular, I'm not going to lie, CS having a little bit on the downside today. It feels like rain just completely showered on top of their faces, not once, but multiple times now, and things are not looking good for CS.
That is true. CS Esports, as I mentioned. Now, this is what I believe in. If you have a set structure of playing the game, if you have a set strategy to play the game, and if that strategy isn't working out, it's time to flip the switch. It's time to flip the strategy. It's time to flip the script and try something new inside the game. Because anyways, 2 games have passed by, and the same strategies are working out. So do something new.
Agreed. Speaking of something new, maybe superstitions are going to happen here because we started things off. Top 5 teams usually kind of drop the ball in the Grand Finals. And guess what? CS was top 5 during the semi-finals with 131 points and 69 total finishes. And it's crazy to see how the superstition curse is going to come into play because, to be honest, we had our predictions cast behind the scenes, right? It was not really planned here. Behind the scenes, we were on the break a little bit of talent room here. Hindi casters said, I want to do Gladiator. Sure. Gladiator, boohoo, kind of boring, strongest team, yeah, top 1, blah, blah, blah. I think I heard Meadow Esports as well. I was the only one that said CS Esports, and Ankit was like, hey, I see. Oh, really? CS? Yeah, really. I think the curse game is a little bit too strong because unfortunately say I'm sorry CS. Things not looking good for you guys. please don't have the fans kill me. Do not meme me, because I really feel bad for you guys. But today is just not a CS day, man.
It is indeed not. And once again, they just need to find the momentum. Salty mentioned this.
Yeah.
Once they have that one good game, that will subside all the land jitters. That will subside all the land pressure. So it's all going to come down to that one single good performance that would just inch them up a little bit more in the overall standings.
And I think potentially this map can be the one, right? We know, as a matter of fact, if you look at their statistical performance throughout the entirety of BGIS, you would know that CS Esports, they're technically better on the maps of Erangel, on the maps of Sanhok. They're not really lethal on the maps of Miramar. I mean, we did get to see them twice on the map of Miramar where this kind of get taken away. Maybe on the map of Sanhok, they will find a comeback. They need that one big game. That is all that I'm talking about.
Agreed. It all comes down to momentum. You know, when you're winning, ride on the hype, ride on the heels. When you're losing, try not to tilt in this case. But of course, now when it comes to map 3 as well, this is going to be a different strategy between both map 1 and map 2, right? Obviously, when it comes to Erangel, Miramar, we are going to trust our analysts to do their homework. So it is a long duration of time for them to actually figure out what they are going to do between map 5 and map 6, right? So map 3, Sanhok is going to be something they are going to be talking about. But for the analysts, that is going to be their homework to do. Let's talk about the stars of the show. It is going to be
Atanki from the side of Midwave Esports with 6 finishes and 54.5 finish contribution. Now look, Atanki is supposed to be one of the most known entry fraggers or one of the most known assaulters inside the entire community. But as we do move on forward and take a look at the top 5 players, we've also got Fierce from Revenue Esports, Ninja Jod from God's Reen, Metal Esports, Paradox, and then Top Doc over there too.
I mean, you've spoken all about Atanki, but this man, Fierce, as well as Ninja Jod. Now, Fierce, this is a very healthy comeback back in the scene, back in the top 5. Ninja Jod has always been here. He's always been here throughout the tournament. 4 finishes. Once again, God's Reign, they have a good position for themselves on the overall standings. But a very good, nice welcome for the players of Metal Esports.
Now, all things considered here, you know, it seems to be a very mellow fight here in terms of finishes and getting those points in this round because of how disruptive the circle can be. But now MWave from this point itself, first place, gonna have themselves 26 points, followed by Revenant on second place with 18 points, Glitch Axe on 17 points, Gods 12 points, OR 11 points, Gladiator 7 points, MDL Metal 7 points as well, despite their a little bit of a very shaky opening, you know, and contention, but still somehow sneaks past 7. That's great for them.
Now look, speak about the teams that were not able to perform, right? Night Owls is one of those teams that started things off on a fantastic note in the Erangel, but now over here they were just not able to kick things off on a great note. The same thing can be said for TWM as well. So once again, we're starting things off with a little bit of inconsistency from these teams, but considering it's just the first day, we cannot really judge a lot.
Yeah, and look at this, right? God's Reign on the top of the overall standings, 34 points. This is something which I love, right? I mean, I still remember I actually talked about Anki calling out predictions. My prediction was God's Reign, and God's Reign at the WWE top. I'm very happy because they've been consistent throughout the 2 games that they've played.
Well, speaking of consistency, you know, they definitely stood out a lot because God's Reign have a very similar playstyle to some of the Southeast Asia teams, and that is pretty much controlling rotations, right? You know, in this case, God's Reign has tried many multiple attempts here. Game 1, they tried to control the tempo on the north side of the Erangel map, but for Miramar, they took the highest mountain here. In Southeast Asia, we call it Mount Kinabalu, but obviously, I call it Mount Everest. The highest point in the map was Miramar, and they were there controlling the tempo on how everyone's rotating. But the downside, obviously, they are going to mess up. So far, being the controller they are, the trendsetter they are, seems to be working out for them for day number 1 here in the Grand Finals here for BGIS.
That is true. I mean, even they have one of their assaulters on the top 5 rebels of the entire BGIS so far. Ninja Jod, he's currently leading the chart.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. To speak about the stats, though, to speak about the contribution, the amount of contribution this man has had throughout the entire fragging stage for his team, Ninja Jod has been single-handedly contributing a lot. 41% finish contribution. This man, you can say sort of he's carrying the team, but sometimes even the teammates are chiming back in the action.
I think the way God's Reign sort of functioned right now, I had a talk with Robin as well, who is their IGL right now. He mentioned that everything is set up around Ninja Jod, right?
Yes.
They will try and make Ninja or put Ninja in a position where he's supposed to get all the finishes, because this man is in red hot form. They will try and push, they will get all the information, and they will just let Ninja lose on the trigger, and that's it. That man always finishes up other teams.
Crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Based on what I'm seeing coming from Ninja George here, I'm not sure if he's the in-game leader or the shot caller here, but the decision he has been making in choosing those fights has been crucial. Him staying back to scout information, to command the team on what they want to do every single time is just phenomenal. Because think about this here. Miramar has so many circles.
Yeah.
He chose to fight in the right moments here. He had about 300 ammunition initially. If he said, this is a fight I'm willing to shoot, I'm going to get kills. If not, he is going to conserve his ammunition, which is something that not many players do. He was using a Mini 14 at one point here to try and get a couple of taps. Do chip damage to drain our resources off the other teams, and also get crucial important objectives. And what kind of important objectives is, do you burn resources to chip on vehicle tires, or do you get confirmed kills and then try to scale in towards the game? So that's something is always going to be in towards the minds of the players. Do you want to play aggressive? Do you want to take calculated damage? Do you want to do, I would say, safety nets to a certain degree?
Yeah.
But Ninja Jord, he has been very aware on everything that's happening throughout the game.
I think Ninja Jord was sort of the prodigy, the prodigal son from 2020 and the 2021 season. And this is sort of, I see, especially for you, right? This is his return back to form. This is his return for the throne itself. And why do you mention his split-second thinking in that situation is so beautiful? Because he knows exactly his SWOT analysis in those situations, whether the safety proportion of that particular fight is good or no. How much of a chance do I have in getting picked off if I take this particular fight? Even if I don't go for finishes, I will at least try and block the rotation.
I mean, once again, when you've got the entire team setting you up, the chances of you actually winning in the fight also increases. Imagine your team's using the utilities. They're tossing the grenades for you. They're trying to create some distraction. They're setting you up for the play, so you need to succeed. If all of that thing is actually going with you, and if you're not succeeding, well, then that's a big problem.
Agreed. And while this is happening here as well, to give you guys a little bit of recap on how things are happening in the BGIS Grand Finals Mumbai, earlier today, we had a celebration introduction here from an amazing band here, and they made a lot of music into its riling up the crowd. Every single one was just completely high, and you can even see the Hindicasters, Ocean Sharma, just chanting the way through. And I'm not gonna lie, the only thing I've heard in the crowd was Ocean, 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 and I'm like, oh my goodness, I felt deaf a little bit.
Hey, you probably heard Ocean because I was not there on the stage, alright?
Okay, I see you. But you know what? The day started off in quite an electric way, right? Even the music's playing. There's just just doing all the drum rolls and all that stuff. It was quite a fun way to start things off. It was quite a fun way to start the day off. And now, you speak about the energy being maintained. It's being maintained by the crowd.
Agreed. Now, speaking of keeping up vibes and energy, teams is going to have a lot on the line, because it is going to be a long journey here for some of the teams, especially for day number 1. 6 days, we had a little bit of a run in the delay. We had a little bit of remake here. We apologize for that. But of course, when it comes to grinding themselves in the Grand Finals, right? Especially the Grand Finals.
That is true.
Every single time's wasted, every single energy to keep pushing through is going to be very, very important. And of course, without you guys, the fans at home, as well as the venue here, they wouldn't be able to put on a good show. Not gonna lie, without you guys, things would not be as smoothly as what we have seen on the screen. After all, it is the first esports event in India in a while.
I mean, the people are what makes this event special, right? Now, look, I really want to speak up about the people's topic, but something we need to speak about is the upcoming game of Sanok.
Oh, boy.
Considering it's much more of a smaller map, we all know the teams that are going to be dominant, they're going to be aggressive, they will always have the advantage in that map. Speaking about Blind Esports, it's their time to chime back inside the action. Revenue Esports, too. It's one of those teams recently on the map of Sanok is where they have found the momentum, is where they have changed a lot of things. So there's a chance even we might see Revenue Esports rise back up from that ashes.
Well, that's the thing about Revenant Esports, right? It's all about switching up the momentum. And so far, because people didn't really pay attention to the semifinals, I talked about Revenant Esports analyst throughout the day. Okay, he's giving me a lot of information because you are always talking about Metal. We're talking about Gladiator. Oh, they're top 1. Oh, they're so strong. Yeah, I get it. Glitch X Reborn also going to be one of those teams like, oh, they're top 4. They're getting so many points because everyone has so much information and limelight ontowards them, eventually somebody is going to ignore the rest of the teams. And because of that, they are going to take advantage and hide into the shadows and bring something new to the table. Because I also had a little bit of glimpse with members from TWM backstage as well. They said the exact same thing. We are going to pull in a little bit of surprise to catch them off guard. And guess what? These are the teams that really stood out here in the Grand Finals. And that is amazing towards them.
I mean, once again, that's what they say. Do the unexpected. And right now is the D-Day. Today is the day where every single person in India has been waiting for. And finally, the day is over here, Salty. And considering if the teams are not going to mix things up, if they're not going to change things up, they would be too predictable. So it makes a lot of change that a lot of these teams are going for the rotation change. It makes a lot of sense. Some of these teams are also going for the drop location change.
Yeah, they certainly will have to, right? I mean, they've played over a month altogether. In fact, actually more than 2 months if you consider the grind as well as the BGIS. They know everything about each other at this point, so they will have to bring in that surprise factor. And it seems like, look at this, right? This is something which I love. Ninja always... I'm not really a very spiritual person, Necro, but it seems like these athletes, they take their sport very seriously. And this is something which I love because it's not just a game, it's about their entire career as well.
They should take it seriously. As you mentioned, it's about their career. This is what they're playing for. This is what they've been grinding for thousands of hours over and over again. But ladies and gentlemen, from what I know, the upcoming game of Sanhok is going to be on the way. Now I want to know both of you guys' prediction.
Yeah, for my prediction, first of all, I'm back on the desk. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Johnny, but my prediction for this game is going to be as simple as Gladiator Esports. I feel them coming. I mean, we saw God's Reign be consistent in the previous game, but in this one, I think Gladiators, they might just take this.
I mean, hey, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The planes already hit the skies, but the upcoming game of Sanhok is definitely going to be quite spicy.
It certainly will be. I mean, look at this flight path, right? Starts all the way from Mongnai, moves towards on the right-hand side of Tambang. Now, flight paths on the map of Sanhok don't really matter, Johnny. I mean, majority of the teams will go to the drop locations blind on that Camp Alpha split. God's Reign just nearby towards Hathin, towards, you know, all the scattered compounds there are. But look at this, towards Cow. I think there is some sort of a collision. This is Cleo from Team Night Owls, who's very well separated, and he's right next to the players of Team X-Pac.
Yeah, X-Pac, they've managed to cut that 1-3 split perfectly, isolating Cleo in one spot and Roxy, Dreams, and Draco on towards Tatmong. Along with that, there's going to be an interesting situation developing in the Paradise Resort. Necro is quite excited, always excited about the Paradise Resort fights. Are you excited today as well, Necro? Do you think we're going to see action in Paradise?
Yes, we should be able to see the action in Paradise, right? Considering it's supposed to be like the hot spot in the public games, but usually in the game of Sanhok, considering it's a professional game, teams do not really want to go for the hot straw, do not really want to go for the drop collisions. Yeah, it's the Grand Finals. Everything's on the line. This is all it boils down to.
It's going to be quite interesting to see how this game of Sanhok goes now. I mean, earlier on during the semi-finals, even during the loser bracket, we would see just bodies drop the moment this match started. Now, I mean, even if, despite the fact that the teams are quite close to each other, it's going to take a while for the action to begin, but here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Destro will find a knock onto Encore. Now, this is unfortunate for Metal. He was just caught out all by himself, and there is nothing that he could do about it.
Exactly. I mean, Destro being able to find the initial opening. This is where things are looking pretty nice for them. I mean, well, Gladiator Esports desperately needed these type of points and needed these type of starts because even they need a little bit of pressure subsider. It's understandable. They played a lot of the lanes, but all the time, it's a new experience to have. And I think so Gladiator Esports is also facing a bit of a jitters. Oh, an interesting position for Tarzan. Cleo's out in the open and gets caught off guard. Cleo bites the dust and Team X-Pac, even they find a good opening for themselves.
One of those surprises that you never want to be on the receiving end of in a game of Sanhok, and a perfect camp being laid out by Picard. X-Pac though, I mean, they've taken care of one, but Salty, there are 3 more players from the side of Night Owls down south.
Yeah, but I think they're not really as close to Team X-Pac that Cleo was, right? And this was the split which I didn't really understand. What was Cleo trying to achieve in that particular situation? He definitely had witnessed that Team X-Pac and their parachute had just flew out on this particular vicinity of Cow, right? Cleo wanted to overextend that. He was very far off from his teammates. And of course, running out in the open without any sort of information, you ought to get punished, especially at this level of the competition.
True. Now, Night Owls, the performance today is not looking good. The first 2 games not really going their way. And our expectations after what happened in the first few moments of Erangel were completely opposite. We expected Night Owls to have a big game in the map of Miramar as well, but that wasn't really the case with them.
It really wasn't. I mean, they had a fantastic start, right? But you speak about things really backing them up, and Night Owls, a lot of things just went against them. They had a good start. They looked pretty confident, but this is where they got overconfident. They knew that they're winning the fights, and that's why they started forcing some unwanted fights against some unwanted teams, and that's where they got screwed up.
But look at this. What is happening? I mean, we do know the center of the circle is between Bootcamp and the city of Painan, and there's a massive cluster forming, and you have Big Brothers in Bootcamp, Medal just a little bit east. Then you have Glitch between Query and Bootcamp, 4 AM in the position of Query, and then CS Esports with complete control of the city of Painan in the early stages of the map. But now we see them moving out towards that eastern hill.
It's very surprising that there is nobody inside of Painan who is contesting CS Esports right now, because generally after dropping in some other location, after getting that advanced weaponry, teams will actually try and take that fight against Team CS Esports in the city of Painan, in the village of Painan. But look at this. Oh my god, Team 4 AM, they just want to take this fight against Glitchix Reborn.
Oh, this is a little bit of a fiery one, considering Ralph now is going to find the opening. Nicely done. A big mistake being made from that man by 4 AM. And now it's all down to the last guy from that team. It's all going to come down to the shot from Roman OG. And he connects that one and slaps the entirety of 4 AM down.
My goodness, what an interesting move by the players of Glitchix Reborn, because normally you would expect 4 AM to be the ones pushing up north from Query to Bootcamp. But no, this time it was Glitch Reborn who just came a bit south and then caught the players of 4 AM completely off guard. The first squad wipe of the game itself.
The first squad wipe, and so easy for Glitchix Reborn in that situation, right? No utility usage from 4 AM, no additional pressure as well. And now look at this, even Sarthak has been finished off as well. It's Big Brothers from the distance. CS Esports was so close to Glitchix Reborn, they could have third-partied this fight, and I think that is what they're moving for. They wanted a third-party Glitchix Reborn, but from the backlines it was Big Brothers. They have got the high ground, the hills towards on the southern Bootcamp, and that is from where they have so much information to work with.
It's going to be quite tricky for now CS to actually regain control of this fiasco. With Sarthak out of the picture, is the last bit of information that they have about the players of Big Brothers will be that hilltop, but Big Brothers as well, they will have the opportunity to reposition themselves. The early control of Bootcamp can still work out in their favor if the zone favors them during the mid-game stages.
Man, I was trying to grab onto the ledge, but almost failed 3 times. That's something that happens with me usually.
Doing what?
During when I play the game, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, and right now, Gladiator Esports, they sort of know a rough idea of where the opponents can be, and that's why they were looking at that same direct spot. But once again, they aren't really getting the confirmation that's needed. But this is how the fight really broke out, right? You can see in the instant replay a big mistake being made from the players of 4 AM, and slowly and steadily the numbers kept on dropping down. Even Spider Jod, even King KO hit the floor, and then the entirety of 4 AM just came crashing down just like that.
Quite an unfortunate start for 4 aggressive men who haven't been allowed the opportunity to be as aggressive as they would like to be in any of the matches they've played so far, but still a long journey ahead of them. 18 matches to be played in the finals. 3 have gone, 15 remain, but look at this. Growing strong, moving closer ever so slightly to the players of Revenant Esports. Now this is another intense fight that can actually brew up. Because Revenant, we've seen them in action, we've seen them improve their 4v4s, and Growing Strong, as the name suggests, this is Creep growing strong, especially the star player from this team, Godbot.
I mean, I've sort of expected this MVP performance from Godbot inside the finals. I kind of expected him to pop off, but Growing Strong in totality, right, their performance hasn't really been that flashy. Now, we know as a matter of fact, they don't like to take those early battles. They always try and survive until the late game. But the fact that they did not get the opportunity to survive in the last circle, they were always picked off mid-rotation. So that is one of the reasons why Growing Strong, their position on the overall standings does not look very nice.
Oh, speak about MICI Esports, though. Now, this is another one of the underdog teams, and we were speaking about having consistency, too. Growing Strong, Glitchix Reborn, especially Glitchix Reborn is one of those teams that is known for consistency. But this is where MICI also should be a part of the conversation. conversation. Usually you see this team most of the times in the top 5 as well, but these guys have mastered the art of slipping under the radar.
Exactly. MICI is a team that was highlighted because of their survival instinct, especially Sanchit. I mean, we all remember that amazing game during their run in the losers bracket where Weekendy, yeah, the map of Weekendy where he was in a heal battle with the Flares of Blind, and he actually won despite being outnumbered, and he did not even have enough first aid. Mudit as well. When the team needs firepower, we see Mudit step up. So MICI, I think they need to put a little bit more emphasis in their 4v4s, but survival instincts are pretty solid.
And that's where the crazy part begins. That's where the crazy theory begins. If Seoul would have committed for that heal battle, they could have been the potential winners of that game, considering Team Seoul was over there too with Blind Esports.
I mean, yeah. This is the man who lost the heal battle by Joker. I think he had 37 first aids, and compared to him, Sanchit was sitting at somewhere around 12. But still, I mean, it was intense, that game. But we are going to bring ourselves back to this one, where we have the players of TWM on our screens. Now, Necro, you were quite hopeful about this team, TWM. What do you think is going wrong during this day?
TWM is one of those teams that has came out of nowhere, right? Especially for us. It's understandable they have had a lot of experience too in the past, but when you speak about this tournament, they haven't really got a lot of airtime in the past.
Yeah.
A lot of the games TWM played, they were happening in the offline games, and when they got the airtime, it just caught us by surprise. TWM was just dominating the grounds like it was nothing. They were taking down teams left, right, and center. In the overall standings, they just never left that top 3 spots.
And I mean, that is the consistency that has gotten them this far in the tournament. But Salty, we now have the shift of the circle taking us towards that Painan and Query area. It's going to be quite exposed. Everyone towards that eastern side is going to be under heavy fire.
But it's not just on the eastern side. I mean, look at that. Medley Esports are right on the tip of that circle itself. Will have such a great gatekeeping position. He's got 2 players from Night Owls coming towards him. He's got the entirety of Gladiators who are also trying to rotate as well. And then, of course, X-Pac way behind in the backlines, trying to be the late rotators inside of the circle. Now, this is a great start for Medley Esports. They might actually capitalize from this position. But look at this. Surya under heavy fire will have to hold himself on the shorelines of the Painan River.
Now, this is what I want to bring to light, because Painan is a major city to hold on to in the map of Sanok. CS Esports, they had free reigns over the entire terrain, but they abandoned it early to secure a few extra finish points. Hasn't worked out too nicely for them, has it? Because now it looks like the zone is taking us back to that central city.
Exactly. And for other teams, I think, especially for MICI, it's all about making that call. How do you make that rotation inside? Where do you find that entry point? And where do you actually find that shelter inside the circle? Even Revenant Esports, right? As a matter of fact, they haven't really moved once they made that long rotation towards the center of the circle, somewhere near around the Painan City.
Stage 3 will be in front of us.
Team X-Pac, I mean, that could have been a little bit of a weird stance to get stuck up on, but at least for now, things are looking pretty okay for them.
Every time someone is driving, well, incorrectly, you expect them to get shot, right, Necro?
I do.
You
never know. Listen,
do you expect it to happen or do you want it to happen? That's the question.
I expect it to happen, considering I myself have played professionally in the past, and the one thing that we always used to think about is expect the unexpected.
Yep.
You never know what's going to happen to you inside these battlegrounds. You never know which team's going to be all the way out in the blue just waiting for you to make that one single mistake, and then they capitalize on top of you. And speaking about capitalizing, right now it's the players of Blind Esports capitalizing on top of the players of MICI. One man's in the waterline. Surya knocked out, bleeding to his death slowly and steadily, but Manya on the top looking down as the king for now in this fight. Blind Esports, they have got the majority of the control. MICI, they're quite screwed up. The players are underwater. One man's going for the resurrection, and Mudit will probably get this resurrection up, but even Mudit now is suffocating to his death. He needs to peek out of the water lines to get a little bit of breather.
And even the man that they brought back into this action does not really have any HP to work with. Plus, he's inside the water.
Ryan, that nade was just so nice. They actually managed to isolate Sanchit in that location. Now, Sanchit and his positioning was all about to try and distract, but Blind Esports, they handled it so perfectly.
They indeed did. That 3-pointer that was there. The nade was tossed it from such a far away, but still it was cooked to perfection. Found that knockout, and now the players of MICI Esports in the water lines underneath the bridge. And this is where the fight finally breaks out. We might just see one of the teams getting eliminated. For the players of MICI getting eliminated, the chances are quite a lot. Good spray from Manya, but still not able to find that proper connection that he wants to get that knockout just yet. MICI Esports can all knocked out finally. Now it's all down to Mudit. Mudit is usually the man who goes for the mess spread.
Yeah, I mean, he's the man responsible for making sure MICI has made it this far, but now under extreme pressure from Blind. And look at this, Blind have surrounded them from every single direction. MICI were able to secure a trade knock, but it's going to be extremely tricky to bring themselves back from this fight. Also, one more thing I'm extremely worried about is the fact that Blind Esports have made so much noise on the map of Sanok. Look at this. They have CS Esports, Big Brothers in the rear. Glitz Reborn will be able to hear all this commotion as well. And anyone can join it for the third party. But right now, center of the circle, ruled by Revenant Esports.
That is true. Revenant Esports in the prime spot before now. Once again, MICI Esports in a big world of trouble as they're catching a bit too many shots from the players of Blind Esports. It's just never going to stop. And eventually, from somewhere else, it's going to be Uzumaki from Big Brother Esports just claiming those elimination points like that, stealing away the elimination points. And now Gladiator Esports too from somewhere else on the map. These guys are chiming inside the action.
Yeah, but look at this, right? MICI also in the picture. It seems like Gladiators, they're starting to sort of assert their authority. They're starting. They have got a wide spread as well. 3 players just close by. There is another guy who is in the low turfs as well, just trying to block them and trying to spot as many teams as they possibly can. And Medley Esports, of course, was spotted. The shots being fired as of now, Gladiators. I wonder what their attempt is, because we saw that they were outside of the circle and multiple teams close by.
We're going to figure out what Medal is thinking right now, because as you mentioned, a lot of teams in their surroundings. Entry to the zone not looking easy at all, and right in front of them are the players of God's Reign, but God's Reign, it feels like, are going to be distracted by all the commotion up ahead, where we have the players of Glitch being taken down by Big Brothers.
That is true, and finally now Big Brother Esports making that push. And what a good spot that was from Safe. Nicely done, puts that nail in the coffin, and the opponents are now out of the way. But somewhere else on the map, on the elimination feed, you see a couple of more fights going on. It's the players of Midwave Esports going up against the players of Team X Spark a while ago.
But here's the third party. Notice the feed. God's Reign have showed up from the rear, and Big Brothers have already lost 2 players. Now this is going to be a sandwich necro. God's Reign from the back and CS up front. Where will Big Brothers go?
God's Reign and Big Brothers. This fight is indeed going to be an interesting one. Safe was looking forward to get that knockout, but it's going to be tough to find that one. OR Esports, they're here to crash the party against Midwave and Team X Spark, but now OR Esports, they lose out on the IGL itself. Jelly's knocked out on the verge of getting confirmed, and Aru is still playing and bobbing and weaving around that rock.
It's an absolute explosion hell in this particular vicinity. Look at this, Midwave Esports. So much utility that has been invested, but still, they'll still have to find that resurrection on those 2 fallen comrades. It seems like OR Esports as well, they did get that breathing room. But those utility did one thing, right? At least establish the difference between these 2 teams, establish the distance.
Exactly. I mean, gaining some space was important, that breathing room was important, but with how the utility is being exchanged between Midwave and OR, it feels like OR has a little bit of more information than the players of Midwave. Look at this. Another nade, another knock.
What a beautiful nade that was. Aru found through the smoke. A good fight from the side of OR Esports, but now once again, they overcommit to this entire situation. Mag needs to find the opponent. He actually does too. 2 of them knocked out. It's all down to Dionysus now against the entirety of OR Esports. Jelly and Albino in the front lines. Dionysus wants to play this one a little bit in a smart manner, but his position's compromised. The Rico behind him gets blown. Dionysus' position's compromised. It's down to such low HP, and that final pump with the DBS will seal the deal.
What a brilliant squad wipe coming in from the players of OR Esports. Information is always going to be key in a top fight, and this was a perfect example why. The conversions from the amount of utility from OR Esports was absolutely brilliant, and well, Midwave, they stood no chance with how they reacted, but look at this. An interesting turn of events. Revenant still in control of the zone, quite close to the players of TWM, but then we have X-Spark, just last player on that bridge, all alone.
Gladiators, I mean, they're still way outside the circle, way towards the blue zone, but this is something which we know, we've seen them pull off multiple times. Just to want to retain the advantage. They've spotted CS Esports as well. They know that Big Brothers are also there somewhere in the vicinity, And it seems like Justin, slowly and steadily, they are going to make their way in. But look at this commotion that is happening. It's God's Rain versus TWM, Necro.
Yeah, TWM is a team that we were just speaking about a while ago, and they need to perform inside this game. Good Molotovs, good utility utilization from TWM. God's Rain on the verge of getting knocked out and confirmed from the game, but still Ninja, Jot, and Blaze are the final two glimmers of hope alive. TWM from the outskirts looking for the breach in. They have found one knockout, but still that's not enough to give them the confirmation of pushing in. Even Blaze gets knocked out. Finally, they step inside the house as Blaze is knocked out. Ninsay finds out Ninja John as well, and that's it. TWM, they wipe out the existence of God's Rain on this map.
What just happened in that fight?
I have no clue, to be honest. It was an absolute gun brawl. It was a gangster battle.
Yeah.
And TWM, they were the masters of it. I mean,
And this is like a massive break in momentum for God's Rain as well. First two games, impressive conversions, but now it seems like Sanok is just going to be a waiting game for them, waiting for the match to end, for the next one to begin. But TWM thinks can definitely take the turn for the best for them from here on out, wiping out a team sitting at the top of the leaderboard. But Gladiators now playing extremely slow, like always.
Yeah.
Just outside stage 4. Blue zone arriving in a few seconds, and they will have to be extremely careful. But over here, medal losing players.
Yeah, Kyoya knocked out. Top Dog's the only man alive now. And considering Kyoya is supposed to be like a good player for the side of Metal Esports, this really puts Top Dog in a bit of an uncomfortable stance. And that's why you see Top Dog clearly just backing away from this entire spot. This is going to be an interesting one. I really want to see how the future stances might look like for this entirety of this affair that's going on currently. But Revenant Esports, they have heard all the shots, Salty.
they certainly have, right? And Metal Esports, it seems like they don't have any sort of plans to come back from this fight. This was completely unplanned. Did not expect to encounter against Revenant Esports. And now look at the circle shift. Once again, just shifting so much favor in towards Revenant Esports. They're the only ones who are controlling the circle. TWM, they have the compounds to actually work with. Metal Esports being caught out in the open, it means that their run in this match should not really last very long.
It shouldn't. Apollo still just going for the pop shots. Doesn't exactly know where the opponents are positioned, but still, it's not that bad.
Well, let's see though, it's not that bad right now. Things can definitely change on this map in a matter of seconds. As we see Kyoya's finish secured by Revenant and Metal down to their last player. It was important for Revenant to take that fight against the players of Metal. They had no cover to work with. They were on that hill slope, out in the open, completely exposed. And if they stayed there for a long time as the late game clusters formed, they would have been picked off from every single direction.
Oh, Blood Esports. The fight breaks out. Even CS Esports was in the front. Before that, Gladiator Esports. This is not looking too good. They've lost out in Delta PG. Considering CS Esports is right around the corner as well. So Gladiator, they need to be a little bit more quick and safe. At this point in time, Delta PG is next to impossible. He's not revivable, so he needs to go from the game. Growing strong in front of us, and the entirety growing strong now facing off against an opponent too. This will be an uphill battle for the players of Growing Strong. They're trying to contest against one of the toughest teams currently inside the lobby.
I think Revenant Esports, they have the high ground advantage, right? And all the utility which has been bombarded kind of deterred GS from taking a straight rotation. They're trying to occupy the compounds first, and therefore they went in on the side. But it seems like GDR, who took that same approach, now they're paying the price, especially with so many teams coming in from the outside. There's TWM, there's Blind, but Ronnie, it seems like he has been burned down to a steak, Necro.
Indeed, he has been burned down to a crisp. And now Justin too looking for to form some off angles against the players of Blood Esports. Still, that man in the front line, Snuffle, is hoping that no one finds him. He's hoping that not even a single bullet connects on him. Because if it does, then Gladiator Esports will just try to spam in that generic direction. And for now, Blind Esports, Knuckle, oh, this man's on fire. This is not a good news. One single bullet. If a stray bullet catches Knuckle, that's it.
Trying to take on 3 teams at the same time. They've managed to finish off one entirely. Gladiators living up to the name, but now against the players of TWM, the finish is going to be secured. I think with how distracted Gladiators are, the last player from the side of Blind might actually be able to sneak his way inside the circle. No.
Might be, but still that's a big one. Finally, Knuckles position through one. He finds one knockout. Almost could have went for the second one too. This could have been so bad for the Gladiators, but eventually they recover from that fall.
Man, the DBS is scary, even in the finals.
I mean,
yes, 12K. My apologies. But yeah, shotguns in general, this is brutal. Look at this. Gladiators still stuck outside the zone, Necro.
Oh, that nade! TWM, this team is indeed on fire. What a beautiful nade that was from Sams. He finds a two-piece with that, but now OR Esports, even Jelly, needs to step out of the comfort zone, steps out in the open, gets found in that mid-rotation, but Destiny gets knocked out from TWM. This is not a good news. Max outside the blue, going for the med strat at this point in time, growing strong. They pretty much have this game. No one's going to stop them from winning.
there might be somebody.
Yes!
Exactly.
Revenant Esports, Necro. How can you forget about them?
Oh my god, their position. Revenant, look at this, right? A 4v3 situation. Revenant also trying to make that entry. But if they move directly inside the circle, they automatically get themselves the high ground advantage. And that is something Growing Strong might not be prepared for.
No, but I understand what Necro was trying to say. Growing Strong, their positions are still hidden in comparison to Revenant. Revenant, they've been so aggressive in trying to pick off players that they reveal exactly where they are. And if Growing Strong, they are patient enough, especially with the split coming in, they can take a lot of map control away from Revenant, beat them for the chicken dinner.
The man who is split out, his job is just to find the opening. His job is just to take down the man number from the opponent team, and that's what he does. Nicely done, Growing Strong. Now they swing back in the action. They swing back to life. As Revenant Esports, there's only two players left to life, Apollo and MJ. But Sam still from TWM in the back lines, going for the med strat. Does not really have a lot of them left anymore.
He does not. I mean, 5 first, it is all that he has, but Fierce has been brought back into the game. It seems like Max has been finished off as well, but Growing Strong, they slowly and steadily, they're transitioning to the chicken dinner. Multiple shots being fired, and now Apollo has been taken down. Even Fierce, as a matter of fact, it's just one player who's remaining.
I told you guys, no one's going to be stopping Growing Strong from winning this game. They had a really solid position. They had a lot of control in the final few moments, and Growing Strong, they claimed this chicken dinner that they deserved, and they have finally won a game too. Once again, another team that might just topple over God's Reed. That first position in the overall standings might just be stolen away by Growing Strong.
I mean, it can happen, and there's a very high probability of that happening. Look at the players popping off from their chairs after an impressive win, beating the players from Revenant for an impressive chicken dinner. And as you mentioned, Necro, we're going to see them grow up, and in fact grow stronger, move up in the rankings. But do you think God's Reign on the second, that is actually going to happen?
I mean, very difficult, to be honest, for God's Reign to be toppled, because this game as well, their performance was not really bad. They had a lot of finishes to actually work with. If I'm not mistaken, they had about 5 or 6 eliminations before they actually went down.
Yeah.
But again, as I said, there's a chance that might just happen, considering Growing Strong was not that far away.
Yeah, and especially considering this is just the third game of the day. We have 3 more matches remaining after this. If they can manage to break anywhere close to the top 5, I think that is a job well done. What do you think?
That is true. I mean, once again, Growing Strong in general, being a new team, them being able to perform so well on day one itself is a big surprise. It's a big astonishing moment for all of us, and I'm pretty sure every single person that's sitting in the venue as well, these guys are having a great time.
Somebody of them. Wait, that guy was sleeping.
Wow.
That is, you are not supposed to be caught napping in the auditorium, man. This is devastating.
No, Necro is going to go have some chat with the boys now.
I think all 3 of us should go.
Yeah, I'll go up there and have a talk with those guys, considering the previous game was such a banger one.
Yeah.
How can these guys sleep it out? But you know what, jokes apart, Growing Strong be having the most amount of map control in the final circle. It was perfect. That 2-2 split initially that was there, it gave them the information at Revenant Esports.
Now, here's a simple question. What was more impressive? The fact that they were nowhere close to the amount of zone preference that Revenant Esports got. Because Revenant was in the zone from stage 2, stage 3,
Exactly,
stage 3.
yeah.
Never had to move. Growing Strong had to fight for their position. They had to take that long rotation from the western side of the map and then figure out where they exactly want to be. Was that a little bit more impressive than the map control they were able to gain in the last fight?
I would say Revenant Esports in the last fight, they did not really have a lot of map control. Now let me tell you why. So they had the high ground advantage in the last fight. They were on the high ground. If they tried to move out in the open inside the circle, they would have been shot from by any of their players that were individually alive. And even Growing Strong could have had a chance to shoot him down.
Well, look at the intense pressure the players were going through as the game was live, and you can feel it just by looking at their faces, just completely zoned in inside of the match, and the disappointment when you're eliminated a little bit earlier than expected.
Of course it's going to be there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for X-Pac as well, right, they expected to carry on that momentum. They expected to have that same run on the map of Miramar, on the map of Sanhok, and for the future lines as well, but it's difficult. It is the Grand Finals of BGIS. You know, as a matter of fact, you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent throughout to maintain that top spot, and it's probably one of the most important things to do because so many good teams, right? You've got Growing Strong right now who is trying to challenge. Godtrains took it away from them right after the second game, right? And Godtrain, as a matter of fact, they are being good, they are being consistent every single game. They're acquiring those 10 to 15 position points as well as finish points to actually work with. This is something which you want.
Exactly. This is something that you genuinely do want. But speak about the crowd right now. These guys are having a little bit of meet and greet with their favorite personalities, with their favorite esports personalities. One thing is for sure, anyone who's came to the venue, they are having a great time. They're enjoying every single moment of this time being spent over here in the venue.
I mean, it's a massive party, man. It's a massive party in the arena. There's a lot of us here. Your favorite creators are going to be, I mean, of course, the action of BGIS is, of course, going to be there on the stage as well. But let's enjoy the action of the previous match, the game of Sanhok. And it all started with this one opening knock from the Gladiators where they found Encore.
That is true. I mean, this is how the things really kicked off. Then over here to Night Owls. Usually in the first game of the day, they had a great start, but recently in the previous couple of games, they're not really having the ideal start.
I want to ask you guys this, because in the past, I mean, we've been following these teams for the last 3 months. In fact, at this point now, we've never seen Gladiators bait the players outside of Paradise Resort. Either it's a direct contest or they are going to drop extremely far away and try to cut off rotations or just focus on themselves. This is the first time we saw them actually bait out the players of Metal Esports to a fight like that.
I mean, once again, for Gladiator Esports, at this point, they're just desperate. It's understandable. They're doing quite decent inside the game, but this is not the Gladiator Esports that we know, right? And considering it's the Grand Finals too, you got to try a couple of new things. You cannot repeat the same things over and over again. If you do, you're just going to be predictable. That's why Gladiator Esports is trying to switch things up.
Talk about being predictable. It feels like Midwave, their tactics were perfectly predicted by OR Esports in this fight.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, look at this, right? OR Esports, they move in tandem and their formation was brilliant. Midwave, they came in from a great game of Miramar, right? They had momentum with them, but that is not really going to do anything, right? On the map of Sanhok, it's all about raw aggression and who can perform when it actually matters. And OR Esports, it seems like their formation, their movement, the way they challenged them, the way they found the initial knocks, that was so brilliant. Midwave could not really actually comply against it.
That is true. I mean, speaking about complying to things, right? Revenant Esports, them being able to have the advantage pretty much throughout the entire time. Things sort of were not really looking too great considering we saw Revenant Esports, they were getting circled most of the time, right? But in the final moment, when they needed that circle, the circle did not shift on top of them.
I mean, the circle just moved away from them and they were forced to move out of that high ground that they were in. But then we saw Gladiators take a tumble to the hands of the players of TWM. TWM also controlled this game quite nicely. Unfortunately for them, they did not just have the numbers to take that final fight, right?
Indeed, they didn't. I mean, in general, the position the players at Growing Strong had, it was brilliant. Now, first it was a 2-2 split initially in the late game. They tried to have as much control as possible, but then later on, that 2-2 split got converted into 2-1. Now, if I try to go deep down in that final moment, so this is how it happened. Growing Strong, they thought that their 2-2 split is already revealed. So the man who was outside the circle, he took his vehicle, making the opponent think that everyone is leaved from that spot and giving the false rotation away, making the opponents think that there's no one over there. But then there's the one snake lying around.
Because we saw the entirety of Revenant just reposition their crosshair along with the players of Growing Strong, and they forgot about that one guy in the back. But Revenant did something quite opposite of this. Fierce was forced to be the first
Yeah.
man entering the party, and he just attracted so much attention upon himself. He just instantly went down. There was no way to survive. Salty, do you think that was the right move?
I mean, to be honest, I kind of said, right, Revenant Esports, had they moved directly inside the circuit,
Yeah.
they would have had the automatic high ground advantage. But in that situation, like Necro mentioned, the way Growing Strong split up and the way they started using their utility, we always talk about using the nades and the smokes to create that distance. It seemed like Revenant Esports were pushed back every step of the way. They were being pushed back, and from the back lines, the blue zone was coming in. Revenant Esports had nowhere to go. They were just caught behind just one single tree, and from multiple directions, big shots being taken.
Aruna, this is going to be quite interesting for me, right? Because we did see Wrangle, we did see
Yeah.
Myanmar, and in the competitive scene as far as it goes, these two maps are considered the standard maps, maps that everyone
Yeah.
plays, maps that every veteran team loves. But we're going to talk about this in a bit. Let's have a look at the stats as well,
Yeah.
as we have the MVP of the game on our screens. It's going to be Justin from Gladiators, 5 eliminations secured. Now, Necro, we were having a conversation about this team, and they had like 9 eliminations finished at the 5th position in
Yeah.
the game. Not a bad performance.
Exactly. As I said, it's the map of Sanhok. Whichever team's going to be aggressive, whichever team's going to be dominant, they will be favored by this map. And usually the most aggressive teams inside the lobbies are supposed to be Blind Esports, Gladiator Esports, God's Reign, all these big names. They're supposed to be aggressive, they're supposed to be dominant, and they're supposed to be pretty much out there. And that's what Growing Strong took an advantage of. Now, all these teams, when they're fighting Growing Strong, they try to slip under the radar. They just try to make sure that they're going to be somewhere in the late game scenario. And the best part for Growing Strong was that all the players were alive for them. But for now, as we do more forward towards the top 5 players, you've got Justin, of course, on the top, Max from the side of OR Esports 2, Sams is over there from TWM, Safe is there from Big Brothers, and then Metal Esports Top Dog.
Well, it was an amazing performance from all of these players individually. But if we have to say Justin, I mean, absolutely incredible. And it's quite interesting to see him regain his old form, because during the semi-finals, even before that, round 4, round 4, round 3, before that, we saw Justin in Gladiators being replaced by Delta. He was the frontliner for the team for a while.
Yeah,
That is true.
I think as a matter of fact, Gladiators, right, every single player is built in a way where even if somebody steps down, there is already someone to actually cover up, right? Justin has been the universal MVP for them, but when he was not performing, it was Delta.
We have the rankings of the game in front of us now. An impressive win from Growing Strong, 21 points on the board from just this match itself. And then we have TWM, who were able to finish second in terms of the exits in the game with 7 eliminations, 19 points on the board. OR Esports finishing third. But Revenant, look at that, the passive stance of the game, and they lose so many points.
Once again, look, as I mentioned, right, Revenant's of course over there, but then you also need to speak about Gladiator Esports, considering the conversation came up a while ago, right? And for Gladiator Esports, the only reason why they were getting a little bit more desperate in the final few moments to go for the fights was because, once again, for them, I don't think so they're really aiming for the chicken dinner. They're just aiming to stay consistent in the overall standings. And maybe in the second or the third game, that's where they're going to hit heavy.
I do agree with you, because Gladiator is the same team that was there in the overall ranking on the first position, ladies and gentlemen. The consistency put on display, but look at this, Necro. It's a tie right now between Gladiator and God's Reign. 38 points to both these teams, and the difference is not quite a lot. There's a 7-point difference between the first and the team on the 7th position.
Exactly, that was my point, right? I mean, Gladiators, God's Reign, Growing Strong, OR, Xbox, Revenant, Midwave, all of these teams, they've had just 1 or 2 good games. None of them have actually been able to be consistent all throughout. And then you've got TWM at the very
Now,
bottom.
I want to mention one more important thing, and that is, all of these teams have faced the land jitters. All of these teams are known team, but then amongst them you see Growing Strong, a team that is new, a team that has never faced that land pressure, but they're still able to make their presence known over here. And I'm telling you, on day 2 is where all the unknown teams that start to pop off. Even Blind Esports is not able to play.
If that is actually going to happen, we're going to have to wait to see what Blind, Metal, Big Brothers, all of these teams bring to the table tomorrow. But at least for today, as you mentioned, Growing Strong, it was an impressive win on Sanhok, and this win is the only reason they're in the top 5 right now. One more thing, as we were talking about Gladiators, because we were talking about their consistency, they're the only team who have managed to gain the podium every single time with the least amount of chicken dinners.
I mean, to be honest, that is what Gladiators every time do, right? Every single time throughout of the BGIS, they've just been consistent every single time. We were talking about Growing Strong, as a matter of fact. Growing Strong, how did they actually manage to do that? How did they try and shrug off their land jitters and have that top 5 finish for themselves? They basically don't have any finish points right now, right? They only have 9 finish points, 25 placement points to actually go alongside with it. They knew they could assure that top 5 finish by just one thing, with good rotations.
Now look, Gladiator Esports, we haven't really seen them doing that good in the positioning aspect as well, but on the eliminations, they try to go for as many eliminations as they can. During the rotation starts happening, they try to cut off a lot of the team's rotation, and that's where Gladiator Esports gets all the elimination points. Even right now in the overall standings, their elimination points are more compared to placement.
Exactly, and that is why we are hopeful about this team as well. I mean, we know if they can just get that momentum built, it can work out for them throughout the entirety. There still 3 more matches remain, so anything can happen. I mean, even Gladiators can drop the ball and allow God's Reign to gain the edge, or even Growing Strong can move up in the ranking. Do you think, though, that is actually going to happen?
I think so. Anything can happen, Johnny. These are the grand finals. Look, it's just the day one.
You say it.
What?
Expect
the unexpected. But look, in general, it's just the day one. Nothing can be said. No confirmed statement can be said. Maybe the teams that's all the way on the 16th spot, they can once again bounce back on the first. Nothing can be said. There's still 2 more games after this.
One thing can be said. We're going to go on a very short break and be right back after this, ladies and gentlemen.
From Revenant. He's a fan favorite. Sensei. Yes. आपके लिए इतना cheer है. आपका first LAN event with a live audience है. कैसा लग रहा है for starters?
बहुत ज़्यादा अमेजिंग एक्सपीरियंस है, और जितने मैं देख पा रहा हूँ सपोर्टर आ रखे हैं और इतना प्यार गेम के लिए, बहुत मज़ा आया. गाइस, अपने लिए एक बार तालियां हो जाए.
Okay. Sensei, Revenant as a team has been having a slightly shaky start.
Yeah.
मगर पिछले 2 matches में Chicken Dinner was like right here. मगर छूट गया. क्या गलत हो रहा है और क्या चेंज होने वाला है इन द नेक्स्ट 3 मैचेस?
यू नो, हम धीरे धीरे स्पीड पकड़ रहे हैं. हमारी स्पीड पहले थोड़ी स्लो थी, अब 50 पे, अब 100 पे जा रहे हैं. तो चिकन भी आई गेस दूर नहीं है गाइस, राइट?
And that one grenade which took out Gladiator Esports. क्या सोच रहे थे? Did you know this was going to happen? कि like बस
ना बस मुझे इतना पता था कि कोई ना कोई तो फिनिश होगा ही, किसी का बैड लक होगा हमारा गुड नीड से. तो देखते हैं.
Okay, that has been a very interesting first 3 games. Do you have any message for your fans? What can they expect from you?
बस मैं अपने फैंस को ये बोलूँगा कि भले हम चिकन निकालें या कोई और टीम चिकन निकाले, सबको बराबर सपोर्ट करो क्योंकि सब यहाँ पे मेहनत करके पहुँचे, है ना? सही बात है कि नहीं?
Okay, that's Sensei from Revenant. I'm Zoxes. हम लोग मिलते हैं एक छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद. We'll be back with the last 3 games for today. This is BGIS 2023. See you guys later.
लेफ्ट.
पीछे आ.
वो यूसी कितना है? जोन में चला क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश. स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा. अबे ये कहाँ गया? अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें. अलग ही जोन में ये तो.
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर.
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है.
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले.
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर, ये आपका गिर गया था.
अभी नहीं चाहिए.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी. एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं. यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
अभी आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
लेफ्ट,
पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश, चल 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 चल, स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा, डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेना।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
अभी आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
लेफ्ट, ठीक है हम
अरे पीछे आ, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है? जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश, चल 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 चल, स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम अकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? सिट बैक, जूम इन एंड वॉच आउट। इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेना।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली। BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
टू 2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार। फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूं तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an exciting turn of events on day number 1 of the Grand Finals of BGIS 2023. This is Super Johnny joined by Salty and Icy Baby on the panel. And with the first 3 games done and dusted, are you guys all set with the momentum of these teams? I mean, which teams are you focusing on now?
To be honest, I'm looking at God's Ring. Right? The consistency which they've put up right from the start of the day till now, they look unstoppable at this point, especially if they keep up the ante, right? It's not just one game that they've popped off, multiple games.
Yeah.
They're actually doing the same thing time and time again, focusing on that. Even growing strong, as a matter of fact, an underdog team. This is something which we're here for, right, in the BGIS.
I see last few days we have just been talking about teams, discussing what can happen. You've been talking to the players as well. Growing strong now. This was a team that was left under the radar, but the day has been looking very kind to them.
No, to be honest, when it comes to growing strong here, it's still a little bit undecided yet here because game 1 and game number 2, there was not a lot of information on how growing strong is going to be playing in the table. Because if you think about it here, they only really popped off during game number 3 in Sandhawk, and that was a little bit unpredictable here because when we talk about top teams that control spacing and also dictating on how everyone moves. And what I mean by that is that, what we call it is that, quote-unquote, the mafia boss. In this case, TNW is also going to be, you know, formalities-wise, mafia. But I'm talking about the big boss, the guy that says, hey, you do this, you do that, you go here, you do that. That kind of vibe. Gladiators, as well as God's Reign, God's Reign in particular is that dude. So they are the ones that control the pacing on how teams kind of rotate around the map. Game 1, Game 2, they did exactly that, taking control space and then zoning them out. That's their specialty. But when it come down to map number 3, they weren't able to do that. So that kind of made a lot more room to kind of play a little bit more mechanical. And Growing Strong is a mechanical team in this tournament.
Let's have a refresher of the overall ranking so that we can give a little bit more context to what we are talking about. Growing Strong on the 3rd position, popping off, getting the chicken dinner in game number 3, the map of Sano. Gladiators and God's Reign, not a single win to their name, but still sitting in the 1st and the 2nd position respectively on the leaderboard. Now, in amongst all of this commotion, Salty, we have OR Esports and of course the winners of the first game itself, Team X-Park, who have been pushed down in the rankings.
They certainly have been pushed down, but this is not really a very distinctive overall rankings, right? Of course, even from Gladiators to Midwave and even TWM with just one game can, or rather will be able to make that big jump. Now, why is Growing Strong in this position so important? 25 points on positioning, that is it. That is the key point that they've been focusing on.
I see you've been with a lot. You've been in esports all over the board on the international circuit, right? You've observed a lot of these teams, but what would you prefer? Finish points every single game consistently, or just placements, focused on placements in every single game?
It depends on the stakes involved. And based on your current situation here, obviously there are times that you need finish points. There are times that you need positioning points. So it comes down to which map you're going to be playing here. So I would say Sandhawk, it's all about consistency. You don't really want finishes in Sandhawk in particular, because if you do that, you're going to burn through your resources and you are giving away too much information. So that situation, I would go for placements. But if it's on a map like Weekend D, well, it can be both. It can be both. So it all comes down to whether or not do they understand the terrains better than the rest. So terrain understanding gives you a very, very huge advantage for teams to kind of capitalize on how they want to play this map in particular. So this is where I think it is going to be most likely God's Train going to be dictating here.
Yeah.
But my info that I have is that Revenant Esports is going to try something like that.
Oh, and I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see how much can Revenant Esports gain from this.
I think we also have to let IC know that Team X-Pac, they absolutely love this map.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Their history on the map of Vikendi is stupid, right? They're so good, they're so consistent, and it's not just about the positioning, right? Vikendi functions in a very simple manner, right? You try and get the center, and then of course you dictate. You mentioned about trying and dictating other teams' rotation. Godswin for sure have been doing that, but I think it's X-Pac who actually take up this particular role, especially on this map of Vikendi.
Exactly, the shift of the zone aren't that drastic, so you are in your comfort zone always in this map. But as we move forward, I mean, one more thing we were talking about, finishes and placements comparison. As you mentioned, terrain understanding is extremely important, but Vikendi, as Salty just mentioned and brought to light, like you don't have to move around a lot. How do you find those openings in those team fights, especially during the mid-game stages?
Okay, I'm not going to lie, Vikendi is one of the most boring maps ever. All right, straight up. Crafton, you want to quote me on this? I'm not gonna lie, one of the most boring ones, because every single team is not gonna be doing a lot of work because they don't really know what to do, because sometimes circle comes in, boom, too much open space. It's either that or there's too much cover to a point that you don't really know what to do because there's not a lot of information to work with. So personally, I feel like when you bring up X-Pac, this is a very, very good point, because when you compare yourself towards the international stage, I feel like Scout, even though he's a sub, has been feeding information here. Because if you think about it here, a legendary team such as Seoul has won a very, very good round in Vikendi. So they do have those kind of experiments to kind of play around that. But before we get towards the details of Vikendi here, I'm pretty sure you guys want to see and break it down on how Sandhawk looks like.
Yeah, I mean, before that, we're going to have a recap of the entire day. I mean, we start off with match number 1, where Night Owls, we were quite hopeful in the early stages of this game that Night Owls, they were going to shut their critiques up. They were going to have a big, massive chicken dinner on the board. But after the few initial fights, we saw them take a tumble. We saw them take an early exit. OR Esports had a pretty great match in this one as well, though.
As a matter of fact, Night Owls, right, I kind of expected a little bit more from them, especially when it came to their firefights, right? Strategically, this team is not like placed in a position where they will be able to dictate other team and the rotation. But the firepower has been the talking point throughout of the BGIS, especially Cleo Whitey, and he did not really perform up to his standards, the standards which he has set for himself.
You know, that's the thing, right? This we can talk about the players being very, very mechanical skill, but what really trumps you in a team fight, right? In war, it's all about strategy. It's all about outplaying your opponent, right? Like, even once upon a time, 300 Spartans pretty much killed everyone in the war itself because of strategy. And this is where God's Raid really stood out to me the most during the map of Erangel as well as Miramar. And this was pretty much them just dictating the tempo and forcing people into the fight. Like, prior to this highlights, all the teams would come out of the house was because of the fact they were trying to dodge God's Raid by when they secured their compound for themselves, forcing them to commit to the places, and that kind of allowed them to try to set the tempo. However, for this fight here, a little bit unlucky, X-Pac was able to capitalize on a couple of mistakes that God's Raid happened. Same can be said for game number 2, but what was really nice is that teams are slowly adapting to each other's habits and playstyle. They are adapting and switching on the fly, especially coming in towards game number 3.
Exactly, and it's very important to make those changes map by map every single time, because if you're not paying close attention to where you are in the overall rankings, there will come a time, if you're too focused on your own play style, not changing anything, that you'll be left far behind from the rest of the competition. And we will, by the end of the day, I think, see clear differences in the overall ranking. We're going to have the top contenders and, of course, the people lacking behind who will eventually try to catch up tomorrow.
And, of course, when it comes to this kind of playstyles, obviously, when we talk about them being caught out, I feel like Night Owl is one of the teams here. They started really, really strong game on 1 here. Obviously, they're always eager to take fights, but what they're really lacking is their awareness, spatial awareness and game awareness, and that's something that they need to focus.
I want to ask you one simple question. Which team has impressed you the most till now in the first 3 games?
To be honest, Midwave Esports. Midwave Esports impressed me the most.
That is interesting.
Because they have been low-key throughout the entire semi-finals. Game 1, they had a little bit of sloppy start.
Yeah.
But Miramar, what really impressed me was that they were doing some very, very interesting stuff. And what I mean by interesting stuff, how did Midwave ended up at this stage of the circle was that they are not committing to strategical points because of the fact that in case the circle shifts you out of an advantageous position, which forces you into a disadvantaged position, they are not going to be able to rotate out. So that's why they're always on the road looking for the next best spot before they choose their fights.
Exactly, and this thing that you're just talking about, the zone just completely abandoning you, forcing you into an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah.
We saw this happen in the very next game to this team in particular, Revenant Esports. They suffered the wrath of the zone, but before that, Midwave on Miramar were very impressive. A lot of finishes on the board, a brilliant chicken dinner snatched away from the players of Glitch Reborn.
I mean, to be honest, Midwave, right, this team is looking solid. They have had experience. They just did not really have the limelight. They've been playing for a long time. Aru especially, right, inside of the LAN, inside of situations like this is where he absolutely thrives. And Miramar was a very, very accurate representation of what this team is capable of.
We had a conversation with Midwave yesterday, ICU and I. We were talking to them, and the players, they were just so confident about winning it all at the end of this week. Do you think that's actually going to happen?
It is going to be happening here because it kind of shows in what's happening as well. Because when I talked to them as well, have you guys made any planning here? They said they do, but the problem with the plans is that because it's so unpredictable, being spontaneous, being on your feet, being able to make split-second decisions to decide what to do on the spot is going to be very, very important. So when we talk about split-second decisions, means that instead of talking strategy, sometimes you need to think literally need to feel it in your gut.
Yeah.
Instincts on what's the next best move. In this case, Sanhok is exactly that. It's the most taxing when it comes to instincts.
Exactly, and that is why we saw a lot of teams get overheated in those team fights, especially teams like Big Brothers, Gladiators, who were trying their level best to get as many eliminations on the board as possible, but after a certain point, we saw all of them fall.
I mean, it was even OR Esports as a matter of fact, right? Their positioning and the way they entered this particular fight as well wasn't really exactly ideal. But of course, they did manage to take down Midwave Esports, but did not really have that much of an impact in the endgame stage because of the number of men that they lost in the mid-rotation fights.
This was one of my favorite fights in this entire map of Sanhok TWM against the players of God's Reign. God's Reign, I thought, were going to be able to win that fight since they had the cover to work with, but it seems like TWM, they did not expect that level of aggression from this team.
You know, to be honest, when we talk about this map in particular here, TWM as well as Gladiator here, right? These are two teams that are very, very good micro fighting here. They're very, very good in head-to-head fights and aggressiveness, right? So without people forcing you to kind of take fights that you don't need to fight, such as a big boss, in this case, the Mafia here, like God's Reign, who's now in equation, because in this particular map, God's Reign took a very, very late circle rotation. They actually tank up the zone all the way to far north for at least 3 to 4 circles before heading in. So when you lose a dictator like that in this map, you have a little bit more room to work with, which is very nice because this kind of gave a little bit of a glimpse on how Gladiator and TWL is able to showcase those fighting prowess, those mechanical skills.
Especially from the side of Gladiators, because we have seen them in the past as well. They are at their best when they are playing slow. A lot of aggression, yes, they have the firepower to back it up, but if they lose out on Justin and Delta, who are the primary frontliners for the team, they struggle so much. So the usual norm inside of the game is to protect the numbers to the late game stages and then step into the fight. But as we step into, or as we're about to step into Weekend Salty, are you expecting any changes in their playstyle? Because now they are about to, there's a tie in the overall rankings.
I mean, not really, right? They will be able to play that passive game, and I think the map of Vikendi kind of suits Gladiators as well. They won't be playing in from the edges anymore because the edges are the only places where you're forced to make a rotation. I think if they don't really make some bold moves inside of the game, Gladiators should be fine because in the mid-game stages, it's all about excelling in those 4v4 fights. You're not going to be third-partied. You won't be forced into a very unorthodox rotation by any means.
Yeah, and when we talk about these rotations, right, I feel like Vikendi is a little bit difficult because, like I said, not having information is one of the most difficult things to play in Vikendi, and not having information means that you are going to be doing things blind. So scouting becomes a very, very important factor here. So the difference between international teams and also locally here is that they always send in one guy very far away to scout ahead on lead on where they should go next. And this is where I think God's Reign, in particular, the top 1 MVP ranking in terms of overall kills from the semifinals, that guy pretty much does exactly that role for the team.
Ninja Jord.
Yes, Ninja Jord. Thank you. Ninja Jord was that exact dude.
And it was a very interesting conversation to have, because when you have one player who's in a different league from the entirety of the lobby, entirety of the competition itself, you would expect that team to be at least in the top 5. Wasn't the case with God's Reign. We saw them in that middle pack the entire time, and it felt like the other players were lagging behind, but thankfully during the later stage of the semifinals we saw Aquanox catching up, and it feels like now even Rob and Blaze are on the same page. So God's Reign, I mean, they can provide a tough competition, but I see you did a fantastic job breaking down the macro and the micro of the game, the 4v4s versus rotations, and how things can be planned out against the zone. What do you think, like God's Reign, what will they have to change in order to, well, as far as the end of the day is concerned, in the next 3 matches, that they can surpass Gladiators and just stick to that first position for themselves?
To be honest, keep doing what they're doing, because if you think about it here, day 1 is all about being being consistent and also scouring free points, because of the fact that this is a tournament. BGIS is all about the pros versus the underdogs. In this case, the underdogs, there is going to be, in terms of a little bit of experience difference between some of these teams.
The history of competitive BGMI is sitting right behind us. We saw a waste on the screen a few moments ago. Ronak right behind him as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about those guys another time. Right now, I believe it's time to start discussing the next map that's going to be on our screens. Vacandy, Salty. We've seen a lot of Vacandy throughout this entire tournament. Were you happy with any of them?
Was I happy?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if I am prepared to answer that question. Maybe I will be happy if I actually get to see the snow of Vikendi turn red because of all the bloodshed that's going to happen in this one. Because in the Grand Finals, I'm expecting something different. In the Grand Finals, I'm expecting a lot of different elements involved in Vikendi as well.
Well, let's see. Is this map going to deliver this time, ladies and gentlemen? Game number 4 of the day. It's going to be on our screens in the next few moments. Vikendi is about to begin.
Yeah, it certainly is, right? And I am so excited to see the flight path. It's so much leading to one side of the map. Now, this completely alienates one part of the map itself. You can see it starts off from Winery, ends towards Peshkova as well. Majority of the drop locations are going to be focused towards Hot Springs, Kantra, Port Vostok, even Mount Kresnik as a matter of fact. And historically speaking, I know, right, if the circle does end up on Mount Kresnik, this is the hot spot for every single team, and they're going to be fighting over here.
No, that's the thing about Mount Kresnik, right? It's the center of the circle, it's pretty much the center on the entire map here. Easy rotation is going to be the way to go. But of course, if circle shifts there, it's actually very unpredictable because there are so many layers playing around the terrains itself. So when it comes to the terrains, we are going to be expecting multi-layer high ground versus low ground affairs. So that's going to be a big problem for them. But for now, circle is going to be shifting on the website. Flying from the east side means that there are going to be teams going to be a little bit late towards a rotation. And what I mean by rotation is that whoever reaches towards their usual drop spots and not contested first, they will have an upper edge. Do they want to loot more for resources, or do they want to leave the place early to try and take space towards the next phase?
I think it's going to be the second one. I think it's going to be majority of the teams who are on the right hand side of the map itself, right? They're not in their drop locations, they're not in their usual drops. Now what they will try and do, or how the game will pace itself through the later stages, is that a lot of convoy, a lot of vehicles will be swarming inside of the circle, right inside of the first one. I'm pretty sure from the second circle onwards, all the mid-rotation clashes will stop. But inside the first circle, there might be a little bit of chaos.
Agreed. And as of now, we do see CS, one of the teams that get completely bullied out throughout the entirety of the day. They are going to be in a position where they are going to try and focus up some farm and loots as well. But for now, it's all about the waiting game. So I feel like in this scenario, it all comes down to whoever understands the situation they are a little bit better.
Of course, understanding what you have to do in order to move forward for a team like CS is extremely important in this game itself. Vikendi is at one map, as we discussed. If you play slow, it can be rewarding to you. You can secure a lot of placement points, and of course, the chaos in the end game. You will have the opportunity to rack up those finishes one after the other. But CS Esports, if they don't manage to pull this off in this match, in this map of Vikendi, might have just say bye-bye to These points of today, Miramar and Wrangle, the last two games are going to be very brutal for them.
I have a different opinion though, to be honest, because we've always talked about how the 5th and the 6th circles are so chaotic, especially if it does land somewhere nearby Goroka or maybe towards Mount Kresnik as well, right? In those situations, in the urban warfare or in an open circle, you are very susceptible to being third-partied in every single situation. We've seen this happen in multiple stages of the BGIS. Maybe a team like CS, who are very low on the overall standings, they need to gain some ground, especially on the later half of the first day itself. They want to restore their overall standings. I think you just got to go aggressive. Just try and take those 4v4 battles. Scout out where the teams are stationed and maybe just go in hot right from the get-go. You might be lacking on some of the placement points because you might not enter the final circle, but the finish points will boost your morale, and that is going to set you up for the later games.
Agreed. And of course, you know, you have to think strategy on when you should be taking points and when you should be giving points, right? Like, there's no such thing as you winning it all. Like, there's no such thing as a single team winning all 18 matches in the championship. It's all about give and take. Choose your poison. Choose your poison carefully. Like, do you want a weaker one, or do you want a stronger one? When should you take it and when you should not? So you have to be able to deal with losses from time to time, and that's what makes you really, really stand out. Keeping calm, keeping composed, slowly thinking ahead on what you're gonna do. But of course, whoever that does it the quickest is gonna be the ones that have an upper edge. In this case, I feel like Gladiator made a very, very interesting place. Like, they split up the entire town, obviously to take the entire loot spots for themselves, but from their position right now, they've got two things that they have got. They can get information from any teams rotating early from the east side of the vicinity and also the west side of the state, especially for first circle.
I mean, we all know in any given map, the most challenging position is always going to be a bridge that's going to be there. And even in the city of Posto, there is a small little bridge. They have that covered. But on the feed, what just happened? We see the players of Metal Esports getting absolutely annihilated by Big Brothers. Well, one of the lads has been finished off, but I believe there was another knock secured by Big Brothers. We'll come back to that fight, ladies and gentlemen. But X-Park on our screens a few moments ago, right? The trade was there from Metal. Rishi and Paradox up against each other as Paradox runs outside. Shots fired. There's a flank covering that position. Not allowing him space to move. The DBS firing now. Still repositions to the upper floor.
Seems like it is going to be a little bit difficult here, considering that Paradox, he does have the DBS. He's looking for those kind of preemptive plays here, but it seems like it is going to be a little bit tough on him, considering that he needs his members to come and back him up. And so far, he's just trying to buy time. Paradox doing a fantastic job. It's just zoning him up. Whereas the guys on the bottom there is going to try and look for the reset, because as of now, Metal, they are going to try and pick up Sarvit, their teammates a little bit more. Meanwhile, Big Brother Sarvit gets picked up. They are going to be looking to try and flush out the top side.
I love this, what they're doing right now, right? Paradox, he knows exactly that he has to set up a choke situation, and that is exactly what he does.
Exactly, he's been trying to do that for a while now, and Big Brothers have walked right into his trap. He's managed to secure a knock, and now the situation might be in the favor of the players of Metal, but Encore still, the revive is not there. Is he going to bleed out eventually? He has his teammate right next to him. Top Dog, I believe. The bleed out has been stopped. Encore will be back in the game in a few short moments, but Sarvit will this nade. Can he change everything? Because now Metal is working with a 2-1 split with Paradox isolated. But look at this. There's a third party over here. CS Esports, they show up. Top Dog on the outer side is going to be taken down as Paradox is being pushed by the players. And there's the knock. There's the finish. Big Brothers wiping the floor with Metal Esports, and CS Esports, they chime in for a little bit of dessert for themselves as well.
Oh my goodness, Metal Esports. Props to his Paradox there. He tried his best to actually stall his mess, but eventually the amount of noise coming in, you know, he was hoping for some saving grace to kind of save them out in this situation. But Big Brothers, they were able to capitalize this. But what a shot! Because here comes the third party from downtown, midway from across on the other side of the map. They do get a chime out into this fight.
I told you, I see there's going to be so much chaos inside of the first circle, and this is entirely because of there was such a big difference between the flight path and where the circle is. So many teams coming together all at once. CS Esports in the vicinity. You've got Midwave in the mix of things. We can't really see them on the radar, but they are present, and CS Esports will have to be very much aware right now. Any position, any shenanigan which they try to pull off, maybe moving on the outside, try and nade on the upper floor, maybe take down Saf in the process, that is not allowed because Dionysus is right here.
There was a jump scare right there.
What a shot coming from Zaif to actually shut them down. But at the same time, this is good coming from Midwave, right? They are going to try and dictate the tempo to try and shove them to the pin. But because they forced two teams to be in this position, especially coming from Meadow as well as Big Brothers, now with also CS in the pool, they have a mental picture of at least 3 teams down in that vicinity.
Well, let's see how clear this picture is going to be for them. The clearer it is, the more information they will have to work with. But I'm glad that the early commotion has come to a standstill for now. CS Esports with a little bit more breathing room to work with X-Spark inching closer ever so slightly.
I think CS Esports might be sort of tempted once they have the information that all 4 players of X-Spark are there, because you could see the bloodlust in their eyes. CS Esports, they need a head start in this game, and that is exactly what they're looking for. Great see you made it across in that position. They were deterred, but look at this. Team X-Spark definitely in contention, trying to exert that authority right from the beginning of the game itself.
Well, great escape coming from them here. Team X-Spark, they are suffering in terms of ammunition here. They're getting a little bit of information, but at the same time, GS now, they are going to be, saving up their vehicles here. This is a very, very interesting position they are put in right now, because as of now, it seems like, considering that there's so many teams around it, they have no choice but to try and salvage as much resources as they can before they go to the next phase of the zone.
And of course, teams will be in their vicinity, teams will be in their compounds, and this friendly neighborhood battle which is going on, this is going to continue. And amidst all of this, the vehicles are the ones who are always damaged, and like this from Growing Strong, right? They are trying to save their mobility as much as possible, but it seems like one of the players from CS, he's been taken down.
Now this is another challenge of Wakened. We keep talking about this is a simple map, you hold the center and that's going to be a game for you. But now look at the cluster of teams smack in the center of the circle. We saw GS get sandwiched between the players of CS and Big Brothers in the black lines, while CS Esports themselves were sandwiched between Big Brothers and X-Spark. So now 2 teams stuck in the middle, Revenant Esports holding the flank, while you have 4 different teams coming in from the outside.
Well, speaking of the 4 teams here, they are slowly losing members here. MICI, they are going to try and take a late rotation down north, and this is pretty much courtesy of what Gladiators are doing. They're literally gatekeeping and forcing them to take the rotation. Means that they are going to force more numbers down towards the north side, and that is going to be a huge cluster mess up top side. So Gladiator, now they have options here. Because they are having time against the clock here, they have 2 things they do. Gather resources or dodge the northern fight, because that is where a lot of actions is going to be happening here. But for now, they have a rough mental picture of only 1 team on the north side.
Now, during the pre-show or during the pre-game segment, we established one strategy, right? Always trying to hold the center of the Vikendi circle. Gladiator, they're doing the default, what they do in every single map. They're not changing anything. Johnny also asked us, right, what should they change? And I think, right, this is what it is. A team at the very top should not really change what's working. They're still playing, hugging in from the blue zone. They're still trying to enter the circle late. And we just saw from the map feed as well, right at the center, there's a cluster. There's nobody at the edges.
Agreed. But now let's talk about very, very strong strategic points as of now, right?
Yeah.
Gladiator, they're all the way in the east side. But based on what the map is as well, last scene, God's Rain was controlling point into the northern section here. And likewise can be said for Revenant Esports. And God's Rain, look at this. The position, they're right in the middle. They're looking to try and take these 2 spots here to try and force a big cluster of teams to try and collapse on each other. And now the biggest cluster is right in the middle. So Revenant and God's Rain is in a prime position where if they want to escape this zone, they will have a little bit more space considering the amount of people right in the middle. And I'm not gonna lie, Glitch X Esports is in the spot where it's nearly impossible for them to get out because of the amount of teams that is clustering on them. Unless they somehow find a way to take space to give them a little bit of breathing room to rotate out, I feel like they are going to drop a few bodies here. They are going to lose members. They are going to lose resources to try and get out safety.
I think, of course, right now, at least in this stage of the map, they wouldn't really be forced out of their location. And like we said, right, Vikendi, the way the trend has been going, we had the first initial collision. And I think those collisions have sort of stopped. There will be pot shots, there will be neighborhood shots, friendly neighborhood shots fired like we see right now. But no major movement inside the circle. Everyone is well settled. But there is one team that I want to talk about, and that is Blind Esports. What has happened to this team's confidence? What has happened to the bloodlust and the aggression that they used to bring onto the table? They are nowhere near, and they're also playing the edge of the circle. This team always used to thrive in high pressure situations, thrive in 4-4 combats. But now, Johnny, it seems to be they are nowhere close to that form.
Yeah. We talk about high pressure, and this was a high pressure situation for Paradox a few moments ago. against the players of Big Brothers, a 1v3, and he did manage to buy his teammates a good 30-40 seconds, but Encore, the revive was not really there from his teammate Top Dog, and all of a sudden CS Esports show up on the outer side, something they never expected. Annihilation of Metal Esports. The only squad wipe till now, but now it feels like God's Reign are going to be under heavy fire soon.
Yep, they are in an offside here. They are getting shot from afar. CS is applying a little bit more pressure onto their vicinity here. We do have 4 aggressive men also looking to try and pressure this here. But the question remains is, are they going to be able to get out? Because as of now, from what I see on this rotations here, it's all about who makes the first mistake. Like, whoever lose and gives away control, they are going to lose out a lot. And currently, the teams that is having the most amount of control is pretty much Gladiator as well as God's Reign. So
yeah,
I feel like from Blind Esports' perspective, they live up to their name. They are literally going into the game blind most of the time. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
they're literally blind most of the time because they take this kind of late rotations and they go into the map just hoping that, you know what, there's just nobody there, and they go in blind and they just get wiped out.
This is extremely fun considering, like, you are in fact correct. But this was never the case with Blind.
Exactly.
This is not the same team that we have been witnessing for the last few months. I don't know what has happened to them, but this time it has been just a journey filled with a lot of struggles in BGIS.
Yeah, I think for Blind, they reached their peak at round 3, round 4, when they were absolutely obliterating the competition, like almost getting 100 points out of 6 games. It was usual. It was a usual day at the office for them. Finish points always greater than positional points, and it used to more often than not always be a total more than 20.
Yeah.
Right. And Blind Esports right now, they've sort of lost that form from the semi-final onwards.
Well, maybe not. Let's take a look at the circle here. Seems like it is shifting a little bit more to the center here. Very, very balanced between all the teams here. Of course, Glitch as Esports right smack in the middle. All they gotta do is just wait, pray, and just hope things are gonna be a-okay. Southeast corner here, Blind Esports is slowly edging. They are gonna try and play corner circles here to try and play a 2-direction retreat rotation, right? And when we're talking about rotations, exit path is gonna be the biggest priority.
Yeah.
And when we talk about that, it means that you are trying to secure placement points. So keeping their options to only left and right is smart because you are not getting pincered by multiple angles.
With the terrain they were in, it's going to be extremely challenging because even if they head up north, they have first they will be shot by Gladiators, then you have Night Owls moving up north. They have one more team blocking their west. It is a journey filled with a lot of challenge, but talk about challenges. We have Glitch Reborn on our screens, quite close to the players of Big Brothers, but still, hear all the gunshots, but where they're coming from.
Oh, this is a difficult spot that Glitchass is actually playing, right? Because they are playing this compound here where the east side is pretty much an open field for the lake.
Yeah.
That means that there's not a lot of players going to be going that direction because it is no man's land for a reason. So parking those vehicles in that vicinity means that it is an easy escape route because in no man's land, yes, you can shoot from far, but if you're driving a vehicle, it is going to be very difficult to blow up those vehicles because of the fact that that just means a full team needs to commit their entire clip to shoot you down. That means burn resources and to get absolutely no value, but only finishing points.
Revenant Esports on our screens right now, and of course, they haven't really shown their true potential so far, right? Revenant Esports are definitely in a position where one good game can propel themselves on the overall standings, but this is not the Revenant that we know of, especially how aggressive that they've been, right? Multiple times, Johnny, you've seen me predict, multiple times you've seen me support this particular team because of their aggression. But it seems like Apollo, who has sort of led the charge in terms of how this team has performed in the past, it seems like he is sort of underperforming right now.
I mean, there has been a massive underperformance from Apollo, as you mentioned, and he is one of the key players in that team. But talk about the team that has been performing quite decently throughout the day. DWM on our screens, taking shots, trying to blow up the door. God's Reign is their target as of now.
This is smart.
Yeah, but the players of God's Reign are even smarter. They're avoiding the lines of fire.
Agreed. You know, that's the thing about, understanding the situation you're in, right? Because God's Reign, they understand that they've got so much space and compound. That's why the fact that they're okay with just losing a couple of angles. And TWM, they're trying to limit those angles for them in case any other team tries a third party, and they are hoping to get a couple of free finishes in their vicinity. So chipping away and, taking as minimal shots to get crucial objectives is going to be very, very important. So, like I said, understanding terrain layouts, understanding building layouts gives you a huge advantage. Because if you know that this house looks like this, if you take away certain angles away, means that those players are going to be forced to be camping at specific positions in the map that they are going to be limited in terms of vision.
It's like herding sheep. You force them in a certain position, you force them in a corner, and then you finish it off. The better the setup, the easier the following team fight will be.
Yeah, agreed. And in this case, talking about setups right now, because based on what I'm seeing, the circle shifting down to the middle as well. Night Owls smack in the middle. Glitch X Esports, again, fortunately for them, circle still kind of favors them.
Yeah.
And considering that their neighbors, Big Brother as well as CS, is sharing the compound, and so far neither of these teams can actually get out. Because if you think about it here, Glitch X, if they want to get out, Big Brothers watch them. CS is going to be looking at them. Revenant is going to be looking at them. Glitch X may be looking at them. So they can't move. Big Brothers, they can move, but Midwave is stalking them on the northeast corner. So the biggest threat based on this circle is going to be Midwave Esports as well as Revenant right now, who has the biggest amount of, I would say, space to get out. But Blind, again, they're playing late circle and somehow nobody knows where they are.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting to see. Blind managing to dodge all of the opposition we were thinking they were going to clash against. And I mean, it's a simple method that they managed to execute. They're rotating outside the safe zone.
Yeah.
Just managing to fight just an edge inside the safe haven to protect themselves, avoid damage from the blue wall of death. But now the players of Glitch closing in on the players of Midwave, the last two survivors.
Well, speaking of survivors, Midwave, they may be the controls of this game. Glitch X, they're not too happy about it here. They are looking to try and get out to safety. And fortunately for them, they somehow managed to get out, and that's good because getting out that hellhole down bottom here was a big threat. But look at this. The resources they were forced to commit it. They're using utilities. They're using nades to try and zone them out. They only down left was one vehicle. They pretty much lost their earlier jet ski. For now.
Glitch X Reborn. I mean, this nade, of course, isn't really going to connect, but they need to, just like you mentioned, to flush out their positions, flush out players of Midwave Esports from the stronghold that they have, and this compound is really important. This is right underneath the frozen lake of Goroka, and it seems like Glitch X Reborn, they understand that. They know, as a matter of fact, that this can be a stronghold for at least a couple of more circles, and they will be able to stay themselves safe.
Oh my goodness, the amount of utilities just to clear out specific angles, whether or not is it safe, it's just ridiculous. And who could blame them, considering the fact that there's just no movement whatsoever coming from them.
And it's patient.
Movement wasn't there, but the players are still present in the back
Agreed.
rooms. So it can be a trap, and if Glitch Reborn runs in, they won't be prepared for it.
That is a booby trap, right? They want them to push up. The choke angles have been created, and I'm pretty sure they are just ready with the shotguns. But look at this. GDR from the backlines. Even they are yet to make an entry inside the circle. And of course, OR Esports and this entire convoy might just have deterred by the fact that they just did not really pay any heed. GDR as well will be hot on their tails as well. We'll be looking for compounds in this vicinity.
Well, they are going to be the kings of the south right now because as of now, they've rotated from the east side. They've gathered that there's not a lot of people on the east side. Meanwhile, let's talk about the circle again. Again, somehow, it is still favoring Glitch X on the top side. GSX on the bottom side here, they're still not moving at all.
But I'm actually very concerned about Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, right now. They did not try and take a direct entry inside the circle. They try and go for a northward rotation, because of which they are kind of split up in that position. But Manya is yet to find out where Team Night Owls is. And considering the fact that the circle has shifted south of that Goroka Lake as of now, it seems like Blind Esports, the only option is to hit straight and hit hard against Night Owls.
They will have to force a fight if they want to find the entry.
Yeah.
Agreed. In this case here as well, I'm going to correct myself as well. The teams that pretty much in the pincer here is not Glitch Ice. That's growing strong if I'm not mistaken, right? So that is growing strong who's in a pinch moment here.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a little bit of a problem. That's why I was a little bit confused here. I'm really sorry about that for these guys watching at home. But for now, God's Reign, they are going to be crashing in as well. They are one of the first to actually rotate the stage round 5. And in this case, Michi does count out this rotation. But fortunately for them, the Beagle does save a no! Aqua right at the edge, a one-way smoke from him, just getting an easy finish coming in.
What just happened? The entirety of MICI just wiped out in a matter of seconds. God's Reign, 2 easy eliminations secured by Aquanox, looking to move forward, and this wasn't the only fight they were worried about. I think they have the information of the team up ahead in the form of Big Brothers, who have been holding on to that compound for a long time. There was an earlier fight that gave away the information to the opposition. Look at this. It's just a brilliant trace from Blaze and Aquanox in tandem. Aquanox, of course, being the one who secures those eliminations for his team. But now, some men are going to be spotted out, and it's going to be Uzumaki who kicks things off. King KO'd in the middle of nowhere. Aquanox tried his level best to secure the point for his team, but it was picked up by Big Brothers themselves.
Exactly, and that is because of the fact that Big Brothers have the better position, and now God's Reign, even if they have to enter the circle, Big Brothers will be their prime target. They, of course, snatched their finish pointer right underneath, but look at this, Blind Esports, they are being pressured against 4AM.
Oh my goodness, Blind Esports, they went in blind. They didn't know what they walked into, instantly getting punished by every single team having a crossfires for them. And fortunately for them, they are going to be able to hunker down for now in a very, very enclosed shelter here. They are smoking out here trying to go for reset. They do get one, but at the same time,
oh my god!
A nade from Fierce, Kobe!
I mean, definitely something to rile up the crowds in the arena. Brilliant usage of utility from the players of Revenant, finishing off Blind Esports before they could even react. But now, the work, the job, it's not done. Revenant Esports, the zone has been favoring them all this time. Can they secure this win in their hands and not fail the same way they did in the previous map of Sanhok?
It depends how they handle 4AM. 4AM are looking red hot right now. And because of the fact that GDR are basically in the same position that Blind is, it just brings them to the same level of vulnerability. Another nade and GDR could have been potentially wiped off.
Yep, in this case, Sensei all by himself. He's got himself a very, very nice kill box. Karan and Skillful, only 1-2 left. And currently, they are dominating down towards the south side. But at the same time, ooh! What? Well, what? Night Owls? They shot through the smoke. What? How?
Just like something that's going to shake you up. But let's look at this. Night Owls, they have their own world of trouble to deal with in the form of the players of Gladiators. Justin and Shogun still hiding in the shack, trying to line up the nades on the players of Night Owls. And Dreams has been dropped extremely low, but the shots from the players of 4AM connect on Justin and Gladiators. They're going to be shown the exit from this game.
Night Owls are back in action, ladies and gentlemen. 3 finishes, 4 players still alive, and they've spotted the players of Revenant as well. Revenant completely out in the open, trying to make that last-ditch entry. 2 players still holding the backlines, but it seems like Night Owls have a good idea. But as soon as I said that, Roxy's down and out.
Well, everyone is looking to try and secure the compound here. The shelters may be looking one of the best compounds to secure in terms of positioning, but considering that there is a small little tiny window to crack here, everyone is just using it as a kill box to get some finishes.
Listen, man, we have seen 3 teams run for that shack, and all 3 of them got wiped out. I don't think that's a good spot right now. That is just a bait for everyone, and 3 more teams, as you mentioned, are lining up for that same position.
Well, speaking of positioning, again, Night Owls in a little bit of trouble. Revenant looking to try and force the issue, but Apollo having a little bit on the edge here, gets picked off instead, as teams are going to be trying a little bit more into this skirmish here. Down towards the final 10 teams, 30 remaining. The numbers are slowly whittling down. Fierce looking for the shots. It finishes. Draco. Night Owls getting taken out as well. Everyone from the east side completely dumpstered.
Yeah, and exactly it is, right? Revenant, they are going to be coming out as the winners of the East battle. But will controlling the east part of the circle be enough for them? Because look at this, Apollo, who was having that advanced position towards the central part of the circle, he has been taken down. There is another team, 4M, quite close by, and multiple other teams who are still yet to make that entry. I think for Revenant, the job is very tough.
4AM, though, lacking a lot of utility upon themselves in terms of the nades, smokes, and the molotovs.
Yeah.
And from where they are, they will need a lot of smokes in order to create that soft cover to work with. But let's see, OR Esports against the players of Growing Strong now. High ground advantage to work with, but still, GS not giving a single pixel to OR.
Oh boy, this is not looking good here, but GS going strong. They are definitely finally finding a little bit small room to actually come out. This is surprisingly because they have been turtled out for the longest of time.
Yeah.
But the question here is now in this situation, they have no choice but to contest and push forward because right ahead is going to be OR Jelly taking a lot of shots in Faye, taking a little bit too much here. Meanwhile, West Side, God's Rain, they are going to be taking some damage.
A big fight against the players of Big Brothers. EBS to work with damage exchange, but it's going to be Ninja John. That's going to hit the floor. Equinox, the last man remaining, managed to secure the opening knock against the players of Big Brothers, but he's still outnumbered in a 1v2. Luckily for him, Uzumaki and Sarwit were in the other compound. He waits at the door.
Nice.
Lands the shot and the damage. It's right on his head. Sarwit with a pixel of HP to work with. Uzumaki, he's trying to salvage this fight for his team, but whatever happens, both these teams, they have to be quick about this, because from the back we see the players of OR Esports and Growing Strong closing in.
It's not just that, 30 seconds before the circle closes in as well, and they need to cover 30 meters. Now these 30 meters will actually feel like 300, especially with so many teams in the vicinity.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be tough. They have about 20 seconds left. The circle is about to close in. They have no choice. Aquanaut is trying his best to hold that angle again with the DBS. He is doing a fantastic job, but they are down towards the final 5 teams here. He is looking to go do the next best option. That's going to be a placement, boys, here. He's got 4 first aid. Smart. He's going to tank the circle here. He's going to try and buy time.
Oh, no.
But now it's all about the healing game. And there's the nades. He's going to get hit. No. Okay. It's fine for now, but he gets it, but no! He repositioned. Needed to reset it here. And then the last final take is going to force him out. Meanwhile, Big Brothers, Uzumaki is going to be playing the healing game himself.
But here's the thing, the point does not go to Big Brothers. They wanted that point for themselves. They're looking for a big game and still hoping to have one in the top 4. The top 3 Big Brothers Esport, I believe, have been forced to take an exit, all thanks to the Blue Zone itself. But ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, 3 teams remaining, 7 players still alive in this matchup, and the last fight will be Revenant against OR, in which OR stands there with 4 players in the fight.
A 4v2 in this situation. Revenant in this situation, Apollo as well as Fierce. They've got a nice little split, but the circle is all about OR Esports. How do they cover this ground? Because look at that, an entire of an open terrain.
While OR is trying their level best to move inside the circle, Revenant, they were trying to get that information upon themselves, and they have seen the players of OR Esports ever so slightly from behind those boulders, behind those trees, but still the angle of engagement they were looking for wasn't really there. Now Fierce on a screen. Nice! The opening knock is going to be secured. Mac is going to be there running behind the rock to go for a revive on his teammate, but it's going to be such a risky position to be with. Revenant, not a lot of utility on Fierce to work with, just one Molotov, and it's going to be a miss. The flank shots from Jelly just forcing him into a corner. Revenant still hoping for the win. So difficult for them to secure it. Max, so much damage. The Blue Zone is there, and I think this is going to be it. OR Esports, the chicken and off weekend in their hands, being handed to them by the players of Revenant.
I mean, that was such an exhilarating game. This is the Grand Finals. I told you, Johnny, there is going to be something different. And the entirety of the Vikendi map, I see, this is nothing that you've seen in the entirety of the BGIS. This was the best one.
This is indeed the best one here. A lot of tactical plays coming from both OR as well as Revenant here. But even then, in the final moments here, as soon as Revenant realized that they were in top 2, they immediately know that, hey, it's going to be a 2v4. They know it. We know it. Let's try and make something out of here. They got one guy kind of trying to get a couple of kills in, a couple of finishes in, but it's not going to be enough because in the end of the day, it's still the numbers game. But eventually, because of how the zone was placing the way through, you know, just dying to the zone, denying them the finish here is going to keep an a little bit of an advantage.
See, since you've already mentioned, I mean, yeah, denying the finishes will give Revenant a slight edge in terms of the points, because, I mean, OR Esports, they were on their 5th position. With this win, they get a few extra points, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be inching ever so close, slightly close to that first spot on the overall ranking. But Revenant as well, they want to do the same. And if you can manage the difference, the first thing you said in the game of Weekend, it's about understanding where you have to give points and where you have to take them. A give and take relationship. And this one, I feel Revenant Esports didn't get bad part of the deal as well. It was quite decent.
It wasn't just Revenant Esports as well. I think Aqua did a very good job in trying to deny points, right? It's not just the points which he denied for himself, right? He went down to the play zone. His finish point was not acquired by Big Brothers, but also the fact that he stalled them till eternity. He did not let them move.
But one more team, we were so focused on the team moving from the Eastern Edge, Blind Esports. Where did they go?
You know, to be honest, this is what I mean by going things in blindly, right? Blind Esports, you know, they're playing the safe approach, not for easier. But when push comes to the shove, they had to choose a decision. They chose the next best option. And that was pretty much in the process of every single team in towards that small little shack. But now, speaking of shacks here, let's take a little bit of recap here on the highlight. That is that exact same spot. This spot here has so many angles here. They try to smoke their way, but a casual lob of nades pretty much just denies them opportunities.
I want to highlight a little bit more about the Blind Esports situation, right? I mentioned during the cast that they had to fight against Night Owls. All they did was to try and leapfrog Night Owl. That was a last-ditch entry. That was a panic move situation. Trying to slam in on a shack, 4 players inside a shack, that is never what Blind Esports would do in a normal game.
I just noticed something absolutely hilarious about that Blind Revenant fight. Fierce came out of cover, threw the nade, and while running back, he got knocked out by the players of Blind. But as soon as they secured the knock, boom! The whole team vanishes.
Agreed. And now Jelly, of course, you know, denying the kill on towards, denying that potential comeback story for Revenant. Fierce, you know, he tried to make things work. He got a very nice knock. Unfortunately, he himself also getting knocked puts them in the situation where there's no way we're going to get a winner chicken dinner. But of course, he tried his best. He tried to even things out. Unfortunately, the positioning and numbers just wasn't favoring them.
I think as a matter of fact, the final fight between Fierce as well as between Fierce from Revenant and OR Esports in that matter could have been very different had Apollo played a very proactive situation in that particular fight. I felt like Fierce was still getting it. He still got that first knock, right? But he was the one who was getting shot at from the other side by Jelly from the flank itself. And I think that is where Apollo's role also comes up, to try and identify how OR Esports is trying to split up in the final circle, identify it and neutralize it.
I still believe Revenant could have won that game. They knew exactly where all the 4 players was. One thing that they were lacking, except the numbers advantage, of course, was utility. Imagine if Fierce had 1 nade or 2 nades, a Molotov to work with.
Okay.
It would have been so interesting.
To be honest, if we were to brain a scenario, what if, what should have, what could have? Yeah. The best scenario for Revenant in that scenario was that if the circle was only about 2 to 5 seconds later, they would have made something work against OR.
That too?
They would have made it work, because if he got the reset, he was able to contest OR again, they would have won. Because in terms of resource management, they had the upper hand because of the fact of the amount of bodies that laid waste in their half. So they were able to restock from time to time, and because of that, they had that advantage. It's just, you know, when time doesn't give you, time doesn't allow you, unfortunately, you just gotta do what you gotta do. What's the best thing you can do out of
a few seconds can change everything. But
Agreed.
one thing that hasn't changed in the last 2 maps is Revenant has been consistent. Top 2 in both of the games. I mean, that has to be an impressive run.
Yeah, I agree. And when it comes to impressive runs, right?
Yeah.
This is all about farming as much as you can. Being consistent is going to be great here. And, you know, I had this talk behind the scenes just now before the break. Revenant, he asked me a very, very serious opinion. And I was a little bit pressured. Like, he was asking me, like, what do you think about this match here? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. And we were about to come on and show in less than a minute. I was like, okay. And he was just staring at me. He doesn't want to let me go. I'm like, okay, I'm going to tell you what happened here. This is what happened to God's Rain. This is what happened to this. And then, okay, you know what? I'm going to try that. Boom. Top 2. I was like, maybe I should be a full-time analyst. Oh, wait. I'm right here.
Yeah.
Oh.
We bagged
that was
IC
a subtle
before
flex, by the way.
Sorry, what?
That was a subtle flag.
He earned that, right, Salty? What about you, though? What are your thoughts on Revenant Esports and their consistent run throughout the first 4 games?
I kind of always expected it, right? From Revenant Esports, especially the way they've been working. I'm sort of only a little let down by Apollo's individual performance. That's it, right? I want him in positions where Revenant Esports are most trouble. I want him in situations where Revenant Esports cannot find an exit path from their particular position, because he is the one who can carve that entry. And I feel like his short call calling in multiple fights. Right? Sensei always takes the big calls, but Apollo, in situations where there is a 4v4 fight, his involvement makes a difference. His involvement had made Revenant Esports one of the most brutal in 4v4 fights.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Apollo has been the unsung hero for the side of Revenant for a long time now. I mean, he's been absolutely incredible with the way he supports his teammates. Never really hungry for the limelight upon himself, but always hoping that can be on the entire team every single time. And we've been seeing this team make a comeback as far as the journey in the entirety of the BGIS is considered. Because earlier on in the stages, Revenant Esports, it felt like such big names from the BGMI community weren't really able to cope up with the pressure that was being put up upon them by the undergods, the newer teams. But all of a sudden, the semi-finals show up, and along with the semis, Revenant Esports finishing in an impressive position in the overall ranking. And now it seems like they have carried that momentum to the semi-finals. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on with our show. Here's the MVP of the previous game, and it's going to be fierce from the side of Revenant.
Hey, you know, that's the reason why I'm talking about Revenant. I'm sorry, OR. I'm going to take away your line. You may have taken the chicken, but Revenant was doing so much work.
Yeah.
The amount of finishes, the amount of control they did was just phenomenal. Because if you think about it here, Revenant was on the southeast corner of the center circle. So if you talk about box formation into the circle here, right in the middle, they are going to be divided into 4 quadrants. And obviously, the nearest point from the 4 quadrants towards the center are usually one of the best positions here. Revenant was conquering onto the southeast corner of the map. They forced every single team to kind of collapse on the north side to try and use that advantage, the numbers of having the teams on the north take each other out in order to gain an upper edge to get placement as well as free easy snacks on the roadside.
And it's not just you, ICU has taken the spotlight away from OR Esports, because even on the overall rankings, Revenant Esports have done that themselves. 24 points on the board with OR, the winners of the map of Weekend, sitting on that second position with 21 points.
I mean, this is something which is expected from Vikendi, right? And Revenant Esports, we knew that they were controlling the central part of the circle. They were the commanders and they were the dictators of it. So many finish points on the back of it. And I kind of understand what IC wants to say, right? Sometimes flashy plays just does not get you the big chicken, but it still should not be the way to go. I think OR Esports, they were fantastic in the way they approached this game. There are certain teams on that second page, Johnny, whom I'm disappointed with. Has to start off from blind.
Blind, MICI, 4 AM. We expected so much from these teams, especially 4 AM. 4 aggressive, man. If you have aggressive in your name, you have to be aggressive in the game. But hasn't really been the case. I mean, we are not really seeing them win those 4v4s. Rotations are a little bit snacky, but hopefully they recover by tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, the overall rankings on our screens now, where we have Gladiators and God's Reign still tied up.
Well,
38 points to them.
Well, they have been one of the most consistent teams, right? And I feel like it is a little bit of a roles reverse in that regards here. But as of now, it is going to be something that the teams are needing to figure out here. But we do see a lot more adaptations coming from Vikendi. But however, that being said, adaptations into a normal microplay, which is shot calling, scouts, positioning, is great. But of course, layout is a little bit different because this is the first Weekend we have seen on screen.
See, I see what I get from you is you think like a coach, right? You think like one of the coaches and the analysts of these teams. So, considering we have seen Miramar and Wrangle once before in the day, do you think it's possible for the teams to make enough changes to actually turn things around in the last 2 maps? Because Miramar and then Wrangle, those are the only 2 maps left.
Okay, to be honest, what they should be focusing right now is just ignore Vikendi. Doesn't matter. There's no more Vikendis for today's match, right? Erangel Miramar, what they lacked was synergy. What they would lack was that initial warm-up. Now they're kind of warmed up. What they should be focusing is switching up their strategy. But before that, let's talk about how the scores are looking like right now.
Exactly. Things have switched up on the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant Esports taking the first position away from Gladiators and just pushing them down all the way to that 4th spot. And it's not just Revenant, OR Esports. This win of theirs gets them to the second, just 1 point difference between Revenant and OR.
Johnny, can I actually tell what this overall standings reminds me of? This reminds me of a Mumbai local train. You find an empty spot, you will try and capture it. This is absolutely insane. How on earth there are so many switches happening on the overall standings? I have no clue. But this is the level of competition that we expect in the grand finals, and it seems like Revenant Esports OR, they've done so well. They've done so well to make a comeback out of nowhere.
We're gonna have to take IC on that Mumbai local you're talking
Yeah.
about, so that he gets that reference.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I don't really want to do it. I kind of showed it a little bit here on the screen here. I'm not sure if you catch it, but for these guys watching it here, that's not important. You know what's important? This next match. Because us having fun on the desk is great and all, but most importantly, you guys are also enjoying the show. That's what we care. Let us know what you guys think in the comments here. Drop a like, drop a follow, drop a share, drop everything. Let us know what you guys think. Take pictures. You know, if you're on the venue, take pictures and let us know what everything is going on. But for now, moments away from heading off in towards Miramar, things are going to be looking amazing for now.
They look super amazing, and looking at this graphic that plays every single time we jump into the game, I just feel like I can crawl into the box and be in Miramar myself. But ladies and gentlemen, talk about being in certain places, and we have missed our boy Necro all this time. Necro, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty fantastic. I was in the back lines looking at the game. I mean, OR Esports came in out of nowhere, just scooped that chicken dinner under the rug.
Yeah, and speaking of OR Esports here, you know, can they do the same now? Is going to be very, very difficult because as of now, Jelly, he's been making the right calls. They've been winning fights being given to them because of the fact of how they're able to take very, very strong positioning. Yeah. But that is for Vikendi. Now, Miramar, let's talk a little bit more on how things are going to be looking like.
Exactly, but one more thing I would like to emphasize on. Once again, in the previous game, GlitchX Reborn in the top 5. This team just never failed to be consistent. All the limelight was on the players of Revenant OR Esports, but then GlitchX Reborn was ignored. And I feel like GlitchX Reborn needs to be like spoken about a little bit more over here.
I mean, Necro, I do agree with you, but you and I both can agree on one more thing. That this is not the max potential of GlitchX Reborn. We have seen bigger games from them. We have seen more consistent run on all 4 maps.
I know, but considering these are the grand finals and big names like Blind Esports are not able to perform, I would say GlitchX Reborn, these guys are doing miles better.
Every time we talk about underperformance, and Blind is the name that pops up in everyone's head. Why is that?
Well, to be honest, they're just blind. Literally living up to expectations here. They're doing things that just doesn't help them here. They just rush in and hope that, hey, you know what? Rush B, I'm going to be winning the fight here. I'm going to just go in, get the bomb, set it down, and then just completely get destroyed. But, of course, you know the reference. I'm just going to stop there. But, of course, yes, you talk about GlitchX Reborn. To be honest, that was a very, very strong performance coming from the Vikendi. They played really well in the northern section on the mat in that final circle. But now, let's talk about this circle right now in front of the screen, because they are in the position on Valdemar all the way to the bottom left of the map. Obviously, they are outside the zone, but let's talk about what is going to be great about this map, because if we talk about strategic positioning, the north side is where God's Reign is going to be controlling here for now.
There's actually one more team behind the players of GlitchX Reborn. This is going to be a little bit more spicy, considering this is supposed to be like the drop collision inside the El Pozo City. I want to see how GlitchX Reborn can deal with the opponents, especially the players of CS Esports.
Well, let's see how that is going to happen. Glitch Reborn, we know they like to start from the city of El Pozo, CS Esports. Leo YT in the air.
What? Oh, he's going to be knocked out, trying to shoot the bird from the midair itself, but still, CS Esports looking pretty good, at least for now. But speak about the lucky factors inside the game. GlitchX Reborn, they've been able to parachute before the players of CS Esports. You got to thank your stars right there.
I mean, would have been more lucky had they found a bolt action and a scope to work with.
Oh.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it is going to be very difficult to shoot those shots, right? Because people are not expected to the momentum and velocity of the drop here from right spawn here. So getting those those right guns, even with scopes, is still a very difficult shot to go in here. But for now, Duke, he does have the vector. He is going to try and get in close and personal. But the problem here is that he doesn't have a helmet. So one lucky tap from Leo is going to get a knock on him.
He also has a bolt action in the bag, by the way.
Yeah, he does. But the point that he brought up, he does not really have any type of helmet. One single tap on his skull, he can be eliminated from the game. So this is where Duke needs to be a little bit more precise and a little bit more safe when he's going to try to duke out this battle. But let's see how GlitchX Reborn in general want to adjust themselves inside this entire fight. Considering CS Esports, they're in a big disadvantage. I highly doubt CS Esports want to commit to this.
No, at the same time, if we talk about that matchup now, Leo UIT, because he dropped there, it actually slowed down the loot speed of the team
Yes.
because Leo went there, took one compound and just scooted out of there, and so he is going to be running low on his own, but that actually stops the looting speed of that team. So they are going to be in the town a little bit longer, whether or not if they check their surroundings.
Because every single second that Glitchy are present in that city, in the back of their heads, they're going to be paranoid about this one player who is so dropping along with them, but they don't know that he has left their vicinity, that he has left their control.
Exactly, but while doing so, they've also made quite a wise decision because it's better to at least have a slow start than being completely stuck in a stalemate, right?
Yeah.
If you're stuck in a stalemate, you're going to be burning through so much of your valuable time that you can use to loot, that you can use to position yourself in a better spot inside the circle.
Oh no.
Oh boys, looks like we have a couple of scavengers happening here.
Leo
apparently,
is so unlucky.
Leo gonna be caught in crosshairs here, potentially gonna be meeting out with Joker. Joker still looking around for information, but he has a rough idea. I think he briefly heard Leo running around, but for now, Leo is gonna be running blind. But of course, he's gonna be yoinking away a truck for himself. But is he gonna get it though? Ooh.
So the big point of concern over here for Leo is that now that player of Blind Esports actually has a really good gear. Level 3
fully
helmet,
loaded
level
out.
2 vest. This man is fully kitted off the bat. He just dropped in and he just got that loot.
But Leo, let's see, shots fired upon him from the rest of the players from the side of Blind.
A lot of shots coming in as well, out in open as well. Naku looking going for the spray now. Unfortunately, it is not going to be good enough to actually focus here. But a knock? What? What happened?
It came from the flank.
This is a little bit tough. Ronnie getting knocked out in this situation. CS Esports somewhere down line. At least this is going to give them that escape opportunity that they desperately needed to find. But this vehicle's going to get blown up. It's better if they do not really utilize this vehicle anymore. Just try and play things a little bit more in a different way. Maybe just camp inside this compound. That's the only wise option that they have.
So now I have an idea of what CS Esports tried to do in the early stages. They went for a 4-man split drop. The players are regrouping now. Leo has regrouped with Ranadi, but the shots that were taken on the players of Blind came from their rear. And these two lads, Sarthak and Para, have now rotated wide. They joined their teammates, and the 4-man lineup of CS Esports is all together once again.
Well, speaking of this year, they finally got a little bit of reset. They got a breeding room, but what they garnered out of this engagement is that they've gotten a lot of information of some of the teams are going to be there. But the question here is, are they going to be able to utilize it? Because for now, they're scooting away. They are going to be rotating away here. We don't exactly know where they're going to go for. But let's talk about other teams besides CS. Because personally, I want to talk about Mitzi. Mitzi is a team that some of the teams weren't really bothering them a little bit too much here because they finished in top 6 into the semi-final. But today, their performance is just completely being destroyed. And I feel like Mitzi right now, they have to do some life changes. And in this case, I don't know if it's enough right now.
This is my theory behind this underperformance from the side of MICI, right? Considering MICI likes to play really slow, they like to play really safe, and when a slow team, when a defensive team actually wants to play inside a lobby, they need to have the most amount of stats available to execute the strategies, to execute the good rotations inside the circle. But when the strategies itself get flipped over, considering these are the Grand Finals, a lot of the teams, they have changed their rotation pathway. Some teams, they have even changed their drop location. I think so that's the only reason why MICI Esports isn't really able to figure stuff out.
One thing that we haven't seen change much in this particular map was the fact that along with Revenant Esports, Night Owls, even in the early stages, did drop in Los Leones. But now, as we see Revenant still in control of at least the eastern edge of the city, the central part as well, the question is, where did Night Owls go to?
Well, that's the thing about Night Owls, right? Like, you cannot expect them to do things the way they want, right? Night Owls, they hunt in the night. So long story short here, when you're going blind, you are going to be expecting them to come in where in an angle where you don't see them from. So that's what Night Owls has been doing here. They will hit you when you don't least expect them. When the lights are off here, they will come down and hunt you down.
That is kind of true, because we've seen them run into team fights when it was like a 3-team drop clash in Los Leones in the past. And that was the only reason they won those fights. They were just capitalizing on all the chaos, the commotion the other two teams were creating. The two teams, 4 players from either sides, 8 players fighting amongst themselves, and Night Owls just show up out of nowhere, wipe out both the squad, secure 8 points and leave.
That is true. I mean, after the first game, Night Owls has been deactivated throughout. We haven't really seen a lot of Night Owls action anymore. Yeah, in the first game of the Erangel, we saw off the bat Night Owls just kicking things off with some elimination points. But then after that, Night Owls has been deactivated.
Yeah, but this map of Miramar, it has always been their strongest map throughout their journey in the BGIS so far. And that is why I was quite hopeful for Night Owls to actually make a comeback in Miramar. But it seems like with the early decision that was made of abandoning the fight against Revenant, Night Owls, they're changing their ways, and these switch-ups, especially during the Grand Finals, can be extremely tricky to pull off.
Now, speaking of switch-ups here, now let's talk about the positionings of all the teams right now. You can see Gosrain right in the middle here, but at the same time, Glitch X, they are going to be on the outside of the zone for El Pozo. CS also going to be tanking the zone here. They are going to be late to the party. Meanwhile, Gosrain right in the middle, Blind going to be on towards Picado. This time, they're not going to be playing late rotations, which is interesting considering the fact that they are going to be looking for strategic positions to try and force the fight in this vicinity. But now, let's talk about predictions of the zone on how this may go out. Because if the zones are going to be onto Midnas' side, means that in that terrain, a lot of teams are going to have a little bit of an advantage because of how little room they can have to go for space, to take space or own space.
One more thing that we noticed just now was Glitchix Reborn is still inside El Pozo going for the loot. Now, they're going to go for a late game rotation. This is not something that you see that often. We haven't seen this happen in the past as well. This in itself just clearly tells us that teams now, they have entered inside the second Miramar of the day with a different mindset.
We just saw the players of TWM look quite calm and composed, but ladies and gentlemen, the chaos is about to begin. TX against the players of Blind.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting fight considering Manya has got the high ground to play with, and Team X-Park have already opened things off in a fantastic way. Ronnie gets knocked out in the back lines. X-Park, the exact opening they were looking for, and considering X-Park, they've got a really nice Rich to play around with as well. There's a chance if they find the second opening, Blind Esports might just be compromised.
Well, speaking of compromise here, Blind, they're not going to give away this control, right? Because Manya is in the position where he is getting information. And this is the first time I see Blind take a strategic position like this.
Yeah.
But the problem is, can they hold on? Because this church right here, it does have one of the spots where, oh wait, hold up, Godbot actually getting knocked out.
Oh no!
And he actually got finished as well. He actually... I think he fell?
Yeah, he fell to his death. He slipped off slippery shoes, I guess, and then he just got confirmed by that player from MICI.
I mean, so it's going to be extremely horrible if he fell from a cliff and then got knocked out and MICI finished it off. What is acceptable is if he was moving in a vehicle fast enough, MICI took a few shots and he tried to get out and take that fight a little too quickly, because you can get knocked out in the same way and it's going to say that you took fall damage and got knocked out.
Oh, speaking of which here, X-Park, X-Port, they are going to be in a position still in a stalemate between Blind here. But Blind choosing to actually lose control. But seeing how they are in a position where if they commit to the fight, God's Reign is going to try and punish them from all the way high ground here. Very, very similar play styles from the previous Miramar. And this is concerning because X-Park, do they want to force a fight or do they bail out? Because slowly but surely, by Circle 3 or Circle 4, they have to make a decision to back out because their resources are going to be very, very crucial, especially during Circle 4.
Team X-Park, they're surrounded by a lot of foes at this point, considering there's a chance that the third party too from top of the hill might just come into play if they do challenge a fight against Blind Esports. So Team X-Park, they need to be so careful in these type of moments, considering the circle hasn't even filled up just yet. There's so many teams in the outskirts.
And talking about the zone that we have in front of us right now, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see which teams take control of the hill between Picado and La Benedita. And of course, the eastern side also has a lot of high ground cover to work with. But on our screens, we see Big Brothers colliding against the players of OR. Jelly is going to be pinned out. Uzumaki trying to go for a push.
Well, this is going to be a little bit close one here. Uzumaki trying for an angle here. He's hoping for his teammates actually form his way through. Rishi is going for a support nades all the way to the sides. But Jelly is going to try and bait out as many resources here to try and punish a couple of angles. But at the same time, with those nades kind of masking their voice, the are going to try and go for the dodge. But shots coming in. Woo!
Oh, Max.
Servit.
Almost could have found that knockout right there. Servit now at least getting back in that comfort zone, in that safe ground. And Max still looking forward to find another knockout. considering Max knocked out from the side of OR Esports. They're already down to just a 3-man squad. Shooking the team away that's in the front line might just be a big task, but it's not impossible. Big Brother Esports, this team has proven themselves time and time once again in the past, but now it's time for them to do it once again against the players of OR Esports.
Now, speaking of the fights here, they have to wrap things up. They're using a lot of utilities, but tick. Time is not in their favor. Do they choose this fight or not? Because OR, they desperately are trying to regroup and help Jelly out of this situation. But Big Brother, I don't think they want to let this off the hook, because they are having the exact same mindset, which is trying to get their last member to play the numbers game. Do they want to play the sacrifice game or do they not? But it seems to me, based on how the terrain is designed in this specific spot, it's not going to be the case. They have to force a fight right here, right now.
The nade was so close. One man almost could be knocked out. Look at Jelly's position. It's a compromise. Peeks out. Whips a lot of shots. This is going to take a big toll on Jelly in the future. Considering that could have been such a good opportunity to capitalize on. But Jelly is just going for some random sprays in the blind now. Eventually, he gets knocked out by the entirety of Big Brother Esports. OR Esports, Jelly makes the biggest mistake. Makes the biggest whiff of his life. And now Big Brother Esports, they've got the exact entry they needed. Uzumaki will put that final nail in the coffin. And OR Esports, they get eliminated.
It was such a great opportunity right there for Jelly himself. 2 players lined up. Big Brothers were not even aware about his position. They completely ignored him for so long. But whiffing an entire clip, that's going to sting him. And because of this one fight, OR Esports can take a drastic drop in the overall rankings as well.
Well, considering that all this has happened, so they've made so much nice, we do see a little bit of glimpse of instances where Revenant is trying to get a couple of potential knocks and points. Unfortunately to say, they are in a position where they need to gather up their bearings, because as of now, there was so much noise, so much nades here. It was so hard to kind of sit down and say, hey, what's happening around them? Because as of now, they are in a position where they're pretty much okay for now, right? Think about it here. They're smack in the middle here. The rest of the teams hasn't exactly overcommitted that because of how the design terrain, right? They need to rotate into his next phase. So I feel like X-Park, they have one of the best positions possible because of the fact that they have a monster truck. But no Draco. He is going to get run down. Gladiator farming up some finishes.
Night Owls on the screens now. We had a lot of conversations about this team, but it's their time to not pop off. But instead, Night Owls, they're on a run from this fight. Do not want to finish face against the Gladiators in their own arena. And Night Owls, it's better for them to just try and play for the survival now, considering they do not even have the man number to back themselves up.
Well, speaking of numbers, Gladiator, they are going to send Destro up ahead here to scout out the vicinity. He is going to be looking around here. He had a couple of stray shots up ahead. That seems to be Revenant Sensei shooting off. But the question here is, besides Sensei's positioning, does he know where the rest of the team's here? But as of now, Destro, he caught a little bit of glimpse of where the rest of Revenant is. And Sensei, he might get caught out!
Almost
Destro
can be. The sprays over there. Max being loaded in that direction. But still Sensei, he finds a quick rotation out of that tricky spot. Destro, this man's not going to be too happy considering an enemy just whizzed past him and he couldn't even do anything. He was just going for that stray spray, but still nothing found.
Well, Revenant, they've got information, but they are going to be taking fire right now. As does Gladiator want to try and extend this fight? Because the rest of Gladiator, they are going to try and hold his point. They haven't exactly figured out which is safe and which is not good. But Destro, he finds the pick on MJ. This is opening, and it seems like Gladiator, they do really want to hold this compound, and they are going to try to deny resources away from Revenant.
Oh no, Revenant Esports a little bit too unaware off the surroundings. They really do need to crank up that surrounding awareness at this point in time, considering Destro has managed to find that knockout at this moment. The players of Revenant Esports, they're way too low. Even there's a little bit of return fire coming in, but still, that's not something that Gladiator Esports need to worry about that much just yet. Even Fierce is sort of moving away. He's trying to find an off angle upon the players of Gladiator Esports. As long as Gladiator's aware, everything should be good.
As long as they wrap up a few fights as well in the next few minutes, because they will have to deal with the players of Night Owls. Gladiators are on that eastern edge of the circle, and unless they are able to secure that broken house from Night Owls, their next rotation is going to be so difficult for them to pull off, because we saw Big Brothers in the distance, we saw the players of Revenant Esports blocking their way as well, and even 2 players of Night Owls in the situation like that can be enough to cause enough damage for Gladiators for an early exit.
Agreed, but as of now, we do see on the screen, so Ninja John was able to get a couple of finishes, but he himself getting knocked. But now, finally, the star of the show,
Team Spark reigning supreme against the foes in the front. It's a target practice for them. Everyone's running out in the open. They've managed to dish a lot of damage against the foes, but once again, considering that player from Glitch X Reborn, he needs to move out in the open. He cannot really do a lot. One single bullet connection is needed, and that will be found by Aditya. Team Spark, they dig the graves of Glitch X Reborn.
Look at how they are moving together. Pukar leading the charge for his team. A brilliant entry found into the zone from the northeastern edge. But look at this, the shift of the circle still favoring the players of Big Brother Esports. And now, as we were talking about that eastern edge where the players of Night Owl, Gladiators and Revenant are, it feels like that fight needs to settle now.
This is very difficult for them to play here, considering that, you know, they have vehicles. Xpart, they're looking for those kind of drive-bys. But let's talk a little bit more on how God's Reign is actually playing right now, because they had control, but this time, considering how all this layouts of tunnel visions, or in this case rapid hosts across the entire terrain, it is going to be very hard to push out because they are going to be susceptible to be picked off. Blind Esports, they do find a nice pick on towards God's Reign though. Equinox is looking to go into pressure here. Blind, they have a lot of vehicles. Do they want to deny it? Equinox is lobbing an here to do chip damage, but guess what? Saving them is going to be Midway as they try and to pressure Equinox.
Oh no, Blaze got knocked out by the players of Midwave Esports. And that's why now it's all down to Equinox. He needs to hold off two players of Blind Esports. Two Goliaths charging at the same time against God's Reign. It's going to be tough to hold them down, but still Equinox, he's a man who's proved himself time and time once in the past. And now this man needs to be the Clutchmeister and prove himself once again. Shots are being taken on the opposite side, but Equinox soon enough, there's a chance he might just give up, considering it does not really have a lot of HP left anyways. Equinox going for the patch-up. He does have a couple of first aids available, and at this point, he's not going to be able to get his teammate back up on his feet.
What? He didn't even want to pick up. Oh, he could have canceled that. The desperation, the panic is coming in, but as of now, it makes sense. He's last man standing here. He's going to try and rat his way through. Choose your options, right? His options was, is he going to greet out for finishes, or is he going to go for placement points? Because as of now, 12 teams left, 27 alive. Circle is going to be pressuring his way through. Seems like he's going to try and get a chip damage on towards Midway, but they are all trying to run the gun here. He gets scouted out as well. Dennis is going for a shot as well, but no! Dennis is outblazing with the outrange and the high ground advantage.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff coming from him.
Now, just not going for a revive is going to come back and sting that man. I mean, had there been two players, they could have actually shut down Midwave quite easily from that position as well, but God's Reign eliminated from the game. MICI could be next as they are under heavy fire from the players of Xbox.
Yasuri out in the open, but he finds a return knockout against Aditya. Another Mansarang in the front line, but he prones back in the nick of time, so it's going to be safe for now. But still, Pukar is a little bit spread out from the rest of the squad, and even Pukar's now to get shot at by the players of Midwave Esports. MICI and Midwave just pressuring the players of Team X-Park. X-Park nowhere to go. They're out in the open. So many bullets to dodge.
Now, speaking of bullets, we are down towards the final 9 teams. 21 remaining here. Everyone is getting a little bit angsty to choose their fights. Misi is able to get a very, very strong control, but of course, it's all about attack wars. Revenant has been going head-to-head against Gladiator for the longest of time. It fears he needs to run. He barely scoots away, and he somehow escapes to safety with a couple of HP. But does he have the resources to reset? Because Gladiator is still gunning for Revenant for the longest of times.
It's going to be a 3v4 scenario. Revenant and Esports just have the man advantage. And considering they've got the man advantage to play with, Revenant Esports is of course going to be looking a little bit more confident in this situation. Gladiator Esports with 3 eliminations wrapped up. Now the Wall of Death is going to force these guys to move out in the open, and that's what they do. But considering the smoke's there in the front, it's blocking the visual off the opponent team. Apollo finds out 3 players in the front line. The nade is there. It just softens up the player though. Knock not found, and 2 players knocked out. And within a flash, the entirety of God's Reign or Gladiator Esports, they get eliminated.
Forcing them to move how they want. That's exactly what they did. And Apollo sets it up perfectly with those nades, knowing they were going to trail behind the zone. How painful it is to see how Gladiators got completely outsmarted with the zone. Perfect execution coming in from the Revenant. Now, all things considered here, fights are about to happen into his next phase here. Big Brothers still laying low for now. Finally makes their show into the 7th place here. Uzumaki with the Car 98K, looking for those one taps, trying to deny Helmet resources. Unfortunately enough, they cannot do much more. Sarvit down towards just the final 2 clips of ammunition. If they don't get any value out of this, they are going to be going into the next fight pretty empty.
Big Brothers has been trying to force fight for the longest time now. We remember even in the fiasco between Night Owls, Gladiators and the players from the side of OR. I mean, they were still there. But Blind Manya, look at him. Last player, I believe, from his team.
Well, in this case, he managed to actually, sneak up a buggy for himself here. So he does have a little bit of choice here. Does he want to take the vehicle to provide cover or give him the height advantage vision? So in this case, he has information, but can he capitalize on this? But meanwhile, he's going to be sneaking way through. Oh my goodness! They didn't see him, didn't see? They walked past him. Blind Manya pulling the blind gun right now as he's going to pretend he doesn't see him and hope that he is going to be able to rent behind TWM and backlines right now.
Manya's got the striking advantage. He's the one with the nature, being the snake, being the rat.
But his own,
But eventually, TWM's getting picked up. Manya needs to leave that cover.
No way.
Needs to move out of the open. Now finally spots out Ninja, and that's it. TWM eliminated from the game. That Dragon Discipline works out perfectly. And considering Manya is the only one, he's got that one elimination point secured.
Just with this one impressive play, Blind Esports have gotten themselves a top 4 finish in this matchup. And there's one more player out in the open, Encore. If he goes down, that's going to be a top 3 finish for the first time in the entire day for Blind Esports.
Well, on the contrary as well, Revenant still holding strong, trying to get control on towards the east side. Big Brothers also going to be north side, but we are looking at a couple of rats still surviving here. Lankara finding himself a very, very nice cover here because of this exploding vehicle. He does have a snake cover where people will never ever expect to check that because of the fact of, there's not really more cover to hide with. But because of that broken vehicle, he sets up a very, very small vehicle, and it's the perfect red spot for him.
Uzumaki, the star player now, decides to sting against the Pleasure Revenant. Will these Revenants be able to counter the Big Brothers, or will the Big Brothers reign supreme against them? And for now, Revenant Esports, they're doing a fantastic job in stopping the Pleasure Big Brother in their track. Considering Revenant Esports, they've got a nice little edge to play around with of this circle. They can still keep on reigning supreme, still keep on taking a lot of shots so they can burn through the enemy meds.
Doing a fantastic job at this, and as you can see, Big Brothers, they're going to be out as well as well. He's got a high ground advantage. He gets a knock. Beautiful stuff. Sarvi gets taken down as well, but he's going to go get the finish for himself. But as of now, they're still 4-man strong. They're pushing forward as well. 9 finishes down towards the final 3 team. Manya still ratting his way through. Last man for him, but Saif as well. And Revenant, they know they've got this in the bag. They are going to secure the finish. They're not going to get denied. They're going to take it all. Now, 4v1. Manya has no choice but to play this. Does he try to die this? But no. They wrap them up. They get the chicken dinner.
What an impressive win from this team. They've tried and tried again and again, and they failed from Sanok to Vacandi. But finally, on this map of Miramar, they have their chicken dinner. Amazing next level consistency being displayed by Revenant Esports today.
Revenant, I don't know what happened, but with a little bit of advice coming in, they have really, really showed some high-level gameplays. And I'm not gonna lie, those nades, those timings was spot on all the way through. And guess what? It paid off perfectly.
I mean, this was the only thing that was missing. They just needed the chicken dinner. They have been performing consistently throughout the day. They have been getting a lot of positioning points, a lot of elimination points, but only a chicken dinner was missing, and finally they got it.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the standings of the semi-finals, at the end of the semi-finals, in fact, Revenant Esports was the one team in the podium with the highest number of eliminations. The aggression was there. Just the rotations were a little bit off because of all the changes that the other teams have made. I mean, we're talking about drop changes from a lot of these teams, and that, I think it took them a while to understand, but now, since this was a repeat map, the first repeat map of the day, they have got things down, it feels.
Well, they have definitely done their homework here. The analysts doing a fantastic job, and what a way to try and score some points, because if you think about it here, before the break, things didn't really look too well from the side of Revenant Esports, but after the break, They gathered and composed here. They were able to get 2 huge rounds in Map 4 and Map 5, and now they got their first chicken dinner for today in the Grand Finals. What a way to kind of set the tempo and bounce back to try and chase for the top 5 position by the end of the day.
There's a chance they might just be on the first spot after this game because they have been playing so consistently.
They were first already. I think there's going to be a massive difference between them and OR Esports now, because all the other teams in contention, OR took a drop early. They were outside of the game early. I believe Gladiators and God's Reign were also taken care of early.
Oh yeah.
Now it all just comes down to how many eliminations are divided between these teams, because we know Revenant, they had 13 eliminations on the board, but what about the rest?
That is true. I mean, one more thing that we need to add on is that Gladiator Esports, that could have been the potential challenge for Revenant Esports. Now they're not able to perform anymore, especially after the game of Vikendi. Gladiator Esports has been a little bit deactivated.
They went from the 1st to the 5th, and now after this game, I think the drop is going to be there.
To be honest, Gladiator here, they are Gladiators for a reason, right? They are looking to pick fights every single time. Game 1, Game 2, great for them. Map 1, Map 2, they did phenomenally well, but things kind of take a huge toll, especially coming from Map 3, Map 4, because this is where Gladiator are getting kind of blocked from a lot of times. And even in this fight, a lot of instances where Gladiator, they should have won those fights, but by whiffing those small little details here and there, and for them, not being able to get knocks and take space is what forced them in that situation. And because of that, Revenant was able to kind of force them outside the zone and get choked out in that small spots.
Exactly, especially that nade utilization, as you mentioned, funneling them in that compound, taking them down like that. This was the exact fight that I'm speaking about. Revenant Esports, they've been able to funnel them inside the compound, sort of isolating these duels too, gave them such a big advantage, and Gladiator Esports, within a flash, they got eliminated just like that.
Yeah, you know, they took so much space, and Revenant really understood this at retrospect on how they position themselves. Because they take so much space, and they know for a fact that because they cleared out specific spots, this gives them that upper edge to kind of dominate the way through. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams here, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, Manyar, you're the GOAT.
Oh yeah. I mean,
you're the reason why another team is not able to put top 2 and also try and contest Revenant.
See, here's the thing. There are moments in every single title in any given sport as well when your team is lagging behind. The captain, the IGL, needs to step up. And that is what Mane has done for his team. I mean, Blind Esports, we were seeing them struggle for the first 4 games. And now, hopefully, with this match, they're going to get a little bit more confident. I mean, the IGL has done a brilliant job, top to finish, 1 elimination.
I'm not gonna lie, Blind Esports, they may be blind, but guess what? It can be infectious.
Yes, that is true. Look, right now in the overall standings, Blind Esports should not be doing that bad. There's a chance Blind Esports should be doing pretty good, especially if we consider the day of comebacks, right? Day 2 is the day of comebacks. Maybe tomorrow Blind Esports can make a massive leap happen.
So Necro had this theory during, well, we're going to call them league stages. Okay, the regular season that was there. Necro had this theory that all of the big teams always bombed very hard on day number 1, and on day number 2 they were going to smash the competition completely. Now, with the kind of experience and background you come from, do you think on land in front of this massive audience, is that sort of a comeback actually possible?
It's only possible if they have done their homework. In this case, it is going to be a long night for them here, but it's not over yet. There's still one more map to go, so all things considered, there is still a lot of...
Especially the best thing is that, especially the best part is that now considering even in the future lines, things can be a little bit more different. And yes, even the camera.
We already got a camera. It's not.
It feels pretty
It's not
good, right?
every day we have English broadcast here. We love you. I don't know what you're talking about, but we love you. We love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
So for the people back at home, I mean, we were being referred to by the Hindi desk over there right behind us. And yep, a lot of love to the people sitting on the panel right now. I see, got quite excited.
I don't know. It's like, it's not every day we get a snippet camera around. And I was like, what? That's us on screen, you know, and means that Hindi gets a seat of us. So I like how they're giving us a little bit of love.
A little bit of feature, right? A little bit of feature on their FT, the English desk right there. But you know what? Getting back to the conversation that we were having.
I don't remember the conversation anymore.
It was about Blind Esports, my friend. It was about Blind Esports.
I went blind. I literally went blind when I saw 3 of us on screen on the Hindi. Like, think about this. Do you see that small little thing right here up on the screen? Okay. We were featured here on the stadium. How can I not be blind anymore?
I mean, you yourself have already established that blindness is infectious.
Oh.
You're right. You got that right. You got that right.
But let's move forward. Last map of the day is about to begin in a few short moments.
Oh.
The last game of Erangel. Now, in a situation like this where we keep talking about blind, so let's look at the match from their perspective. What are they going to be thinking? In a situation like this, when you know you can do better than you have been doing so far inside of the day, and you are lacking behind, Necro, what can you do in the last case? The YOLO approach that we all keep talking about actually on the board for them.
I would say for Blind it's a little bit different. I think so they should just focus on playing a little bit safe and go for the positioning points. Now Blind Esports, they have been going aggressive. They are trying to engage themselves in a bit of fights. But now this game of Erangel, things needs to be switched up. Considering there's been a playstyle change amongst all of these guys, so even the playstyle for Blind Esports needs to be switched up.
Looking at the audience, can you figure out who is supporting who?
It's tough to say, man.
Everyone who's happy is rooting for Revenant.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. If that team's doing good, of course the fans are going to be happy as well.
Bro. I swear, you know, sometimes in life, right, you know, if you win a tournament or a player, I will take off my shirt and say, I won. I'm the champion of the world, right?
Yeah.
But if it's a fan, if they will make challenges to a point that, hey, you know what, maybe I'm supporting this team, and if this team wins, I'm gonna take off my shirt or confess my love. I'm not gonna lie, there have been very, very interesting signs so far, but I want to see somebody do it.
See, we have a man planted within the audience. His name is Salt. We can ask him to make it happen for us. But that's for another time. For now, ladies and gentlemen, the stats of the previous match. We have Big Brother Saif as the MVP of the game, 6 eliminations and 66.6% contribution.
Well, speaking of contribution here, Big Brothers, obviously, I'm sorry to say we didn't talk too much about how he was the MVP in the previous match, right?
Yeah.
Because the action was happening so much onto the south side and west side. Big Brothers were doing some very, very interesting macro plays because of the fact that the circle kind of favored them all the way to the north side a majority of time. Big Brothers was able to capitalize a lot of finishes, but the problem with Big Brothers was that, if I do remember this, it was Blind Esports that messed up their chance on the north side, denying them the opportunity for a 3v2 against Revenant because he was taking space.
It's not just safe from Big Brothers though. Even Sensei's over there from Revenant Esports, even Dinosaurs from Midwave Esports, the man who showcased that brilliant trigger discipline in the late game, and then even Apollo's over there from the side of Revenant Esports, even Mudit from MICI Esports. Mudit finally over here getting some type of limelight, or else MICI Esports was nowhere to be seen.
Exactly. Even if they win, he is not there because Mudit's job has always been for survival. Sanchit has been the man who has been showcased a lot from this team. But let's have a look at the point standings of this game, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant Esports on that first position finally with 11 finishes, 15 placement points, 26 points being the total tally. We have Big Brothers on the second with 19. Blind Esports finally a podium for them, all thanks to the IGL Mane himself, 13 points on the board.
You know, started from the bottom and now they are at the top. In this case, one step closer. However, is it going to be enough? It's going to be something I'm looking forward to as well. But TWM on 12 place here, Misi on 11, MD on 10, TX on towards 7, and M-Wave on towards 6 here. In this case, I want to talk in particular, it's going to be Michi. Because Michi, they were struggling throughout the entire day here. Finally, they have gotten a little bit of room with, but it might be a little bit too late here for day one. Hopefully, match 6 is going to be great for them.
That is true.
A massive drop in this match, particularly as we mentioned, the top contenders being left behind. Gladiators on the 10th spot with just 4 points. God's Reign with 2. We have OR with 0 points from this match.
Well, one thing is not a surprise, and that is CS Esports still on the latter half of the board, not doing that great.
Yeah.
Genuinely, let's be honest, right? When we all were stepping inside the Grand Finals, we all thought CS Esports will be smashing the competition.
True.
And now look at them.
Agreed. But speaking of smashing here, let's talk about consistency. Because Revenant Esports, they were all the way at the bottom with just a 2 game difference. Now, number 1 with a whopping 82 points.
And this was just the first chicken dinner that has made it all happen. 82 points on the board. OR Esports, the team on the second position with just 55 points. That's a massive difference between the top 2 of the leaderboard itself. But then things get more and more interesting, because from OR Esports we move on to God's Reign with 52, X-Park 45, Gladiators 45, Big Brothers 44, and so on and so forth. Just barely over 10 points separating the second and the 8th positions.
Another big factor I want to bring back over here is that TWM right now is on the latter half of the board. Now, they started things off in a fantastic run, the initial few games.
Yep.
But then after that, TWM were deactivated. But in the previous game, they were able to position themselves in the top 5 with a decent amount of points.
Agreed. And speaking of points here, Blind Esports, to be honest, they were all the way smack at the bottom. With this small little room here, not gonna lie, pushing to 11 here is great, but it's one step closer towards the top page.
But as Necro keep mentioning about teams moving in the opposite direction, he brought it up, you brought it up, Night Owls. We saw them within the top 4 after the first game. Now they are in the bottom 3 of the overall ranking. Things are not looking good.
Not gonna lie, Night Owls, they tried their best here. There are a lot of instances here we did not expect them to do. They came in swinging very, very hard from the opening matches, right? Like, opening match, they came in, they got like 4 finishes, 5 finishes. We were like, whoa, where did this Night Owl come from? And we thought they were gonna bring something to the table, but it seems like it kind of mellowed down a little bit here. There were a couple of very, very nice one-way smokes coming from them, but aside from that, they just don't have positioning.
It just feels like they ran out of the fuel in the tank.
Yeah.
Literally. And even in the first game, they got those initial finishes, and then later on, they were so overconfident.
Exactly. I mean, it feels like, as IC has also mentioned, the the mechanical skills are on point. It's just the macro and the communication from the team is lacking. And if they want to stand a chance to lift this beautiful trophy that is there waiting for them on this stage, they have to come together as a team in this last game itself.
Yep, and speaking of last game itself, to be honest, do what you can. Just try not to drop off as quickly. Teams in the bottom, they are going to be looking at it, you know what, we just want to play placement from now, play a little bit safe. There's no point trying something new now. Because of the fact that there is something wrong in our formations, there's something wrong in our strategies. We need to go home and talk this out. So playing safe is going to be the normal circumstances for teams. But, of course, this is where a wild card comes in. Because this is the last game, and sometimes there are internal struggles, the best time to pull something really crazy has got to be now.
Exactly. In situations like this, Necro, even in the past, we have seen teams with some experience on them. Well, Blind, I was going to say, is a team with a lot of experience, can actually force a comeback.
That is true. Blind Esports, as you mentioned, having that experience, there's a chance they're not going to crack under the pressure. Because keep in mind one more thing. Now, today's day, if it's going to be over, tomorrow day 2 starts. That means the second last day of the Grand Finals. Just hearing that, all the teams on the latter half of the board, there's a chance they might just crack under that pressure. They won't be able to perform. And then that's where Blind Esports can take the opportunity and sort of bring that experience on the board.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's why it's very important to have a mental coach to kind of keep them in check, because it is going to be a long day and long journey. The difference between the Grand Finals as well as the Master as well, there is so much aspects that's going to be taken towards the game here. May it be micro, may it be macro, may it be the crowd, it may be the fans, it might be the food, it can be so many factors. So keeping that small little tight bubble and keep them in check is going to be very, very important. Unfortunately for Blind, not looking good for them, but Revenant looks dominant for them this game.
But as we keep looking at these players who are sitting right behind us in this beautiful battle arena that's been built, I'm quite surprised by how calm and composed all of these undergods are. I thought it was going to be clearly visible on their faces, the communication, but no, that's not the case. Everyone, it seems like, has adapted in the first few games itself and are ready to put their best foot forward. As ladies and gentlemen, we're about to step into the last game.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The last game of the day is going to be on the board as the Rankles booting up, loading up on the screens. Soon enough, the plane's going to be hitting the skies as well. Well, in Mumbai, the sun set, but over here, the planes now, it's going to be flying high in the sky.
Yeah, and it's going to be nice to look at what these teams bring on the board in this last game of the day as well. We are expecting a lot of turnarounds, as we did have a conversation about them on the desk, ladies and gentlemen. But look at this, the trajectory of the plane, as Necro, you mentioned, it starts from that eastern part of the map, the northeastern side, and goes all the way quite close to that military island.
Now, if a circle actually pops off on the military island, this game is going to be so intense. This game will turn into an absolute blockbuster. But, Johnny, just like you mentioned, I think there might be some drop collisions, considering that the western part of the entire map is completely alienated. Nobody will be able to go towards the Georgepur location. Nobody will be able to go towards the hospital area as well. And that is where I'm looking at Yasnaya. That is where I'm looking at School. I'm looking at Puchinki to be the primal drop spots.
That's a valid point that you brought up. Not all the part of the map is going to be accessible, considering the planned flat path was extremely to the one-sided. So let's see how teams are actually going to adapt, especially the teams that likes to go towards Georgia Pool. These teams are going to be facing a lot of troubles.
Well, the trouble is going to be there for a lot of these teams, but let's see how they cope with them. First of all, I mean, we have been wanting to witness that Yasna and Drop Clash fight for so long, but it hasn't happened yet. Let's see though. Big Brothers on our screens now in the city of Pachinki. They've always managed to gain easy control of this part of the map. Smack in the center as well. But we have a Western Circle again.
I mean, Circle is definitely Western, and Big Brothers, it's not just the control of Pachinki what they want, but they also need to have some sort of control on the overall standings. They are nowhere where they actually want to be. And it seems like two teams, MICI, who had dropped in the closer vicinity, they found a vehicle for themselves, but hot on their tails is Uzumaki.
Oh, the man chasing him down with the Bison, and this is the chase that we all like to see. A chase in the initial phases, wanting to find a good start for themselves to kick things off with that single elimination point, but the man manages to escape away.
Yeah. Big Brothers, they knew they messed up. They were laughing among themselves. Such an easy opportunity for them. But there's another opportunity for us that's quite easy, right? Salty. I mean, we all know, I mean, the legacy you built for yourself predicting the winners of the games. Would you like to predict winners in LAN?
I would say let him predict the winners later on, considering MICI Esports, they have been dropped dead off the bat. What's going on inside the Water City? MICI Esports not seen inside the game anymore.
I mean, this is all about because of the flight paths, right? MICI, they all wanted scrambled vehicles. They all wanted to gain control of the vehicles so that they could go on their merry ways. But Blind Esports, they just got themselves off guard. It's not just Blind. We also just witnessed Big Brother Esports as well. Hot on the tails, and now look at this. Sanchit is under heavy fire. It's not just Nakul, it's Manya as well. Blind Esports, they want this for themselves.
MICI Esports getting chased down. Even Sanchit gets eliminated now from the game. Blind Esports, they're targeting the players of MICI Esports because usually Blind Esports likes to go towards school and school apartments, but this time they dropped inside Water City. They're treating MICI Esports as if they're free points inside the game.
And I actually managed to speak to Manya right now, and he says things haven't really been going for them. And all they want is a 13 finish or even more finished chicken dinner. And it seems like Blind Esports, they're taking appropriate steps to make that happen, Johnny.
I mean, we expected this last game of the day with nothing to lose, nothing more to lose on the leaderboard. Blind, there was only one option there for them on the board. Get as many points as possible in this last map of Wrangle. And as Necro mentioned, their target at the start of the game are going to be the players of MICI. But MICI now have actually managed to gain some decent distance between them and the players of Blind. So they will be safe for the next few seconds, but let's see how the future of this game is going to look for them.
The future. Speak of that, and TWM, their future has been dwindling down. In the previous game, they managed to get in the top 5, but still, for TWM, is that really enough to make the comeback happen in the first half of the board? This game is going to be the decider for them.
I mean, at the start of the day, especially after a couple of games, we witnessed TWM being right at the edge of the first page. They were with 24 points. I still remember they had the opportunity of making a comeback, but then teams at the top of the overall leaderboards, they were extremely consistent.
Oh, yeah.
That is true. That is true. And Salty, I had a quick question to ask you, considering it's not really related to the game, it's related to the audience that's currently sitting in the venue. You were roaming around quite a lot, just with your camera, walking around. I've got a couple of questions for you, especially one of those is that how many friends have you actually met from the crowd?
I think quite a lot, actually. So, Necro, as a matter of fact, I'm really a popular guy.
Oh, wow.
And these people, they're just like me. So, it was not really difficult for me to make friends. Let's just say that the 50% of the entire crowd, they're my friends.
So you were getting your friends to root for?
Yeah. I just want them to, I don't know, scream my name sometimes.
I mean, there's 16 brilliant teams playing right now
for
a 2 crore prize pool, and this man wants to hear his own name in the arena.
You know, with that, I think we should just cut off the conversation. It's not even useful anymore. This man just dragged it down to a complete useless line. But you know what? We've got OR Esports in front of us, a team that is doing quite phenomenal so far. I don't know, OR Esports, they just somehow slip under the radar, and usually we see them out and over in the overall standing somewhere in the top 5.
Yeah.
Once again, they've made that happen. Before now, Godsreen on hot tails against the players of Growing Strong. But Growing Strong, they're going to have a safe exit.
The exit is going to be a safe one, but we saw there was another team on the flank that had the opportunity to close in. Let's see, God's Rain. A lot to recover to their side. I mean, the day so far has been a good one if you look at the overall ranking and their position, the overall leaderboard, but let's see how this last match is going to go. If it goes their way, they might close the distance against the podium, in fact.
4 a.m. Now, what does this team do to actually restore their position? Now, we know as a matter of fact, 4 a.m. they were really consistent when it actually came to the placement positions inside of the semi-finals. But something certainly is not going right for this team inside of the grand finals. And I think it's the route which Growing Strong took in the initial games of the grand finals. I think that is the route which 4 a.m. might as well follow.
I think along with that, it's just the fact that two of the best players on the team are not performing. King KO and Skillful, they've been completely shut down this whole time.
That is true. And you cannot really blame just that one team, right? A lot of the known teams haven't been able to perform. So something is going on inside this land where even the known teams are not able to perform. The unknown teams, the new teams, it's understandable for them. The land experience is for the first time, so the jitters are going to be there on the day 1. But on day 2, I'm hoping that those jitters are going to shake away. Before now, Growing Strong against the players of Godsreen. This can be an interesting fight to witness, but considering the wall of death is closing in, Godsreen do not have any intentions of stopping on the tracks and taking that fight.
They might not have intentions to take that fight, but where are they going? That is the question, because someone might be waiting for them as they try to find a safe haven inside the circle. Still all 4 players. Oh, look at this place. Into the spot out. Skillful out in the open. Shots fired from the buggy. A few of them connect, but still, it feels like 4 aggressive men are trying to bait the players of God's Rain down to that low ground. If this works out, it can be an interesting fight happening in front of us, but let's see. God's Rain with different intentions in their head.
I mean, their priorities set, right? They're pretty experienced. They've been in situations like this where they are being forced to come into their trap. And 4 a.m., that reaction to that particular fight was brilliant, right? They were on their merry way. It seems like they're trying to regroup, but look at this, Skillful has actually been knocked out. And was it GlitchX?
Yeah, GlitchX, they have the opening for themselves, but
I mean,
the rest of the team for 4 a.m. I saw them with Skillful, but now he's been finished off.
I mean, I was surprised Salty was the one speaking about 4 a.m. and then instantly, as soon as we see 4 a.m. next time on the screens, they're getting picked off slowly and steadily, limb by limb.
I mean, I don't know. It seems like the first round or the second round curse has returned back to me once again. But talk about the circle. It's so random. It's so weird. Majority of the teams will be forced to make that last ditch rotation. Even TWM, as a matter of fact, they're trying to protect their compound by just dishing out shots against all the teams who are rotating. Might as well just attract so much attention towards them. Big Brothers under their radar. Destiny will fire a lot of shots, but none of them will connect.
TWM, the shutdown that we've witnessed from this team, specifically in the grand finals, day number 1, has been something concerning, because TWM during the semi-finals were absolutely impressive. They were going up against the toughest competition, taking on teams in the early game, mid game, and the late game as well, and figuring out ways to come out on top in the overall rankings. But now it feels like there are only a few team fights throughout this entire day that we can recall that involve TWM on the winning side.
And speaking about TWM, now we've got Night Owls on our screens. And Night Owls is one of those teams that hasn't been able to perform after that first game, so they need to perform. They need any type of points desperately in their hands. And considering even the circle is forming right on top of Primorx, and most of the circle is actually in the water lines, almost 50% of the circle is in the water. So that means only 50% of the circle is actually usable.
And I think Team X-Pac is in the prime spot in that Primox Ferry situation. I love what the split is coming through for Team X-Pac. It seems like they will be able to capture a lot of real estate to work with. and multiple teams who are trying to close in on that vicinity, they will have the opportunity of stopping them dead on their tracks.
There are two teams who land on that military island that can actually just cause a lot of chaos in this game. Gladiators and Revenant. You have to watch out for these two teams, but we're talking about Revenant. It feels like they have spotted out the players of Midwave Esports. Shots were fired, none connected though.
Yeah, tough life.
Wait, did Ataki just sip on an energy drink sitting inside that buggy, especially when he knew that Revenant was just around the
That's
corner?
what you call surrounding awareness, my friend. He knew that the opponents are on the opposite side of the ridge, so he's going to be safe anyways.
Yeah.
And his teammates were still rotating from the far away, so he has got someone that's currently watching his front lines and the sidelines.
I was going to say the exact same thing.
No, I thought that was the nerves of steel, Johnny. I just felt this man has a lot of courage.
No man, I agree
It's
with Necro. I
Revenant.
mean, he's right.
No, I mean, look, everyone's got the courage, right? It's all about the execution.
So you two are just starting to gang up on me, am I right, huh?
Yeah, you had the opportunity to roam around with the audience. We didn't get to make friends, man.
Yeah, that is true.
It's just us, me and Necro, and IC now.
I mean, as a matter of fact, I'm your closest friend.
You're his closest friend. You're Necro's closest friend.
But I'm yours close friend as well.
Yeah, we are pretty close as well.
I don't know. I feel left out right now, but you know what? Not really going to speak up a lot about this conversation, especially when we've got Chris sign out the opponents. 4 a.m. on the opposite side of this blue zone. Net throws down. We clearly know what the intentions are. He wants to load the magazines against the folks in the front. He did try to do so, but still is not able to find a single connection considering the vehicles are a little bit too far away.
The zone again changing everything. Another western shift coming in, and that will result in a massive cluster fight towards that eastern edge. But CS Esports now for the first time find themselves in the most advantageous position of the zone, that is the smack center.
This game has sort of been handed on to CS Esports, especially with this hardship. But CS Esports, for them, the journey is simple, to try and shoot down every single team. But look at right at the very top, right, 4 aggressive men. What they can potentially do from the situation is to try and take the western highway and try and just drive across, leapfrog multiple teams. But on the eastern side, we have a completely different story altogether. Multiple teams just trying to make their way inside the circle. And look at this Revenant Esports. It's an absolute need for speed going on as Apollo tries to shoot down so many teams. It's GDR, it's Midwave, it's Team X-Park. I can't count anymore. It seems like my fingers are running out.
It's tough to connect that spray, especially when the opponents are moving inside a vehicle that far away. It's indeed going to be tough to find the connections. Now Gladiator Esports having the high ground advantage to play with, considering these guys also are looking in a pretty good form. They do not really have a lot of teams contesting them right now. Gladiator Esports, they should feel at home, but still they're playing on the edge, so that's not a good thing. They would need to try and at least close that up to the centric spot.
Still an intense game of Erangel, building up intensity, more and more intensity with every single second. Because look at the stage 3 of the match. Still, all 16 teams, not all, 16 teams, 60 players are still present in this game. Gladiators now, we talked about them moving from that military island just a little bit north of that Primos position. Wasn't too difficult for them, but now comes the question of how to get the finishes.
That is true. Just in, this man just looking around for now, trying to look out for the enemy players. Hasn't really found any of them just yet, but speak of things being on the screen, and even the elimination feeds now starting to pop off. You do see these individual eliminations just on the screen. Blind Esports, they have had a really good start for the final game. This might just be a good starting for tomorrow too.
For sure. But, oh my goodness, Spider from 4 a.m.
Oh, this is not good, and Duke is actually returning back to run him over, and that's what he does. Spider being confirmed from somewhere else. The rest of the players of GlitchX Reborn, they do the same thing. They're picking off the players of 4 a.m. slowly and steadily, and now for 4 a.m., they're pretty much inside the game with a big handicap. 4 a.m. Karan, though, still trying his best to fight back, considering it's the only glimmer of hope alive for his teammates.
But all of the aggression from the side of GlitchX has backfired. Medal from the flank did secure 2 knocks, I believe.
I think for 4 a.m., the journey does not really last very long. He does find Ralph. But we talked about this, right? The circle shifting on the western side, and GlitchX, the amount of space they got for themselves with the multiple shots and every single one just unloading magazines mid-rotation against 4 a.m. just pushed them towards that western highway, and that was just so easy to gatekeep all the players from GlitchX in the similar spot. But now only one remains, courtesy to the third party that you just mentioned.
CS Esports in the prime spot right now in the Smack Center. They've got everything going for them. And considering if CS Esports, this keeps on going for them, if the circle keeps on shifting right on top of them, things will be so good in the future as well. Midwave, they have got a decent compound to play with, but this compound is going to limit their information.
They have been surrounded. We see players are growing strong, closing in, shots fired.
Even from the back though, they're catching a bit of hurt from Gladiators. And this is where Authentic gets punished to slip out in the open. Gladiators from the back now, they're just inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. Midwave Esports nowhere to go. The man who's knocked out, he needs to be resurrected back upon his feet. And that's why you see a bit of a smoke pathway being created by the players of Midwave Esports.
Revenant on the back lines, Gladiators as well, trying to gatekeep Midwave Esports. It seems like they're in a sandwich situation, but for Gladiators, look at that, their presence of mind. They just directly head toward the circle. Even as a matter of fact, God's Reign just trying to huddle up right next to Night Owls, not really giving them any space to move. They know they are in a good spot, but finishing off this squad just means one thing: they will have two compounds to completely control this particular area.
Well, they have the opening to work with the players of God's Reign. All they have to do is just push into that building and finish off the players of Night Owls. A little hesitant in doing so, understandable. I mean, considering there's a lot of teams around them. I mean, even CS Esports were chiming in God's Reign's contestation against the players of Night Owls a few moments ago. And there's one more team in the distance that can, in fact, switch their attention towards both of these lads.
Night Owls, they've been looking pretty underconfident, especially after that first game. And once again, in that fight, too, you could clearly see the players of Night Owls, they do not really want to force up against the players of God's Reign, and that's where God's Reign might just have the advantage. Metal Esports in the front lines too. So many teams, they know each other's positions, but still the only thing that's stopping them from taking each other down is the hard cover that's available to play around with. Teammate Sparks are rolling out in the open, and he gets ambushed by the players of Gladiator. But before he gets taken down himself, he actually managed to find one knockout.
But Gladiator, they were so tunnel vision on the players of Xbox that they have ignored their rare, and now Midwave Esports show up. They're going to start things off with Shogun's knock, and can they end it by wiping out the Gladiators from this game?
Midwave Esports, they've already done that. They found that knockout that they desperately needed against Gladiator. This is going to serve as the revenge that they needed for taking down Atanki.
And Midwave has so much space to actually work around, but on the other side of the map, we have Blind Esports who are taking some big hits, and Metal Esports, Kyoya especially, now he's got reinforcements of Top Dog as well, but how beautifully they are controlling the edge that separates Blind and Metal Esports. First knock gets confirmed as well, and it seems like Blind is in a very heavy back foot.
That is true. The man in the front knuckle is right there. Utility being tossed in is solo. Top Dog goes down, but Encore from the sideline, he provides a perfect cover fire. And that's why now you do see the players of Blind Esports. Two of them are knocked out, and there's two more in the back lines. It's all down to that one single guy that's over there on top of the buggy. And Manya is ready with the nade in his hand. He's got a flashbang pulled out now. He is going to be looking forward to make that push happen with the UMP-45 for the up-close and personal corner fight. And that's as Manya is going to push up. He gets knocked out and eliminated from the game. Good cover fire from Metal Esports.
Metal, they have done a phenomenal job shutting down Blind, and again, it's the same question that I keep asking myself today. What has happened to the players of Blind Esports? They had the opening in this fight. They had equalized numbers against Metal, but still Metal, especially Encore with that flank towards the right-hand side, just absolutely changing everything. And then Mane, in the end, realizing there was nothing left for him to do, just runs into the face of the opposition, accepting his inevitable demise.
This is such a tricky position for God's Reign, as a matter of fact. They know that Team Night Owls are right next to them. If they don't extinguish their existence, I'm pretty sure Night Owls will be tingling them every single step of the way. They're just barely outside the circle, but they can't leave their compound, which means just one thing: the plan of action will be to try and take down Night Owls as quickly as possible.
Oh, X-Spark, they spot out Midwave out in the open, but Dinosis, what a beautiful shot that was on his dome. Domes him down. Now Team X-Spark, they're down to a two-man squad, but still there's a chance Bukar can be back upon his feet. And that's what Aditya is trying to go for. He wants to get the resurrection back up, but as soon as he tries to do that, even Dreams gets knocked out. Midwave Esports, they're doing such a fantastic job in picking off the players of Team X-Spark slowly and steadily. And now Team X-Spark, they're just down to a two-man squad officially. Once again, Bukar gets knocked out. The reconfirmation over and over again against Team X-Spark is just putting them in a big state of discomfort. It's all down to Aditya and Atanki.
Well, let's see though, can this man convert? Athanki is going for a push now with the buggy. Even if he gets close, he needs to make sure that he is in a position from where he can keep himself safe. But no, shots from the distance, and Athanki under pressure. The try is gone, and now midway they might be in a troublesome position.
It's a 1v1 scenario, and Athanki now looking forward to push up close and personal against the foes. Aditya has managed to get 3 elimination points so far, and now Aditya is also in the smack center of the zone. You know, if it's a late game situation and if you're in the smack center, you can also be the center of attraction.
He certainly can be, but the fact that MICI took shots against the other players of Team Midwave Esports, Aditya actually finds himself the space to make that particular rotation. But what can Midwave do from here on? They've resurrected their fallen comrades. They know that MICI is still marking their position. It seems like they have to be the scavengers, try and clean out the edges of the circle and then proceed inside.
9 teams but only 19 players present in the lobby, and we see the players of Midwave, all 4 sticking together, still surviving and still fighting for the win. Is this win coming for them right now at the end of the day, or is anyone else going to stand up and take this away from them? Well, it seems like the zone is still quite close to them. CS Esports on that northeastern edge, along with the players of Night Owl, still present in close contestation.
I'm really scared for Aditya, considering on the other side there's a couple of teams, and now that the circle moved down south,
he's
Aditya needs to hold the edge line, and considering he's the only one, it sounds next to impossible, especially against a team like God's Reign.
So before we saw the circle, this is what I wanted to talk about. Aditya, you see this hill that is there that separates Night Owl's CS against the players of Glitcha. It's just an open slope, no trees, and he's going to be forced down that slope. Doesn't matter which side he takes, he's going to be outnumbered and he's going to be exposed. There is no escape.
That is true. Blaze. Oh, this fight is almost on the verge of breaking out, but still, that man from GlitchX Reborn, dude, wants to keep his position anonymous. But what a beautiful nade that was from Ninja John. There's a reason why this man is on the first spot in the top 5 Rebels.
Exactly, just an impressive run coming in from God's Reign yet again.
And now I think Aditya is going to be figured out as well. Aquinox just found the opening, he had the visual, and he's been turned into a crate. God's Reign, they are just so lethal right now.
They dig their graves, and now God's Reign, this team can feel it. They can feel it coursing through their veins. It's their game. The only thing that's stopping them is a couple of teams that in the front. CS Esports, it's not really going to be a big thorn in their way.
Well, CS is finally there at least. I mean, we can still hope a lot of points are coming for them in this game. But the spray from Blaze secures the opening against Night Owl. CS Esports, they have lost 1 player from their side as well.
Oh no, Ronadi, the star player now out of the count, and this is going to be a little bit tough to recover from. God's Reign, you're starting things off in a fiery way inside the final 3 moments, and the rain is just not stopping anytime soon. God's Reign, they're reigning supreme in these moments.
They certainly are, but the point is that they are being outnumbered. They have the high ground advantage, but will they be able to establish authority inside of the final circle? Night Owls certainly have a good position, especially with Ranadeep knocked out as well, but the rest of CS Esports hesitating a little bit, trying to not use any sort of utility. Well, they don't really have any to actually encounter against Night Owl in that situation.
That is true, God's Reign, but also one thing needs to be mentioned, and they've got the high ground to play with, so they can't keep on reigning supreme against these teams. MICI Esports, if they manage to keep their position anonymous, there's a chance they can have that striking advantage against God's Reign, but still, God's Reign should have a little bit of virtual heat map, as you like to call it.
How is Night Owl still in this matchup? We saw them surrounded by so many teams, but they managed to bring themselves all this time, and I think CS Esports, they have at least... We need to give them some credit for this as well, because this 4-man lineup has deterred so much of the competition away from this particular ban house. But let's see, Ranadeep, he's going to be down on his knees now. 3 players left from the side of CS Esports.
For CS Esports, the sixth sense isn't really working, and that's why the map awareness is completely lacking. Ranadeep getting knocked out. This is not good. Leo YT's trying his best to fight back, but still, nothing else there he can do. He knows the players are right on top of him, but still, CS Esports, they just do not really have the guts to make that push.
See, as long as Leo is there, anything can happen.
For sure, right? I mean, Night Owls, as a matter of fact, they're still holding on to that second stair of that particular building, but it seems like advantage is still in for God's Reign. As a matter of fact, they spot every single player of Midwave. Athanki has been spotted. I'm pretty sure MICI, they felt their presence as well, and God's Reign, with the kind of circle control, the ball is on the court of Midwave as well as MICI.
Let's see. A little bit of a calmness before the storm inside this match. CS Night Owls still trying to figure out how to engage against each other, while God's Reign, they're waiting on the high ground. MIC in the backlines waiting for the opposition to settle their differences so they can deal with whoever is left behind. But will they get that opportunity? Meanwhile, they're going to start dealing with the players of Midwave.
Oh no, Aru gets knocked out and confirmed. God's Reign already starting to take a dig against the teams in the front. And MICI Esports, even they've lost out on Kunal. Now it's all down to Thank from the side of Midwave. What can he do? A solo man survivor getting picked up from all the different angles. And God's Reign, once again, as usual, this team just can't stop reigning supreme.
But there's still one guy from MICI that's actually survived. It's Surya in the back lines. It's a different fight happening altogether, and Aquanox could not finish him in style in that situation. God's Reign, they still have the man advantage, but how is Surya surviving?
How is he alive at this moment? But eventually he stops and decides to go for the shots against the foes in the front. There's a chance he can actually win this duel, but no! Ninja peeks out from the other side and shoots him right in the face to finish the deal.
I have a simple question. What was he doing? Why did he show up?
I have no clue, to be honest, but look at this. CS and Night Owls courtesy to the circle. They enter the podium finishes, the top 3 of this particular game. CS Esports still have the advantage of just having multiple players in their belt. Night Owls holding on to that second floor, the first floor, and God's Reign. They are the onlookers of this entire fight, the gods of the circle itself.
Well, the slope is theirs. They see the players through the windows, just a few pixels every now and then. But still, the engagement that they want, the sounds that they want to hear of the players on the opposing side going down is something that is missing from this fight, from this scenario. The development is still lacking, but the circle has moved out. And that's going to force both CS and Night Owls to come out as well.
Finally, the fight's now starting to break out. Night Owls, they're doing a fantastic job in making sure that CS Esports, even if they do try to make that push happen, they will be picked up slowly and steadily. And God's Reign too now, you can see the backlines. They're closing on up for the third party. God's Reign, they've officially invaded this compound. ParaBTC, he's got so many folks to take care of, but eventually he peeks out in the open, finds out Leo YT in the outskirts, and maybe CS Esports, that's going to be it for them. It's all down to ParaBTC, the last glimmer of hope alive, but even he gets shut down, strike down, backstab from the back by the players of God's Reign. What a way to end the day, but even for CS Esports, this was a desperately needed game.
This certainly was. I mean, in terms of positioning, they are definitely climbing the ranks, but so are God's Reign. They needed this. They want to be at the very top at the end of the first day, and I spoke to these players. They wanted this desperately, Johnny, and it is finally, there's a big chicken dinner.
Exactly, and if you look at the overall rankings as well, God Reign was already doing pretty well for themselves. This is just going to get them quite close to the competition, which was no one else. I mean, it was Revenant Esports, no one else. Revenant has been quite phenomenal, but now this is the second team that's pushing themselves into a spot from where they can contest the trophy. And look at how happy Robin, the IGL himself, is. He's celebrating with his lads. Well, I feel like the players are panicking a little bit. Blaze is always serious. We see Aquanox with just that emotionless face. Robin, the IGL, he's happy. That's true. Good job, boys.
That is true. I mean, especially for God's Reign. Now, look, it's understandable they're not going to be on the first spot in the overall standings, but this type of a performance is actually going to put them really close to that first spot. Considering the previous game, Revenant Esports wasn't really able to perform to the fullest extent.
Exactly. I think Revenant Esports were taken down pretty early on the game, which just opens the ballpark, opens the overall standings for God's Reign to actually capture. And they did it so well, right? It wasn't even a case like CS Esports or Night Owls where they had the advantage of the circle. They had to actively make those rotations to make their place inside of the circle itself. That northward rotation, the entire scavenging of the northward shoreline, that was brilliant.
Yeah, look at the intensity that was there in these players when they were playing, and the reactions when the game was all over. Waited so long for CS Esports and Night Owls to fight it out, and both these teams kept them waiting. God's Reign, they were like, alright, we have some time to some time to have fun. They look towards their right, they see the players of Midwave, instantly just charge forward towards them.
I mean, to be honest, even in the final fight, right, God's Reign, their proactiveness, right, as soon as they heard the shots from inside the compound, they're like, alright, fine, we're not going to wait any further. We're directly going to slam in. And I think that decision making was really good.
But, Necro, we talked about that charge towards Midwave and MICI. Things could have gone south. Atanki could have picked up one of the players from the side of God's Reign. Was that actually worth it, running towards that fight?
I would say that was. Considering God's Reign, they had the high ground to play with. There was nothing stopping them from getting that control. The only things that were stopping them were actually MICI Esports and Midwave themselves, and especially Atanki. So I think that's a really good thing that they made that push happen, considering the confidence was all-time high.
Also, one of you guys need to break it down for me. What was Surya doing?
Look, at this point, Surya pretty much know. He accepted his fate that he's going to be taken out from the game. So he was just trying to traverse around in the buggy. He was just hoping that he's going to be dodging all the shots. He actually did so as well.
Or maybe just run over like at least 3 players.
Maybe
the last
he could
one
have
we
done
won.
that.
Yeah, would have been super cool.
I'm not really sure if he was able to run over 3 players in that situation, but Surya, what he did, the movement was actually pretty good, right? I kind of almost felt like up against a 1v1 against Akpanov. He isolated the fight as well, courtesy to the fact that he managed to encircle Godswin once completely, and that 1v1 could have gone either way. He could have gotten an extra point.
Exactly. I mean, if we build hypotheticals, anything could have happened. While Godsrain was distracted by Midwave and this last man Surya, CS could have picked up players from the side of Godsrain. That also could have been possible. Yeah.
That is true. And the crazy part is, just before even the game started, we're speaking about CS Esports, how they're not really able to perform. And this type of performance is desperately needed for CS Esports. And they actually make that happen too. Now at least these guys are going to have a good night's sleep and maybe hope for a better ending tomorrow.
I'm not really sure about a good night's sleep, but for sure CS Esports, they will have little less things to work on, considering it's not a massive jump which they need. Right? They still need their one big game necro, because time is running out. At the start of the day, we were talking about how 3 days of Grand Finals still remain, and now it's done. 6 games are done and dusted, only 12 remain.
That is true. As you rightfully mentioned, only 12 games remain. But look at this moment right here. Sarang been able to take down 2 players all by himself, and he just gets ambushed by the entirety of Gladiator Esports. I would say valiant effort from that guy.
But let's talk about Blind for a second, because after the previous game, we expected Blind to at least recover their momentum in this matchup. Turns out it wasn't the case. The team still goes back to their old form, which was basically what they did in the first 4 matches of the day, where they start things off in a team fight in a brilliant manner, but then just drop the ball completely.
That is true. I mean, speaking of dropping the ball, even Team Xpark, somewhere down the line, I generally thought Team Xpark could have had a fantastic chance to also win the game, considering they were not really in that bad of a position. But the only thing that was sort of tough for them, the only thing that was sort of bad for them, is that the edge lines of the zone was completely filled up. But if they would have played that entire situation in much more of a better sync, things could have been different.
And they desperately needed to do that, because the advantage that was there, or they could have built up, in fact, after the first chicken dinner of the day. Now it's completely just gone.
That is true.
It certainly is completely gone, but I believe in these teams. I believe in a lot of underdog teams as well, because today's day has sort of been dominated by the big teams. We haven't really seen anybody apart from maybe Glitchx Reborn or Growing Strong who has actually showed up, right? Even TWM Gaming, as a matter of fact. Night Owls, yes, this particular game was okay for them, but this was also a Tom and Jerry chase. Multiple players being picked off mid-rotation, and courtesy to the circle, they did find themselves at first floor on that particular compound, but that was practically it. They did not really have a lot to do. I want to see them pull off a chicken dinner, but they are coming in from outside the circle and getting more finishes.
That is true. Now, that's a valid point that you brought up, right? Night Owls and all the underdog teams now finally been able to perform and showcase in the final game. But once again, you need to speak about the circle too. For CS Esports, the only reason why they got in the top 3 or the top 2 is because the circle kept on shifting right on top of them. All they needed to do is just keep on pinning themselves in the center, and that's what they did. They were in their comfort zone throughout the game. The same thing was with Night Owls too. All they did was just sit on top of the house.
Exactly. They just use CS Esports as a barrier between them and the rest of the lobby. Because with 2 players holding a barn house is close to impossible. You're going to be pinned out on that first floor. A lot of utility is going to drop on you, pin you, push you to a corner, and then one nade is just going to finish your players off. But because CS Esports were there, we've seen this happen multiple times, wherein if 2 teams are present in the same building, everyone else in the surrounding is just waiting for that fight to first end, so that they can third party, they can take advantage of the worst possible situation, moment of that entire fiasco. But look at this. Everyone's, this is so pretty.
I mean, considering it's the last game, all the fans are now getting up from their chairs, right?
Yeah.
They know it's their time to meet the players as well if they can. So it's just great to witness all these people actually having a good time in their life, right?
Yeah.
Automatically, it makes you happy as a human being if other humans are having fun.
Exactly. Why am I smiling right now? Because I have made a lot of new friends. which you two guys apparently could not really do a lot,
Half
right?
the arena is with Salty, so if you guys are at home and if you guys live in Mumbai, do show up, become our friends.
Become our friends, yeah. Now, we need half
has
of
a
the
lot of
arena
friends
as well.
now.
Maybe tomorrow, Johnny, half of the arena can be on our side. Me and you.
Yeah,
And
hopefully.
maybe Terrence too.
Yeah, we're gonna include IC with us.
Yeah, we will.
So you're gonna completely like leave me
You're
behind?
getting people to cheer your name.
Yeah, you were. You're literally asking people to cheer your name, buddy.
Courtesy of being a lot of very famous, you know. I mean,
yeah, we have to give him that. Salty is extremely good looking.
He's good looking. He's got a good physique. Salty, I aim to have a good physique just like you till the next year, man. It's my promise. Next year when you see me on the desk, I will have a good physique just like you.
No.
But you know what? But you do not even say a single word, all right? Do not want to hear a single word from me. But you know what, Johnny? It's time to get back into serious stuff. It's time to speak about the last game of Wrangle that we saw in the previous lines. Now, Terrence is looking at me with a really angry face. I do not exactly know what's going on with him. But, hey, don't beat me, man. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, Terrence is here, trying to deal with Necro.
Guys, I was speaking some good stuff about you, Terrence. Ask the fans. I'm not even kidding. I was saying some good stuff about you, man. Yes.
So you're gonna make a lot of new friends. That's what they were saying.
Did you make a good friend? Did you make a lot of new friends inside the arena? You did. So, guys, considering Terrence, it's his first time in India. I want him to go and experience the Indian crowd. I want you to go and talk to the Indian people that are out there.
Yeah, I mean, Terrence, while he goes and makes a few more friends, we're going to have a look at the MVP of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Which, I mean, why was this even a question? Ninja Jord from God's Reign. It's been a while. We wanted this man. He's leading the charge in terms of the top 10 rebels of the entire BGIS, on his way to win the MVP of the BGIS itself. And in this game, he has secured 8 eliminations.
50% finished contribution. Now, the last time when I saw this guy in the top 10 rebels of the BGIS, he had 41% finished contribution overall throughout the BGIS. That means this man single-handedly, somewhere down the line, has been carrying the torch for God's Reign. And now, once again, in this game, too, 50% of the contribution in the eliminations.
This is what I've been saying, right? I mean, majority of the God's Reign players, right, they set up for Ninja Jord to get those finishes, right? And I think, right, the Jord suffix actually perfectly fits his name as well. Even Blaze, as a matter of fact, in this particular game, 5 finishes for him. You've got Atanki, who did pretty well in spite of being that solo guy. In the end, I think 3 finishes and 75 contribution is still decent.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you turn back the time in your head and remember the reactions that we witnessed from these players, after a competitive game on LAN where you secure 8 eliminations, the man was emotionless. Just takes off his headset and he's just sitting there waiting for a compliment from his IGL, gets a fist bump, and he's like, alright, all good, my job is done.
I mean, that is what God's Reign is all about, right?
Yep.
Everybody just respects Robin all that much. Everybody respects his IGLing. Everybody respects his decision making.
Oh my God.
And that is one of the reasons why. This is exactly the reasons why.
I told you, Johnny. Remember when the final circle wasn't even on the board? At that time, as soon as I looked at God's Reign position, I mentioned they can feel it coursing through their veins that they will be the winners. Because as they kept on moving on the same pathway, they also had the best spot that they could play on. And considering with the amount of info they were able to wrap up, they knew exactly where every single team was.
Alright.
And they isolated those fights brilliantly.
But we also were talking quite a lot about CS, Night Owls, MICI, Surya, who was like up to some shenanigans inside the game. 3 of these teams were in the bottom of the rankings.
That is true.
And they've just gotten 15 for CS, 11 for Night Owls, MICI on 10 points.
Now they've got a good starter for tomorrow. You can count on this as like the momentum shifter for these guys.
Yeah.
If they're able to dive on, if they're able to jump on the train of this momentum, then maybe things can start off in a fantastic way tomorrow. But if that's not going to be the case, well, the problems are going to keep on knocking your door.
I think tomorrow is like the last opportunity for everyone on the second page to sort of try and make that big jump as we transition onto the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. Revenant Esports and God's Reign tied at the very top.
Welcome to the Grand Finals of BGIS. I mean, day number 1 coming to well, a cliffhanger, in fact, and that is just perfect because we have 2 more days remaining. Revenant and God's Reign, as Salty, you mentioned, tied up for the first position. But then we have Ori Esports on the third with 62 points, 10-point difference against X-Pac. We are midway within the top 5. Big Brothers have made a brilliant comeback today, finding a space for themselves on the 6th position. But then we have the surprises, Necro, and not the good kind. Gladiators on the 7th and growing strong on the 8th.
A name that was dominating throughout the entire day, which was Gladiators, they now have been officially pushed down to the 7th pot. And there's also a chance tomorrow Gladiator Esports can be pushed down on the latter half of the table if they keep on performing this way. Gladiator Esports, the only reason why they missed out on that consistency is because somewhere down the line they were focusing on the elimination points a little bit too much, and they got too complacent or maybe too overconfident while doing so.
This is what happens when in the early stages you start getting very active, you start getting very heated up. But I'm pretty sure knowing Destro, knowing Justin, knowing Delia and the way these players function, they never really get too excited. Even if the situations are not against them, they will try and figure things out, they will work things out and always make a comeback. I think they all just have to do is just return back to their natural habitat, return back to their calm and controlled play style, and I think that just works for them.
One more question that I have for you guys is the fact we were talking so much about Metal Esports. Their round today was quite decent, but only in the team fights. The survival game has been completely missing. We just saw on the overall ranking 22 eliminations on the board, but just 12 placement points. What do you have to say about that, Necro?
I mean, look, Metal Esports is one of those teams. I think so on day one they were just testing the waters. Trust me when I say this. Day two is the day where everything will be revealed in a better fashion. Day one was the day where we saw a lot of things being changed. Day one was the day where we saw so many things not being the way we expected them to.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see how things go for them tomorrow, because ladies and gentlemen, with this game coming to an end, we also come to an end of our broadcast today. Once again, a reminder, do follow Crafton India Esports. Do follow Crafton India Esports on their social media handle. You get every single update about BGIS and, of course, the future tournaments as well. And if you are in Mumbai, do come down to the Dome. And we are going to meet you there. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to the interview, for an interview to the stage. Here we go.
From God's Reign. A team that has done wonders today. First 5 matches focused on finishes, finally got a chicken dinner and a finish in the final one. Blaze, Blaze, tell me what happened through the day for you guys.
So first match start अच्छा हुआ हमारा, second आए थे, last match थोड़ा choke हो गया, मतलब last में choke हो गया थोड़ा, like 1v1 था, मेरे को दिखा नहीं बंदा, वरना chicken था वो match भी. फिर उसके बाद like सेकंड मैच थर्ड मैच प्लेसमेंट आ रहे थे थोड़े बहुत, पर वो टॉप फिनिश नहीं कर पा रहे थे हम लोग. 5-6 पॉइंट, मैक्स टू मैक्स 10 पॉइंट्स. तो हमने देखा लास्ट मैच कि अभी RNT लीड बना रही है, हमको आज लीड ब्रेक करना ही पड़ेगा कुछ भी करके. तो हमने वो लीड तोड़ दिया. अभी कल फ्रेश माइंड्स वापस आएंगे.
Okay, and Aquinox, you've been consistently at it. अब क्या strategy होने वाली, considering you're like at a tie with Revenant?
सो हम बस फोकस कर रहे हैं कि जितना हायर पॉइंट्स निकाल सकते हैं हर मैच वही निकाले. एंड हम लाइक जो पहले करते थे हम कि तो डिमोटिवेट हो जाते थे एक मैच के बाद, बट वो नहीं कर रहे हम हायर पॉइंट्स के लिए, मतलब
टेंशन नहीं, गो ऑन.
यस, सो वही है बस कि अच्छा गेम निकालो. एंड 5 पॉइंट निकाल रहे तो उसके बाद 10 पॉइंट का और ऐड करो. लाइक हम वही अचीव करना चाह रहे कि अच्छा गेम जाए हमारा. सो वही है.
Okay. You guys love God's Reign. You guys have been making a lot of noise for God's Reign. Keep your support going. These guys are at it. Blaze, कल के लिए क्या strategy होने वाली है?
So कल का हमारा mindset यही है कि हमको हर मैच कुछ ना कुछ पॉइंट्स निकालने. ऐसा नहीं कि 0 पॉइंट्स वाला मैच 1 पॉइंट. वी नीड एवरेज लाइक पॉइंट्स के 10 पॉइंट तो आ ही रहे हर मैच हमारे. सो ओवरऑल पॉइंट में हम अच्छा फिनिश पे रहे हो, समझ रहे हो?
Okay, that's Aquinox. That's Blaze. And we have been having a very action-packed day 1 of BGIS 2023. Hope you guys had fun watching this as much as we had hosting it. We'll be back here at NSCI Dome for day 2 of BGIS 2023 India Finals. This is me, Xerxes, signing out. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
है